Okay, okay.
Okay.
Alright, now I just need to make it public.
I need the watch together link if there is one.
Oh yeah, don't worry. I will send it. Just hold on a sec, though. Don't
Damn, son of a bitch.
chill, dude. Fucking hell. But also, hello. Thanks, Jeff. Hello, everyone. We're live today to talk about more Chasm Chew because it's a film we all like. And Jeb, I guess, it doesn't have a definitive statement.
And Jeb.
No, I think Jeb likes it. I just think he doesn't care about saying like its quality. But yes, hello chat. How are we doing? I forgot to do one thing because I always do. So it's fun. I don't know what Jeb is laughing at, but it must be really funny. Oh, you added your brother, didn't you?
Oh,
For fuck's sake.
It took him a while that time.
So anyway, yes, hello people. Sup father muckers. Yeah. Thoughts it says more in fucking chat than he does to me. Wow. But
What the fuck are you talking about?
you talked in chat, you didn't talk here in the call. When I said hi, you didn't even say like hi. It was like, wow. You hate chat, but you actually like chat, you just dislike me.
I don't know who Chad is, but I'm a fan of Chat.
Oh yeah, chat is cool. Is everything fine on stream? It is. I always think I fucked something up, so you know. But yeah, we are here to watch some Tasm Chew videos. CV will be joining us later because he is, you know, CV, so obviously he's gonna be late. But we have.
I'm literally eating just spoonfuls of straight up onion right now. It is so good.
That's gonna feel great in a few hours. But
I'm gonna put you on the watch list.
Do it.
all right, so. Yeah, I sent the Watch Together link if you guys would like to join, so we can start covering the first video we have to talk about today. Because as we all know, everyone has made videos criticizing Tasm Chew, and they're all fantastic. So I'm curious to
Yeah, every single one.
Every single one is amazing, yes. So, you know, I'm
especially this one, which isn't disingenuous at all.
No, it definitely doesn't just get straight up facts wrong, and then it says that it doesn't matter because, you know, it's a bad film anyway, so why would he care? Should we watch it?
It can't be as bad as none of the plot points ever existing.
I mean, yeah, fucking Filmento will never be beaten, but, you know, there are people who try to get close to his level, so, yeah. 4 people in the watch party, there's 1 missing.
It's not me.
Yeah, I imagine you're a number 10 party.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, there we are.
No. Yeah, I'm Guy.
Oh.
You're a fraud, Spider-Man.
Thanks for coming out, Zod. Congratulations.
You're welcome.
For the 10th time.
Anyway, alright, let us watch this video. Wait, I need to click here. Alright, let us watch this video from YMS, our beloved YMS.
Yeah, wonderful. So I just saw The Amazing Spider-Man 2, and like its title, it really was amazingly shitty. So shitty, in fact, that it was hilarious, and I can't wait to see it again. I never once thought that it would be possible for a film to be farted into existence, but today I was proven wrong. Now, I didn't think The Amazing Spider-Man 1 was as bad as everybody was saying it was. The majority of it didn't seem like it was trying to be taken too seriously and had a good sense of humor. And
what? The first one really does try to be taken seriously. That's way more grounded than the first one.
It's the most serious Spider-Man live-action film, I'd say.
I would agree, yeah. Because
Yeah,
even when you have
probably.
something
I mean-
like Spider-Man 3 or No Way Home, which are films that try to tackle like darker subjects, they're still like have, you know, MCU humor or the, you know, Raimi style of goofiness. So
I'd say the third act of TASM 2 is like on par with TASM 1's level of seriousness.
I would agree.
But
But just Electro as a whole in Tasm 2, he just makes the film way more, I guess.
it's my birthday.
It's time to light my candles. Yeah, and fucking
You ain't having the
Kafka.
shit no more.
Oh, don't
Yeah.
get me started. But yeah, Kafka, for example, like, yeah, Tasm 2 has way more, way goofier.
Electro. Yeah, Kafka's amazing.
Kafka is amazing.
someone who's a fan of the Spider-Man character, I thought it was right about fucking time that they started using perspective shots to show him swinging around the city. Not only that, but I was more than okay with Andrew Garfield being Peter Parker, and I thought he fit the character very well. Sure, yeah, there was stupid shit like property of Peter Parker, but...
Okay, that is not stupid. This is a new camera he had just bought, and he put his name on it so he wouldn't. So if he lost it or something like that, people would be able to be like, "Yo, Peter, is this your camera?" And then he brought it to.
I want to ask YMS, like, if he goes to an airport, does he put his name on his luggage, or is he just like, well, hope no one grabs mine on accident?
Yeah, well, yeah, it's like obviously he wasn't thinking like fully about the consequences of fighting Lizard because he thought he didn't think that he would have to fight Lizard down there, and that's kind of the point, right? So it's just yeah. So he was caught off guard, like he was just playing fucking whatever Bejeweled or Candy Crush or whatever on his fucking phone, just waiting.
It's also worth noting in this case of Peter, much like you can attribute some actions in Homecoming, this is actually due to a lack of experience, and he learns from it.
Oh yeah, 100%. This is his first fight, I guess.
Yes.
Like the first time he actually has to confront Lizard, which is like actually a big threat for him as opposed to the petty criminals he's faced before. So.
And this isn't the same as saying Superman launching people into buildings whilst wanting to protect people. This is basically going, he was not prepared for a fight that he didn't even know fully the scope of.
Yeah, he didn't expect a fight to happen in the first place.
He was just trying to get pictures.
Yeah, he wanted to sell pictures to make money because money's tight.
But it generally seemed as though there was a decent amount of effort being put into the film. After letting the first movie sit for a while, I'd probably give it a 6 out of 10, but I definitely enjoyed myself while watching it. I mean, come on, as soon as I figured out that he'd be wrestling around with a muscly lizard dude, I thought I could get behind that. Literally. The Spider-Man films have had quite the variation.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, he's a furry if you don't know, so yeah.
I know, I just
over
think
the years, but I can't think of a single one that I didn't at least enjoy watching. And boy, is that ever reaffirmed with this movie, because it was so fucking bad that it turned into an unintentional parody of itself. Like, someone could release this exact same movie and call it a Spider-Man spoof, and it would actually fucking work. Now, for movies I enjoy, I generally try to keep my reviews to be spoiler-free. But not only is it pretty much impossible to explain what's wrong with this movie without just explaining the whole plot, but I pretty much guarantee you that your movie watching experience will be much better if you're thinking about these things during it, because boy does this ever make one fucking hilarious unintentional comedy. At the beginning of the film, you see two dudes duking it out in the plane and somebody shoots a window, and it's like, oh no, the air pressure, I'm getting sucked out. So the one guy fucking grabs onto the other, but the expelling force is so strong that he gets sucked out anyway, with the remaining man now holding his laptop with one hand and typing on it. Yeah, don't worry, the laptop's not gonna fly out of the plane. It's important to the plot. This needs to happen. You need to upload your thing. Plus,
yeah, he was holding it. You just said he was holding it. And he wasn't holding it one-handed. He was holding it with two hands because he had the fucking the seatbelt around his neck, and that's what was keeping him inside the plane.
Yes, to explain force is, if it was enough force to be exerted to make the laptop fly with his hand, based on where it's holding it, would snap his arm. And that's not enough force to do that. We've seen plane crashes in real life where people hold on to things and they don't just fly out.
Should have said, if found, return to Peter Parker, no reward. That would have been great, Madwicket.
Well, it's funny because when the plane is crashing downwards, that's what causes the assassin to fly out. It wasn't just the pressure.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are a multitude of reasons why everything happens the way it does.
And watch, he's about to criticize that they use shaky cam in the fight scene with turbulent crashing airplanes. It's really funny.
To the plot, this needs to happen. You need to upload your thing. Plus, if he lost his laptop, the audience wouldn't be able to see that it's a Sony Vaio. This is just...
Oh yeah, so he does make the comments about fucking embedded advertising.
Product placement?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, if they're gonna use a laptop in the fucking film, obviously it's gonna be a branded one so they can make money out of it with embedded advertising. It's fine.
It's not like they're holding on a shot for like 5 seconds.
Yeah, I don't. It's all like fucking. I think it's Age of Extinction.
It changes
the Transformers
nothing about
film.
the scene if you put. The Coke.
Yeah, there's a moment where Mark Wahlberg just stops and drinks a fucking can of whatever drink it was. It's like, man, that's good, and then he just gets back to fighting the fucking robots. It's hilarious.
Just the beginning of a film that is essentially one giant advertisement for Sony products. We see at least 3 different laptops in the film, and they're all...
So I'm going to actually say something on that. A film So this could be a weird statement. A film itself is already an advertisement product for the company. It's a way of them making revenue.
And the IP.
Yep.
Yeah. It's a way of making revenue and going, hey, this is the type of film we can make, and we can use what we did in this film for our other products. So this isn't gotcha as he thinks it is, nor is having product placement bad, as long as it doesn't intrude the story in some way or break the stakes in any form.
Yeah, exactly. As long as it's not intruding in some way, it's like it's fine. You gotta have, like, I was watching Agents of Shield last night or 2 days ago, and there was a one-er that was I think like a minute long, with just a few characters talking and the camera just following them around the room. And there were 2 moments specifically where the camera was behind a monitor that had the Apple logo on it, so obviously embedded advertising. But it's not like it was like drawing attention to it or anything. That the attention was still in the characters and how their dialogue. Like, it's fine. You're gonna have this shit in your products. I don't see the issue. Like, genuinely, I don't see any issue with it.
And if you're putting a film that is set in New York, which has a lot of Sony products or products in general, because of Times Square, it's actually more realistic to the setting, as long as you do it silently.
Oh shit, yeah,
I'm pretty sure if you go to
Medvacid.
Times Square right now, you will see Sony advertisements.
Oh yeah, but the funny
Yes.
thing is, there's a scene in this film that is in Times Square, and people criticize it. It's like, oh yeah, they're just advertising shit. But it's like, no, if you're gonna make a scene in Times Square, there have to be advertisements there. It's just obvious. But what Medvacid said here, I think is really funny. Is like, I remember how Happy fucking announces something about the Audi he's driving at the end of Homecoming, and it's like, not bad, huh? And
Well, yeah, but that's like blatant advertisement. In this one, it's just the fact that they exist. That's
Yeah.
it.
It's like, oh,
that they're
he's
in
going to
the
use a
scene.
laptop. It happens to be a Sony product.
But like in the Transformers and Homecoming example, it's like they're actually making direct positive comments about the functionality of the product.
Yeah. And Jeb, were you gonna say
Yeah.
something?
Dominic's right. We're not allowed to complain about MCU Spider-Man.
No.
I was going to say that advertisement literally exists everywhere in our everyday. We see it everywhere.
Yeah, I don't understand the point of criticizing just the laptop being a Sony product.
All right,
All
let's move
Sony
on.
Vios. We see at least 3 different phones in the film, and they're all Sony Ericsson Xperias. Every time you see a Sony product in the film, it's like a fucking punchline. So Paul Giamatti...
Yeah, they're using
I
Sony
mean,
products in a
everything
Sony
we've already
film.
said
Wow.
has just covered it.
Yeah, no, I just think it's funny. It's like, oh, they're in a Sony film and they just happen to be using Sony products. Like, yeah, obviously they're gonna be using phones from their competitors, but as long as it's not drawing attention, there's no issue. Like, fuck off.
They could have gone way harder with it too.
Oh yeah, easily.
hijacks a truck filled with plutonium, and so Spider-Man saves the day, and at the end of that, we get introduced to Max, played by Jamie Foxx. Each scene, and especially the story scenes, make it extremely apparent that nobody really wants to be there. Yep, this is the obligatory
That is
sequel. Nobody
the
really
most-
wants to...
That is just wrong.
So this comment here is probably the biggest, I think, just like outright falsehood in the entire video. Every behind the scenes, director's commentary, writer's commentary, all the actors' interviews like showed the exact opposite. Everyone was so hyped for this film, and all of that was derailed by the audience response.
Yeah, fucking watching that audio commentary of TASM 2 with you, thought the amount of effort they put into like planning of this film, just everything right after TASM 1 and was released. It's like, wow, you actually did care a lot about making this, right?
I think it's funny that there are, even though I don't think they're legitimate, but there are criticisms he could have made here that would have been a lot more weighty than the actors don't look like they want to be there. Like, he didn't criticize how Spider-Man handles the chase. He just, I don't know, it just seems really weird to focus on.
Yeah, and I would never say that Andrew looks like he doesn't want to be there. Andrew is the most passionate person I've ever seen about playing Spider-Man. Like,
yeah.
do it, but
Yeah,
we're gonna
no
do
doubt.
it. Let's get some money. So then we get a cheesy montage of Spider-Man saving the day in various scenarios. Nothing wrong with a little bit of cheese, especially in a Spider-Man film, but one of those scenarios was really, really stupid. Like, he goes into a convenience store as Peter Parker picking up some cold medication, then sees a crime happening, and then changes into a Spider-Man costume and saves the day and buys the same cold medication. Nobody's gonna fucking touch on the fact that he's clearly on security cameras, assuming that
assuming that security cameras have any quality whatsoever, or assuming that this little fucking shop would have security cameras even, which, if
Well,
depending on
I
how much
think it's
money they
funny
have,
because
is
it's like
doubtful.
it's New York, right?
Mhm.
And Andrew Garfield is like, he's a handsome guy, but the amount of 6'2" brown-haired people who have the exact same hairstyle as him
Mm.
is absolutely absurd. Like, there would be no way to completely determine the identity of Spider-Man just off of that. Not to mention he was wearing a beanie and like looking down the entire time.
Yeah,
And then
like it's not like the clerk would have been paying attention to him, like specifically. He only would have paid attention after he realized the Spider-Man. It's like, well,
right, and you know, he maybe would have gone back and checked the security tapes, but it's like, okay, what's this one guy gonna do? Like, even if it was released to the public, everyone would probably think it was like CG or fake.
Mhm.
But I weirdly, what he kind of criticizes here is the fact that he puts the costume on as he's using the webs. So it's like he criticizes the fact that he might show up on security cameras, then criticizes the fact that he disguises his identity. He just can't pick a criticism to go with. It's weird.
Yeah, that's a good point.
That place,
Yeah.
which is a gas
Oh, sorry, what were you gonna say?
I find it really interesting that he mostly assumes that you can make out Peter's face on the security camera to then decipher that he's Spider-Man, because based on how Peter's being in the store and where he's positioned, there wouldn't actually be a camera there. There'd be a camera where the cashier is and maybe at the door. You
Mhm.
would have put one at the back. What also could have happened is that Peter was in a corner where he wasn't seen to change into a suit to then do the webbing. That time frame is long enough to allow for that. So,
Right.
and also, as if this cashier is going to focus on what cold medication Peter's picking out and buying.
Well, I think I recall someone saying that like this was a pharmacy. It's like somebody said that he would have had to use like his ID
What?
to get the cold medication. Yeah, I saw the criticism on Reddit somewhere. It was really stupid.
There's a drugstore literally the street I live in. I go there to buy
No,
like
it's
fucking aspirin.
like
It's
any
like, I don't
convenience
need...
store. You don't need an ID to buy cold medicine.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying even in a drugstore, I don't need ID to buy fucking aspirin. I don't understand what the issue is. Like how?
And let's
Why would they ask it?
and let's argue that they would. This guy has just been saved. He's not going to go, "Can I see your ID?" He's going to let Spider-Man buy the products.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's also a good point. he just saved this fucking store, so yeah.
clearly on security cameras, assuming that that place, which is a gas station, has security cameras, which they're kind of fucking supposed to. All you needed to do to
gas
fix that
station,
was
though.
show 5 extra
I
seconds
doubt
of
it's a gas
Spider-Man-
station.
Yeah, it doesn't. It's not looking
It's
like
like
a gas station. but-
that's downtown New York.
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All you
That's
needed to
too.
do-
That has too much variety in the store to be a gas station.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just looks like a family-owned convenience store, especially with like all the license plates above everything, or just whatever those. Yeah, it looks like there's at least one license plate. Like, this is the kind of thing you'd see in something family-owned. Like, it genuinely might not even have security cameras.
to fix that was show 5 extra seconds of Spider-Man stealing or destroying that footage, but they really wanted to show Spider-Man stumble out of the building being like, "Oh no, I'm so sick, and this is so funny because you're supposed to laugh because he's sick. Oh, don't you feel bad for him?" At several points,
Actually, there's an argument that none of these people are considering as well. That you could have the argument that he used the web onto the camera before he took out the criminal. So he's in a blind spot, uses his web, then takes out the criminal.
Right.
Well, the idea
Yeah,
would still
totally.
be the same thing, right? Because he was the only one there, and he still gets the same like cold medicine. I just
It's like the-
think it's a big deal. It's like, yeah, the chances of him getting recognized are negligible on camera, and I don't think the dude at the cash register would even care to look into it. So
It's only an actual problem if you take the absolute worst case bad faith scenario interpretation of the scene.
yeah.
points throughout the film, he cheesily hallucinates seeing Gwen Stacy's father, and it's funny every single time.
I feel
Why?
like he's poisoning the well with a lot of this. Like, he's saying it's cheesy or it's stupid or it's dumb or you're supposed to feel bad with him. And he's simply describing what's happening without actually giving any legitimate reasoning behind why these things are those things.
Mm.
So he's just priming the audience to think that these things are dumb.
Yeah, it's like he says it as if it's self-evidently bad when it's not.
Like
Every
you
moment he
can watch.
sees Captain Stacy, there's a reason for it, and it's pretty simple to understand. And it's not like fucking Captain Stacy says something or anything like that. He just sees him in the background and he disappears after a few seconds.
If you want to talk about like another example of how this would be incredibly unfair, it's like if you take the Two Towers extended edition and then be like the orcs dialogue is really stupid and just does not fit tonally at all, like that would be another example of like something that you could prime an audience to think is an accurate criticism, but it's not.
And it's funny every single time. So then we get to Max's apartment and we see that he's very obsessed with Spider-Man. He's clearly deranged and wants to be his best friend. And when I saw the trailer and how stupid Electro's design looks, I thought that...
Why is it stupid, YMS? Could you please give me...
To be fair, it's a matter of opinion, but he's like consistently not providing any argumentation.
Yeah, he's just saying everything as if it's self-evidently bad. I really like Electro's design, personally. I don't know.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah.
Jamie Foxx's character would be the worst part of this movie for me. And although I can't really say he did a great job, Jamie Foxx came across to me as the only fucking person in the entire movie that even gave a shit.
Wow.
I'm sorry, but like the scene where Gwen dies, I just want him to like tell me with a straight face that he doesn't think Andrew Garfield gave his all in that scene.
Yeah, fucking if you hear what even Emma Stone said while filming the scene where Gwen was dying, she was like that when she watched it back, because she had to be just with her eyes closed during the scene. When she watched it back, she couldn't like get through it because it was too hard because because of how good Andrew's acting was.
I don't think it was acting.
I mean, yeah, we've talked about this, how like it would have felt for him to actually like see his girlfriend pretending to be dead, and it's like that situation.
It's like the entire third act, especially of this film, is Andrew at some of his best acting performance. So to say he didn't give a shit is delusional.
Yeah, or like the scene where Aunt May and Peter talk. She's like, "You're my boy." It's like, you cannot tell me that they didn't give a shit.
Tenebris actually made a good comment in chat where he said YMS said to watch this video before people watched the movie. So when I said he was poisoning the well and like conditioning the audience to see it a certain way, like I have no doubt that this video probably had an impact on how some people received the film.
Oh yeah, 100%. Well, I do think like a huge part of why the film gets so much hate is the videos that like calling the film so shit, and everyone watching it before watching the film.
When he's acting in the film, you can tell that he's at least trying, but watching literally any other character in the film gives me the impression that they all knew it was going to be a giant piece of shit.
Which is just not true. There are interviews with Andrew Garfield before the audience, the audience response got, released, where he's like, fuck the critics. What matters is whether people like it or not. He's very proud of the film he's made. And if you fucking watch the writer's commentary, the writer's commentary, it's insane how much they think he was actually a really good film.
Didn't.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, clearly YMS did not care to research the film outside of his one viewing experience.
Mm-hmm. Which was like in theaters, right? Because otherwise he would be using more clips than just trailer clips. So.
The entire time I watched this movie, I felt like I was watching a crew full of people that just wanted to go home. So Max gets told to stay at work later because of something with the power grid that he needs to fix. And oh no, he has a workplace accident that sets things up for his superpowers later. He gets electrocuted by a cable and then falls into an inexplicably placed tub of electric eel.
It is explicably placed. They used the eels for their research in that room, and then he had to fix something in that room, and he happened to fall in on it. Like, there is a criticism in that scene, which is like the biggest criticism I have of the film, which is the fact that the grades he follows through are way too weak. But it's like, the placement is fine, and we've talked about how it being open is also fine because eels need oxygen, need to go to the surface. So,
well, and then another thing is like that's not the only eel tank there. Mm-hmm. There's at least 3, and so. Yeah, and they're not small either. Like there's quite a bit of room for him to be able to fall in there. Yeah. And actually, Marcus, in regards to the grades criticism, like I think it's legitimate. It probably is the biggest criticism of the film. But there is an argument to be made that like with how Oscorp routinely treats their grunt workers, they probably don't put much effort into maintaining stuff like that. So.
That could be true, yeah.
I want to add as well, if someone tries criticizing why Max is there, which I wouldn't be surprised that people do that, he's an electrical engineer.
Oh, I mean, yeah, they just he's probably the most qualified to deal with this shit.
Well, he is. Like they took his grid designs. Like
Yeah.
that's huge. But he's also the biggest pushover and like doesn't know how to stand up for himself. So it would
and
be
his,
stupid to go with
his
literally
boss
anyone
knows
else.
it. The fucking office man, the office man. He's like, I don't care that it's your birthday, you just do it. And he knows that Max will do anything because he's Max, so he's exploiting a character flaw of him.
I don't know, it's there for science or something. And as
Then you do know the reason why, Matt. He makes everything sound so stupid, even when I hate it.
he's getting electrocuted inside the container of eels, it shows a close-up shot of the gap in his front teeth closing and fixing itself. And that was fucking hilarious. Like, okay, you want to do the whole cliched, like, oh, it's fixing his wounds sort of thing, even though it looks like he's dying. But why the fuck would it close the gap between his teeth, and what's the point of that?
So, thematically, what it means is that he is getting fixed by these eels in his mind. Like, he thinks that having these powers grants him, makes him become the person that he always thought himself should deserve to be. And by this point, he's like, oh shit, I am actually, like, I'm being fixed. I'm not nobody anymore. Also thought, well, your mic is echoing a bit. But,
Sorry.
like, thematically, it fits perfectly. And it's not like it's an issue. It's not contradicting anything. It's like, yeah, the eels closed the gap in his teeth. The horror. It also made him blue. Why are you criticizing the tooth gap, but not the fact that he became blue? I don't know.
Meanwhile, Peter Parker and Gwen Stacy have a completely fucking unbearable romance subplot.
She's gotten some information that she gets accepted to an Oxford Scholars Program, so she's thinking about leaving.
I have to go to England, Peter. It's important to me.
It's very complicated for Gwen and for him. You cannot always have what you want.
I'm moving to England.
I think it's absolutely hilarious that like he says that it's unbearable and then proceeds to show clips from like the directors, producers, and actors all demonstrating why thematically it all works in the film. Like I don't like he's providing arguments for why it's good, not why it's bad.
Yeah.
I moved for a scholarship to Oxford.
I hate you, but now I love you again, but now I hate you, but now...
No, they do love each other throughout the entire film, which is the
Never
point.
said they hate each other.
Yeah.
It's just this is gonna drive them apart.
I mean, in this scene, isn't what it says that Gwen says that Max loves Spider-Man, and then Peter's like, well, I didn't get a love impression, get more of a wants me to kill with his deadly lasers impression, and she's like, oh, that's what it's like loving you. So that's the most we get in terms of like her hating him, but obviously they don't hate each other, which is the point of their relationship, that Peter loves her too much, so he doesn't want to be with her because he doesn't want to put her in danger, which is the conversation they have early on in the film after the way they were gonna
It
have
sounds to
dinner.
me like he just really wants a one-noted romance, like a romance without any complexity or struggle. He's just like, oh, they're back and forth, and it's like, yes, that's what happens when you have conflicting ideas within a relationship.
Now I love you, now I hate you, but I have to go to England, but I hate you, but I love you. I kid you not, there was a scene where Gwen Stacy said, I break up with you, Peter. I break up with you. Not like I'm breaking up with
Oh, yay, we got to hear.
you, or something that a normal human being would say.
So,
Stop ignoring
YMS,
context.
you are retarded if you actually think this is a valid argument. So here's the thing. I think every single person who watched the film understands why she said what she said, how she said it. But I can spell it out for you, YMS. So in that scene, Peter is being like, we can't be together because I'm putting you in danger. And then Gwen is like, you have done this to me again and again. And she's like, well, because you love me, that means you can't be with me. Who does that work out for, Peter? It's like, wow, okay. That means that Peter has done this a bunch of times. So now Gwen being the one to break up with Peter, she's like, I break up with you. I break up with you, because she wants to be the person to decide that they're breaking up this time. Because it means that they're not just gonna like get back together once Peter changes his mind. This time is final, and showing like her agency and how she doesn't want to be going through this with Peter anymore. With the fucking, we can be together. Oh no, we can't be together. So
It's emphasizing her agency in the matter rather than the fact that it's just a breakup.
exactly, like the point that it's a breakup is not the important part. Is her agency in breaking up with him, as opposed to just letting Peter break up with her again, which she has said has happened again and again, which is a perfect continuation of the promise he made to Captain Stacy in the last film.
We're
it's like,
1/5 into the video, and he's yet to make a cohesive point.
yeah, it's like adding a finality to their whole dynamic.
Mhm.
So Peter's the thing that keeps dragging her on, but this is her putting a stop to it and go permanently. This is it. This is it. Hence the emphasis.
Indeed.
And instead of leaving or going home or something, she just walks into a Chinese restaurant and sits down. Like,
She was in the Chinese restaurant having dinner with her family, you fucking moron. You have brain damage. They literally say in the
Yes,
scene, "Are you
he
coming
does.
to dinner?" And they're like, and then Peter's like, "Oh, you guys go. I'll meet you at dinner." He says that to
Dinner
her family,
tonight,
and then
5
they,
o'clock.
and then we see Gwen talking to her family, and Peter showing up in front of the restaurant and looking at her through the door, and then she walks out, and then she goes back and talks to her mother. I don't understand. Man, YMS, fucking hell. No wonder you gave Hush a 1 out of 10. You're fucking retarded.
I don't know if
He
she was
gave
expecting-
Hush a 1 out of 10?
Yeah. If you want,
Oh my
we can
gosh,
watch
alright.
his
No,
review of that video.
No, I'd rather just watch the movie again.
That is a good point.
home or something. She just walks into a Chinese restaurant and sits down. Like, I don't know if she was expecting him to come inside or leave or what.
We were just
You're stupid.
going different ways. I gotta go.
God, their horribly written romantic dialogue made me feel like I was watching Birdemic again. Haha,
What?
your laugh isn't annoying yet. You should have a more annoying laugh. Like this, hee hee hee, I'm gonna make an ugly face and have an intentionally annoying laugh, and this is how people communicate with
YMS
each
has
other.
clearly never flirted with anybody in his entire life.
I don't know. It felt really natural to me, especially considering like Mark Webb being known for 500 Days of Summer. It felt like that kind of shined through in their dialogue. It felt really natural. I don't know.
Wasn't that the thing? It's like most people kind of accept that the Peter-Gwen dynamic, specifically in TASUP 2, is the best iteration of a Spider-Man romance in live action.
Yeah.
Which has really helped with the chemistry, which is what makes the difference between cringe and the writing being elevated. Because in a lot of romantic media, if the actors don't play it off right or don't have that chemistry, it comes off as wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, which is also like the fact that they were dating in real life definitely did help. And like this scene that he's showing here with the Oxford scene, the Peter's dialogue was improvised. It was like, "My fair lady, madame." But it's like, I don't know, I don't really understand how you can just say it's poorly written and then compare it to Birdemic, which is just like the worst film, one of the worst films ever made. You need to like provide references, but whatever. And like he did say the fucking laugh thing, but I don't know, that felt really natural. It's like we're in this weird place where we're friends, but also we still love each other, and we're trying to put some boundaries so that we don't like slip into getting back together again, which we both agree that it's not ideal at this point. And so they try to establish the ground rules, and then when they realize that that's not going to work and they're about to kiss, Gwen is like, "I'm moving to England." It's like kind of putting finality to it. So yeah.
Stupid fucking obligatory love interest character bullshit takes up so much of the movie that after a certain point, every time I see her on screen, I just want to punch her in her face. But only assuming she has a sex change operation in the time it takes for my fist to connect, because making jokes that include violence against women is wrong. So we see Max's body on a gurney in a crematorium, not actually in the fire yet, just in the middle of the open, somebody left the room or something? For what?
Yeah. I mean, I guess the canon explanation would be, the deleted scene where the fucking guy at the crematorium went to Electro's body and died. But
we see it on the ground in the background.
I never spotted it every time I watch, every time I look. But if you say so, though.
Oh, well, maybe it's just my brain filling in the gaps, having seen the.
Well, for me, what I think is
version.
just like, you don't need that. It's like, yeah, maybe the fucking guy at the crematorium was taking a shit. Who cares? Like, as far as he knows, that guy is dead. They don't sense any form of life coming from him, which is the point.
And
because
guess what? It changes. It changes nothing. Like if he's in there and then Electro like activates, he'll just die. Like that's all we're gonna see. So narrative doesn't change.
Nope.
For whatever reason, he's got a thick crust covering his skin, because that's what happens when you get electrocuted. He breaks through the crust and leaves.
You pointed it out as if it's a
was
criticism.
burnt.
Yeah. He was electrocuted by
Okay.
fucking eels right after being electrocuted by fucking the grid he was trying to fix.
Sure.
I don't know, like, what I'm SSA is if he's an authority on how eels operate. And it's like, even if you
Or
were...
romance.
I mean, that's true. But even if you were, the eels in this fucking film are genetically modified because of the research at Oscorp with cross-species genetics. So it's like, even then, they wouldn't act like normal eels.
Leaves the building wearing a hoodie. I guess if he started walking around naked, he'd look too much like Dr. Manhattan. So he slowly walks down the street being compelled by, well, I don't know, unintentionally setting up.
He wants to
What?
go to the loudest place that's calling to him because he's a battery and he kind of just wants to absorb energy. And obviously, if you're in New York, the loudest, brightest place you're going to see that in terms of energy is going to be Times Square. So, yeah.
Well, we see that in the POV shot. I wonder if he'll show it.
I hope he
Well,
does.
I'm not sure if it's in the trailer. If it's not, then he won't show it. So.
Okay. Wow.
Off car alarms as he's walking just because it's electricity. So he gets
Yeah,
He says that like it's an invalid, like, oh my gosh.
he's a battery. He just absorbed the electricity from one car, and then, like, what is the issue, IMS? You need to point to me what the issue is.
to Times Square, and for whatever reason, all the people that are clearly using cell phones in front of him don't have that affected as well. Like, what?
Yeah, because he's now because he was absorbing energy from the car, and then he activates the cars as he's moving, and then when he gets to fucking Times Square,
it wasn't just him being there that
Yeah.
screws it up.
Yeah, because otherwise, every time he's near fucking electrical equipment, it wouldn't work, which is just not true throughout the film. Like, he's by that point, he's focused on absorbing the energy from the generator at Times Square. That's what he does.
Exactly could he be emitting that's setting off car alarms but not affecting people's phones at all? Maybe they'd written it into the script and Sony was like, no, our phones are the best. So he pulls up a grate and decides to stick his hand into some electricity like fucking Crank 2. It's implied that this is what guided him here, but it doesn't really explain why. Like, was he...
You're
Wow.
fucking retarded.
Okay.
So you even acknowledge
All right.
that it's fucking what it implies.
Because electricity, they also never explain. Good
Man,
Lord.
it's like every time it's like, oh, so this is an issue. Well, actually it isn't, but I'm still gonna say it is. It's fucking film criticism, everyone.
Because reasons.
Man.
running low on juice? Is he like a battery?
He is. They literally say in the film. Peter says later on in the film. He's like a battery, right? That's how he beats him at the end.
Electro awakes, he's thirsty for power. And of course, he wants to go to the most electric part of the city so that...
Dude, I swear to God, every time he references another clip, it's literally to support why he's wrong.
Oh man.
Oh my gosh.
YMS is really smart.
Square.
The most electrical part of the city is Times Square, not that massive fucking power plant with all those electrical transformers near the end of the film. I think
Well, he's not thinking logically by that point. So yeah, the loudest part would be Times Square.
Well, also
and
he sees it visually,
Uh-huh.
right? So when he leaves, like the grid is going to be quite far in the distance, like miles and
Oh
miles.
yeah, isn't it like
But-
fucking across the Manhattan Bridge? So it's like
yeah, it's across the bridge.
So
So
yeah.
Just
I think what he
stupid.
really means to say is that he went to Times Square because this is where we can sell the most ad space. So people
He said it.
Ooh, there it is.
It's
There it is.
annoying. It's annoying me at how every statement in this review has been pretty much the most bad faith way to take this film.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like I want to enjoy a bad film, so I'm gonna make every aspect of it bad in my mind.
start freaking out and he's like, I'm sorry, except he doesn't know his own powers and strengths, so he accidentally destroys a bunch of shit. Like, I think he accidentally
Yes.
flipped over a car or something.
Well, there was a what was it? An
It was
ambulance?
a package box driving at him.
Oh yeah.
No,
So,
it was like a mail carrier.
yeah. So it was about to hit him, and then he flipped it over. Yeah.
thing. So in the midst of the implied chaos, we get the stereotypical shot of people running around, except the directing is so fucking bad that you can literally imagine point A and point B of where he told them to run. Zero effort was made.
So yeah,
I don't understand what he means by that.
Me too. I remember after we watched this video, we rewatched TASM 2 and we were like, let's pay attention to this, and we actually noticed a few cool details of the extras acting extremely like smart with
Real
how they're running
people?
away. Yeah, that was actually cool. It was like, oh shit, it's actually really well directed.
Intelligent extras. Yeah, it was funny.
So yeah.
To make it look natural and even the least bit chaotic. You could almost imagine Mark Webb saying, okay, you 10 people stand over here and then just run to that point right there. Okay, go. No, just go already. I need to go home. I don't want to be here. Okay.
You say, fuck you. Mark Webb loved making the Amazing Spider-Man films. Fuck off.
Okay, good. We got the shot. No, it looks fine. We're good. And Spider-Man just happens to observe this from about a mile away, so he decides to come help. And
He didn't.
He doesn't observe it from a mile away.
Yeah.
Like, we get the
Looking
spider
the other way.
sense cue.
Yeah.
Also, we see that, like, the you can see the lights fluctuating weird from where he was.
Mhm.
Anyways.
And then, which obviously would have been like, oh yeah, people would have been screaming, and that kind of is what activates his
And I think it's
spider
funny,
sense.
like, he has the spider sense and he turns around and it's not like he immediately jumps and goes. Like, he
Mhm.
has a second where he, like, really looks closely to see if there is something.
Yep.
as soon as Spider-Man shows up, he knows fucking everything about this guy and his powers for no reason.
What?
No, he doesn't.
No, he doesn't. What?
No, Electro steps on the grates and it, like, launches the crawling electricity towards the car and he's like, hey man, maybe you shouldn't step on that.
Yeah.
Like,
Don't step on the grates. You don't want to hurt people, right? And he just tries to calm Max down. That's the only thing he says about like understanding how Max's power works, and even then he doesn't. He just saw it happening. I don't.
Yeah.
What are you talking about, MS? I don't have no idea.
And even then, so he's got information that is electricity based. The smart thing for Peter to do would do his pre-existing knowledge of electricity, and use it to protect the others.
Yeah.
Which Peter would know because he's a science student, top 2 in this class.
right.
He's like, whoa,
Well,
buddy, watch where you step. If you step on that
second.
grate, you might accidentally electrocute people over there. Yeah.
Yeah, he says right after he steps on the grate and the electricity runs through it. It's all like he just fucking guessed it, you moron. Oh my god.
They show the electricity crawling over to people on the stairs.
Yeah.
Right before he says, stop the electricity, the grate. Like,
Yeah.
they show what would happen if he stood on the grate. Like, it wasn't him already knowing, you moron.
Makes sense to me. I mean, he does have computer-generated blue all over him. That's what electricity looks like, right? Now,
It's funny because that is.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. It looks better than fucking the No Way Home electricity, the film you gave a 7 out of 10 to, White Mess. So
Yeah, I made a video about that.
yeah, exactly, yeah. Oh yeah, if you guys ever watched Thought made a video about TASM 2 and its visuals and compares it to No Way Home. It is a really good video, so yeah. But I don't But yeah, I don't understand how, like, Jeb, you're the knowledgeable one here. The blue electricity. Do you think that's a bad look for like accurate to how electricity looks? Like, I don't know.
The electricity, it depends how electricity reacts with certain objects. So when it reacts with oxygen, it tends to look more purple, bluish. So this is actually pretty accurate.
Mm-hmm. Well, one thing that Thought said in his video that I find really interesting about the way Electro's electricity looks like is when he shoots it, it is blue and then it starts dissipating and it goes from like this orange, then red, and then it dissipates. It's like going from, I guess, the warmest color to the least warm color, I guess. And it's like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Like, I don't know. It seems like the visuals do actually match what they're supposed to be pretty well.
Well, yeah, and Marcus, I don't know if you watched all the way through those videos that I sent to you, kind of referencing the VFX, and they said when they were creating the electricity, like they studied the visual patterns of like Tesla coils and actual lightning, and then like plasma balls to figure out how to make the most like accurate
Which
effect.
I'd argue they achieved, because the reason why it's blue is because the electrons in the air atoms gain energy from the electricity and jump to a more excited state, hence why electricity is erratic in the air.
Would you say that No Way Home's electricity is better?
No, not at all. It's it being yellow is very inaccurate.
Yeah, I guess there is a reason for it that they try to justify with the fucking, it's different universe with different energy, I guess. But it's still
It's
seems
very inconsistent.
Yeah, and the bigger issue I have is how like it looks so boring. Like when in Tasm 2, like I was saying, when it dissipates, it like goes from like 3 different colors and then it dissipates. Whereas in No Way Home, it's just like, oh, it shows up for a frame and it's yellow and then it just disappears.
Well, in Tasm 2, it actually has like texture. It's hard to describe, but it feels much more sandy. I don't know if that's the word. Like the lightning in No Way Home felt soft, while this lightning felt very, very sharp.
I agree. Yeah.
Now, Max fucking loves Spider-Man, but in about 30 seconds, his mind will be changed completely. The script
Yeah, because he
says
gets
that
shot.
Yeah, he gets shot.
He gets sniped in the shoulder after Spider-Man told him that wouldn't happen. I'm sorry, there's not a single person you trust in your entire life that that sequence of events would happen that you wouldn't start to doubt.
Spider-Man, so
Especially if you're as insecure as Max is. Like, he thinks everyone is out to get him. It's like, oh yeah. Then if he actually thinks that the one person he looks up to is out to get him true, obviously he's not gonna, be in the best of terms with them anymore.
will be changed completely. The script needs him to hate Spider-Man so that there's a villain, but clearly nobody there gives enough of a shit to bother developing it.
So did you just miss the scene, YMS? The development of why fucking Max does not like Peter anymore? It's all explained throughout the scene. The dialogue between Max and Peter is really good.
Remember me?
Of course I remember you. You're my eyes and ears. What's your name again?
I'm just gonna pause for copyright.
Oh, I do. I know it. Don't tell me.
It's Max.
Is it Max?
Yes. How could you forget me?
Oh my gosh.
Trailers.
It was
the same reason.
So the trailer was cut in a way that it made his motivation look really, really, really dumb.
So he just used the trailer clip then.
Like,
Yeah.
I'm pretty certain this is where the whole he's mad because he forgot his name. I'm pretty sure this is where it really comes from.
Right. Well, yeah, I think a lot of the issues people have with the film come from the trailer being really bad. So.
Like,
I'd say the trailer is good. It's just not representative of the film.
Right. Well, that's what I would call a bad trailer. But
Yeah.
I got what you mean.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is so YMS. You using this clip without providing the actual context that is left out by the trailer is really stupid because you're being very disingenuous by doing so. Because Max doesn't just start hating Peter because he forgot his name. He was shot by a fucking cop right after Peter was like, nobody shoots at Max. I told you
that will not happen.
Yeah, he's like, this is my buddy Max. I told you about Max. Nobody shoots at Max. And he's like, okay. And then he's like, oh, I was just shot. Oh my god.
It's like, let's present this motivation in a broader form. We've established Max as a mentally unstable individual who doesn't have many friends and thus has parasocial relationships. This includes Spider-Man because Spider-Man saved his life and he idolizes Spider-Man for being a hero. He wants to get the attention Spider-Man does and also be liked from people. He's constantly seeking validation, such as going on about the party to Gwen to seem popular. So then when he's in this situation being lied to by the one person he feels comfortable around and that accepts him, he leads to a mental breakdown. Like, that makes sense, especially with his powers and the fact that all over the screens is now Spider-Man being celebrated and Max being hated for all his life.
Yes.
That's a great motivation.
Yeah, I don't.
Oh, by the way,
Mm.
so do you remember the criticism that EFAT brought up of like why the fight started getting broadcasted on the TV?
No,
on
I'm not
like
sure.
all the billboards?
Oh yeah, they said that all the billboards broadcasting it would be weird.
Right. So I think I might have come up for an argument for why that would have happened.
Mm.
So later in the film, when Harry puts the the picture of Spider-Man down. It says like that was one of the first clear pictures of Spider-Man. At least from that copy on the newspaper. And this is like Spider-Man is big news already. So having something as big as Times Square, like I feel like it would make sense for the news people to want to broadcast that. I don't know.
I guess as hardly as they
Just
did.
popped in my-
Well, yeah, I still think
Yeah.
that being on every one is a bit silly, but it's like, it's fine. It's a nitpick at
Right.
best, because if it was even on one, the outcome would be the same. So,
Right. Yeah.
No, I'm trying to help you. Let me help you.
It's like they replaced the script with the Wikipedia plot summary. Max becomes angry and confused, making them no longer friends anymore. Oh man, this is intense fucking time slowing down and stop it, man, because
Yeah.
of Spidey sense.
It's one of the
except
coolest
everybody
shots in the
looks like they're
film.
in a fucking computer.
Even though it was shot practically.
yeah, that was practical, you fucking dumbass.
Except everybody looks like they're in a fucking computer.
Yeah, that was all practical. What the fuck do you mean they look like they're in a computer?
I've noticed reviews like to make claims that, oh, this is computer without actually knowing the difference between CGI and practical.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I confused what he means. Whatever.
Oh man, that was a close call. He just barely saved those people from being electrocuted. It's a good thing
Yeah.
electricity is being visually represented by tiny blue lightning bolts, otherwise we might not have been able to interpret that as audience members. Now,
Okay, his electricity looks like that because he expels it, and I don't know.
I can almost guarantee he would have criticized it if there wasn't electricity. there.
Yeah, it would be like, well, it wasn't clear enough what was happening because there was no visual indication of the electricity.
Why is it so bad if they touch the railing? Like,
Yeah, it's just
Al-
railing.
Also, this does make sense because Electro's electricity isn't the same as a standard electrical current being applied to metal.
Yeah, it's not like
it's
he
like
fucking got plugged a cable into an outlet and then fucking connected it to the railing. It's genuinely not
Yeah.
that.
It's like it, to put it in a simple term, it encases something with an electrical field, and then you see the electrical strikes hitting the conductor, much like with a plasma ball.
Yeah, which is why time slows down because of like how fast it would be as well. So
now out of all the villains they possibly could have chosen, why the fuck did they make this movie about Electro?
they didn't. He's not even the main villain, but it's because of how he
Fits with the
thematically
Oscorp narrative.
fits. Yeah, he fits thematically really well with how I think Griffin said that in this video and actually thought that was like really well worded about how Electro is kind of like a mirror to Peter. If he was like I guess a bit more narcissistic, that's how Peter would be, and I think that's really interesting to think about. But also, like you said, thought that it fits perfectly with the Oscorp plot, which is part of the point about like Oscorp fucking over Peter's dad, Peter, Harry, Max, like everyone. So
yeah.
Well, if the villain's made out of electricity, then that gives an excuse for the soundtrack during his scenes to be pretend dubstep. That's what kids are into these days, right?
oh yes, definitely.
I think
they
it's
want to put
weird.
dubstep.
It's like Hans Zimmer and the team used. I don't know. I just think it's more creative to use the villain's power set as a musical motif, as opposed to just, MCU villain music is what I'd say.
Right.
Where it's just ominous tones that don't really have anything to do with the character, as opposed to here where electricity is like, not just dubstep being popular at the time, but like it fits within the universe that the
No, but
story
it's
is
not
trying
only
to build.
like it's not only like fucking dubstep or EDM or whatever, because it also has like that guitar riff and everything. It's like you get the feel of like electricity flowing through the soundtrack itself, I guess. It sounds
The
pretentious
Electro
shit,
theme
but
is
yeah.
almost universally loved.
It's not even dubstep, and that's what hurts the most.
No, it's not. Real dubstep is so much worse.
Yeah.
It's like it's a electro rock or just electro on its own. Maybe some electro pop somewhere.
Oh yeah, it's like they have the bass, like the boom boom and actually like that to like I guess exemplify like his huge surge of powers, but it also has like a lot of different instruments being used to like make a very unique sound. I don't know, I think just calling it dubstep is really reductive.
Like the best piece, well, the best composition point when Peter swing through the sea, and you have Electro's theme, but with Johnny Marr's riff playing within.
Yeah, it's fucking amazing. The Speed Force would have protected the civilians from the lightning. Spidey was wasting his time.
Almost halfway through the stupid video.
Yeah, our superhero movie can be cool and hip with the youth. Honestly,
Oh yeah, definitely. That was what it was trying to do.
That was the intention.
What was it? It's the fucking thing that I saw on Twitter where Possum Reviews was fucking talking about when he was watching Matrix Resurrections. He was live tweeting it, and he fucking mentioned like, "Oh yeah, we don't use phones anymore to get out of the Matrix. Now we use mirrors because we want to get hip with the kids." It's like, what? Why do kids like fucking mirrors better than fucking phones like landline?
It's really stupid.
Yeah, it's like you just want to make an argument for this thing being bad without actually looking into what you're saying. You're just saying random shit at this point.
Honestly, this is one of the cringiest soundtracks to a movie I've heard in my entire life. No,
You're the
What?
You're the cringiest. You're the
He
cringiest
hasn't heard the
reviewer.
Wonder Woman 84 soundtrack yet.
The unreleased tracks for Wonder Woman 84 are way better than the actual soundtrack.
Very true.
There are only 2 tracks in this OST that I can see people not really liking, and that's Electro's theme when he's having a mental breakdown, despite that having a clear function, and
The Alicia Keys and Kendrick Lamar song that plays during the credits.
That was
yeah,
shit.
that and Gone, but that also has a clear function in the
Oh,
story.
yeah, it's like I said, I really don't like that song, but I think it fits really well thematically with the lyrics and everything. It's like also the kind of music that Peter would listen to considering his age and everything, so it's fine.
Like the Tazo 2 theme for Spider-Man's the best theme.
Yes.
It is.
No disrespect to Horner, but it is the best.
let's not
Horner
get into-
hated The Amazing Spider-Man. That's why he didn't want to come back for the second one.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought it was because he passed away.
I'm pretty sure he died in 2016.
Let me
No,
check.
I thought he died in 2013.
James
Let me
Horner, he died in
in
2015.
2015.
So
Yeah, so
does
he would have
Ryan.
been around.
You got it.
But yeah, he said that The Amazing Spider-Man was like a disgrace, and he was ashamed that his music was in it.
Wow.
Oh.
That is cringe, but sure.
Oh, you died in a turboprop aircraft.
Ironic.
cringiest soundtracks to a movie I've heard in my entire life. Now, let's not get anybody familiar with the genre. Let's just throw in Pharrell Williams.
Hi, I'm
You say that. It's literally Hans Zimmer with him. Are you retarded? It's like, oh yeah, you're showing Hans Zimmer right next to fucking Pharrell. I don't understand what your point is.
And it was Hans Zimmer who chose the team.
Yeah.
Plus, the score fucking uses Johnny Marr. like,
Yeah.
Not many people who are like down for kids know who Johnny Marr is. I'm pretty sure not many of them listen to the Smiths.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Whether you like it or not, Pharrell Williams at this point was very popular and prominent in the genres that are associated with the Electro suite.
Yeah, fucking Hans Zimmer's choices for the Magnificent Six were really good. Like, I'm sorry, but he just nailed it.
Pharrell Williams, and I was given the luckiest job in the world, which was to work with this guy, Hans Zimmer, composer extraordinaire. Dude, if you could only imagine what Hans and I got to do musically, I'm telling you, riveting, that's an understatement. And it's not because I had anything to do with it, but it's just because we had such motivation from what's in the actual film. This film is going to grab you by the edge of your seat. It's going to be very tough to get up, so use the bathroom.
Isn't it funny when you focus on people who aren't talking in an interview and they look kind of awkward? I think that's hilarious.
So Hans Zimmer's pretty awkward in public anyway. He doesn't like it.
That's a fucking that's a huge part of why YMS makes fun of him in his fucking Lion King 2019 video that he's been working on. Like, I watch his editing highlights and he continuously gets clips from fucking Hans Zimmer interviews and he's always super awkward. It's like, yeah, he's gonna be awkward when someone's talking, especially like being like, man, working with Hans Zimmer is the best thing in my life. Like, when someone's openly, I guess, complimenting you.
Extraordinaire.
Yeah, like when someone's complimenting you right next to you, it's gonna feel awkward. It's just how it goes.
Before you sit down, Spider-Man 2, hold on to your seat.
This band I put together with Donny Man, Pharrell. You know, I didn't pick them because they're famous. I picked them because they're really good.
Based.
And because they're really famous.
Isn't that funny?
I picked them because they're
Oh,
really famous.
look at that.
Also, I like how he includes Johnny Marr in this statement when not many people know who Johnny Marr
Yeah,
is.
Tin just made that point. But yeah, I don't think people know who Johnny Marr is, like in terms of like general audiences.
And because they're really good. Part of the reason I picked all these people is because they're really famous. This
Isn't that
band
hilarious?
Disingenuous editing is my
No,
favorite.
it's not disingenuous. He's just trying to make fun of it. It's been like, see, he's saying something, but he means another thing, and I'm gonna make it sound like that. It's like, okay, you're just wrong. But all right.
Donny Man, Pharrell. I didn't pick them because they're really good. I picked them because they're
I agree. The hat is pretty cringe. Thank you, YMS.
famous.
Somehow one of them thought it would be a really fucking good idea to throw in some obnoxiously distracting rhythmical whispering.
You're
Oh,
retarded.
no, not this. Not this
Why is it
bit,
distracting when it's the entire point to show Electro going down the rabbit hole of his own mind and anxieties? It's like, I don't.
It's like it's an audio definition of like spiraling mentally, like which we've all done. Like you can feel yourself just mentally spiraling in anxiety or something. Like
Well, it's
I-
not even the first time that we hear it. The first time we hear it is like the very first time we ever see Electro walking down the street.
Yeah, when he's walking
Doesn't come out of
inside
nowhere.
Oscorp, yeah. We can hear the
Yeah,
whispering.
like-
It just gets higher, which is the point, because his anxiety is getting more overwhelming after being betrayed. Sorry?
It's also like if you don't like it, I think that's fine. But in terms of a creative choice for the composition, having the lyrics whispered start to speed up adds that high tempo element and that unsettling factor that a break is about to happen, so your tension builds.
That's like criticizing the way fucking Baby. Who the fuck is okay? Criticizing the way that Baby Driver uses music to like show the mental state of Baby as a character. It's like no, it's like obviously it's really overt, but that's just kind of the point. Or like I guess criticizing La La Land for the characters singing it. I guess because in La La Land is a musical, and I guess that's how YMS would defend it. But it's like, well, genre is descriptive, so you're just excusing something for because you know. It just happens to fit within the rest of the tone, but it's not like it's tonally conflicting and it doesn't chew anyway, so I don't understand. Okay, I love everyone who puts he hates a me. It's great.
Like this shit is all happening during the movie.
Stay with me, man.
I'm just gonna pause for copyright.
You set me up.
No, I didn't set you up.
You lied to me.
Okay, begin. I don't know why he got away with using such long clips, honestly. He is.
Spider-Man, Spider-Man, Spider Paranoia, Spider-Man. So they
That's okay, man.
have a really tame fight scene, and it ends with Spider-Man
Tame? Okay.
Tame?
Okay.
Do you remember? Do you remember the fucking huge explosion that Electro caused, where a bunch of billboards started falling, a bunch of people got hurt?
like the fucking bass drop. That shit is still awesome, even like 7 years later.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's funny because like it's obviously tame compared to the final fight, but they're not going to bring out the big guns.
Yeah, because the point is that
for the
Max
first
is
fight.
still like learning his powers by this point.
Developing,
Yeah.
yeah.
And then by the end, he's very much more familiar with his power sets and how he can use electricity to his advantage.
Right.
down with a fucking fire hose. Okay, so the defining feature of this villain is that he can harness the power of electricity, and you just beat him with water.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Yes, that does track
Pokemon
logically. Yes.
logic.
I don't.
It's time for a scientific explanation for this. So, Electro is a pure electricity, and that's key because water is a conductor when electricity is touching it. Electro, whilst a battery, he's also technically a capacitor, which means that because the minerals in the water is reacting to him, so his skin, he in the end gets electrocuted and the electricity wanes in the process. the electrical charge decreases, and he also feels the electrocute effects.
Also,
The
it's
minerals.
not like it just came out of nowhere, right? Right when he stepped in the puddle, which is what caused him to get shot. We saw that water does cause a negative reaction with this power. So
Yes.
YMS
it
and
was,
EFAP don't know how electricity works. No, they don't.
If it was pure water that was eradicated of its minerals, there'd be a different reaction to it. He would probably conduct it, and it would maybe electrocute him, but not ruin his powers.
The way he beats him, he just literally knocks him over. Like, the guy's still conscious and breathing and saying shit under his breath like, I hate Spider-Man, gah.
Yeah, but he's knocked out. He can't use his powers anymore. He's not a threat anymore by that point. He's also like spasming. He can't really control his movements. So if you just want to leave that out to make Spider-Man look stupid, that's fine.
But Spider-Man just fucks off over to Gwen Stacy and has a conversation with her. Like, job well done. Looks like
Not really a conversation, but sure.
the cops can just apprehend him from here. It's not like he's a supervillain made out of fucking electricity that we've been given no reason to assume is not able to still use his powers. No.
Except for the fact that
Spider-Man
we
is
clearly
a
see he can't use.
smart person and knows that will have taken him out for a second. But
Yeah, all they need to do is apprehend him in a place that can keep him secure. So he'd be like,
what else is Spider-Man gonna do?
yeah. Like they take him to Ravencroft, and then okay, we have the power to contain this. It's okay, that's good.
Yeah, all you got to do is keep applying water to him in the same way you would to any capacitor to stop it functioning.
Yeah, that's what they do at Ravencroft. They keep him underwater. So
Ah, fuck it, that's not important. Let's cut to the next scene. Come on, guys, we gotta finish this up. So at some point, this stupid fucking drama starts with Harry Osborn and his father. His father's on his deathbed, and he's like, hey, you know what? There's this genetic disease that runs in our family that started affecting me at the exact age you are. How convenient.
why is it convenient, my guy? Please tell me what the convenient part is. For the love of God, I never understand when people are like this. I was like, oh, it's exactly as people say this as if like the fucking
He
exact
said it
day.
started when I was around your age, and he already has the handshakes. He's had the twitch for a while.
Well, that's what I mean. It's like people assume that when he says it started around your age, it's like, oh man, if he was like a year younger, this thing wouldn't happen. It's like around your age. When like if I'm 18 and my dad says something, oh yeah, that happened when I was around your age, I'm gonna be like, yeah, around like 16 to like 20, I guess. Like there's a range you put that. It's not like exactly like this day, this year that it happened. It just seems so disingenuous.
And so despite this guy being in his 60s and Harry being in his 20s, Harry starts to deteriorate over the next fucking week. Like,
Yes, he was. Yeah. What is the issue? The deterioration starts at this point. Like it's like saying Huntington's is fucking contrived because you start deteriorating when you're in your 20s and you die when you're like 40 in your 40s. It's like no, this shit happens.
It's going to affect them differently, but I think it would have at least been 15 years earlier in the video with Peter and Norman
Richard.
when they're talking about. Sorry, yeah, Peter and Richard. No, Norman
Richard.
and Richard. There we go. When they're in the video talking about the spiders, Norman, like he can't walk.
Yeah,
like,
he has a
the
cane and there's a moment where I guess he tries to take a step and he's like stumbles. So yeah.
And Harry's movement isn't very inhibited outside of the shakes here. It's just like physically he starts developing the like contaminated skin, which eventually will take over his whole body.
Yeah, and also it's like even if you assume that it's faster, first off, the end of the film also establishes that the like visual aspects they come and go, yeah. But also Norman would have been hiding this shit from the public eye, so you never see like from the videos he has of him being younger, him having the fucking lizard skin, not lizard, goblin skin. Like they wouldn't have let it show.
You think if Bill Gates gets a big ass pimple on his forehead that he's not gonna have the makeup team cover it up before an interview?
Exactly.
Like, come on, man.
It's like everything we see is like shit that either they release publicly or they were planning to release publicly with Norman, and so I don't understand why you'd think, oh yeah, the visuals are only happening to Harry and they never happen to Norman. That's stupid. Devil's advocate, but maybe his point is that he's deteriorating way too quickly. The spider's starting around that age. Not sure what else it could be. Yeah, that's what we're talking about, which is just wrong. Like comparatively, especially because we can't compare how fast it happened with Norman. We just know that it reaches this end point and then he dies. So, well, he doesn't even die, but yeah.
Was the disease part placebo effect or something? It's almost like he wouldn't be dying from it if you didn't.
Actually, ooh,
Oh, actually, yeah, that is a good
Diseases-
thing, right?
di-
The nocebo effect.
diseases. Yeah, so the placebo effect, if you're especially prone to genetic disorders, actually does have an impact on a lot of them, and it can have an impact on this one. If you perceive yourself to be iller than you are, your mind and immune system will react in such a way.
The same, like, for the opposite, where if you perceive yourself to be healthier than you are, you're gonna act healthier.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I keep citing Huntington's because I remember it because of House, and there's a character in House that has Huntington's, and it's like they show this perfectly with the placebo and everything, and it's just, yeah, this just how it goes. And this disease is pretty much like Huntington's, except you become a goblin by the end of your life.
Say anything. So Harry decides he needs Spider-Man's blood so that he can be self-regenerating. So they add in another stupid fucking subplot of Peter Parker just hanging out with Harry Osborn. Here,
But it's not.
Some subplot.
How
There's
is-
one scene.
That's the
Scene.
Isn't this the okay? Oh yeah, hanging out with Harry isn't a subplot, it's a scene. But like, isn't Harry and Peter's relationship like the plot of the film?
Yes,
It's pretty vital.
indeed.
Oh, one sec, because Dominic just super chatted. So give me 1 sec so I can load Streamlabs. All right. Dominic said, "All right, I gotta go to work. Good luck with the video. Hope you guys have a good one." Thank you, Dominic, and you have a good day at work. Yeah,
Right. Goodbye, Dominic.
we will miss you.
Goodbye.
in this movie, even the characters' relationships are obligatory. Like, there's
What do you mean?
What? What does that mean?
What the fuck? I don't. What? What do you mean the character relationships are obligatory?
I don't understand.
Like, obligatory in what sense? Like, Sony demanded that they include Harry and Peter having a
These
relationship?
people are friends, and thus their obligatory relationship ensues.
Yeah.
Horrible
It's
writing.
like, so let's look at it logically. If Harry comes back to New York after not having seen Peter for 8 years, and his dad dies, what would Peter, being a good person who is looking for some sort of connection right after he lost Gwen, do? Oh, he'd go after Harry to talk to him. What's the issue?
no real fucking reason why Peter Parker even tries to hang out with him. It's just,
I just outlined that. That's funny. That's really funny.
It's blatant.
I mean, I just explained it right before he asked. It's just fucking hell, YMS. You have to be so stupid. There's no reason why he would go after his best friend right after he loses his dad. You know, especially not a reason that he cites in the film itself by being like, "Oh, you were so there for me when my parents died." It's definitely not in the film.
just like, oh, these guys gotta hang out with each other because otherwise the plot device wouldn't work. So eventually Harry tells him, I need the
I'm sorry, that's the case for any plot device. You need your foundations.
Yeah, you need to set it up.
Spider-Man blood. And Peter's like, I don't know if that's a really good idea because we don't really know what the blood will do to you. But why the
Yeah.
fuck is he telling Peter this anyway? Like,
He explains it, you moron. He's dying. He's gonna go to the one friend he has, and that one
Peter
friend
is
happens to have a
genuinely
connection
his
to Peter.
only
to Spider-Man.
confidant.
Yeah.
His only one.
Yeah, other than Felicia, which even then, Felicia couldn't do anything to him, to help Harry. He needs to go to Peter because
Once
Peter
again-
is in the fucking, he takes pictures for the newspaper.
Once again, he will criticize this if this doesn't happen, because if it didn't happen, he'd be like, "What, is Peter a bad friend? Does he just not care about what's going to happen to Harry? Or does Harry not think that Peter's a good enough friend to share this information with? Like, what a poorly developed relationship."
Yeah.
like, Harry doesn't even know that Peter Parker is Spider-Man.
He knows that he takes pictures for Spider-Man. It's the same fucking subplot that happens in, what is it, Spider-Man 1, where Goblin goes after, the Daily Bugle.
Yeah.
And it's not even like the film doesn't address that this is a potential reach. Like, Peter tries using that, and then Harry's like, but I put together what you said at the river about how it gives people hope.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Peter is an advocate for Spider-Man's existence, so
Yeah.
it's like it's all going to lead back to Peter anyways. It doesn't matter that he is Spider-Man ultimately.
Yeah,
Literally
he's
the-
Sorry.
kind of pushed into this decision.
Yeah.
is Spider-Man. Literally the only reason he expects Peter Parker to be able to do anything about it is because he saw a picture that he took of Spider-Man in the newspaper.
You're showing this as if that is the picture, not the fucking clearest picture
not.
ever.
Yeah, the picture says photographed by Peter Parker.
Yeah, no, it's like it's not a
emphasize
fucking blur like this is. Like the one they actually show in the film is like fucking 4K. Spider-Man caught in 4K by Peter. It's like, wonder if Peter could potentially have something special, being the first person to be able to actually photograph Spider-Man that well. Which is both in the Raimi films and in this TASM films, how Peter gets his job at the Daily Bugle is by being the person to be able to get these these like high def photos that everyone else can't.
With the picture being from like a mile away.
Oh, that is not the
It was a full body shot.
Okay, you know,
Like,
I'm
you
gonna
can see the
get the
entire
exact frame. So hold on a sec. Let me put the cover on, and I'm gonna open the film and get the frame. Recordings here.
While you're doing that, I'm gonna go grab a drink.
All right. So films. Where is TASM 2? Here it is. Alrighty. This isn't the version I wanted, but whatever. Oh shit! I opened the exact scene. Cool. All right.
I also like how he expects a completely irrational decision from someone who's currently irrational.
Oh yeah, he's losing his mind. He's being like, man, I'm gonna die soon, and I'm gonna lose my motor functions. Which Harry, I think he takes losing his motor functions worse than dying, honestly. Hold on, it is this moment here, photographed by Peter Parker. Fuck, it's before this. Come on. Fucking stop talking, Harry. I need to fucking find the scene, you moron. Motherfucker talking too much. Oh, here it is. Okay, I'm retarded. I was looking at the wrong place. So, yeah.
Well done.
Thank you very much. I am smart.
Very smart.
Right? Accurate.
Did you find the image?
I haven't found the exact frame because I guess I'm retarded, so hold on a sec. Oh, here.
We've done an entire loop.
I found it. Okay, so let us take out the cover, and here is the frame. So, here. Now, would you say that is... if you guys can open stream, I guess you take a look at it. But I want to say this is like a mile away. It also says, first clear photograph of Spider-Man. Wonder why Harry would go... Yeah, I wonder why people would think that Peter has something special with his relationship with Spider-Man to be able to get this, right? So disingenuous of my MS, like genuinely fucking hell. Alright, now let us get back to... Fuck, I didn't want to do that. Alright. Now, let us get back to this amazing video.
Like, A, how did you get that shot? And B, how the fuck would that make Harry think that you have some sort of relationship with him? Like, obviously it would make sense if we were still in the Sam Raimi trilogy, but that didn't really get developed here. Like,
what? Why would it make sense? It's literally the same thing. There's not a single difference between these two. What? Why would it make sense there and not
Peter
here?
even addresses that. He's like, it was just a picture. It was a long lens that I took from a long way away. He's like...
Which Harry doesn't concede on because he it's Harry's last hope, only hope, I guess. So he's not gonna like just give up that easily.
the only mention of his photography at all is near the beginning of the film where he sends an email to Jameson. And
oh, so it was established. That's good. That is good.
Hold on a second. But his photography talent was established in the first film.
And he actually
yeah.
went to photograph Lizard in the sewers because he wanted to get a job with the Bugle. So, you know.
Spider-Man brings his goddamn camera to the beach as
He
well.
acknowledged that. He acknowledged the whole camera thing, so what?
My MS is not the brightest.
Jameson is never shown. I guess they know better than to try and top J.K. Simmons. But even if they weren't gonna try and replace his character, if you're gonna throw in his photography to affect the plot like that, then you think you should have just developed it a little, you know, like a photograph. The only...
What do you mean?
There was a photograph.
Yeah, they showed the paper with the photograph. And we see him sending photographs to Jameson. which shows that
play the
he's done it
fucking video.
before. I don't.
Scenes we get of Peter Parker outside of being Spider-Man are these repetitive, contrived, bullshitty conversations with any one of these 3 side characters throughout the film. We get some
Sure.
annoying-ass relationship
Okay.
bullshit with Gwen Stacy. We get some forced, hey, let's pretend like we're friends so this plot device works with Harry Osborn.
What do you mean pretend like they're friends?
Oh,
They're friends
man.
reconnecting.
They're doing,
Do you
they're doing the EFAP criticism. Oh boy.
I fucking know.
And the third is with Aunt May so that you can feel sad for Peter Parker's lack of parents. What
No. What? That's not the point.
But
The
that's
point is that he's
literally-
losing his connection to everyone he loves, and like then he tries to grasp onto any of them. Like firstly with Harry, and then tries to think about his get more information on his parents, and then he goes after Gwen at the end too, when he finally realizes like what, we do belong together.
Right.
Like Aunt May has a small breakdown in this film how she can't manage everything from her multiple jobs to provide income because of Uncle Ben's death.
Yeah, that's not just relating to Peter. Aunt May is actually a character too.
What I noticed about the scenes with Aunt May is that the dialogue is written in such a way that it could be a very good excuse for an actor to show an emotionally powerful performance. But
Yeah, which she does. She's great.
She does.
Yeah.
What does that
Why would
say?
you choose this image?
I don't know.
unfortunately, nobody on set gave a shit and everybody
Oh, that's why. Because nobody gave a shit, and it's showing Paul Giamatti. So
wanted to go home. Like, the dialogue is there, and you could make a good scene out of it if you really fucking tried. I mean, for Christ's sake, she's talking about being unable to cope with Uncle Ben's death.
And her acting is amazing. Yes.
I'm sorry, she cries actual tears here. Okay.
She starts fucking trembling. It's fucking.
Yeah.
I don't.
Oh,
How is it bad acting? You need to cite to me what is bad about it, except for just being like, it could have been good, because it is good. So I don't know.
She should be choking through shaky words, not.
She does. That's exactly what she does. When she says, "I don't know how to do this without Ben," you just think that her words aren't shaky. Like, what the fuck? I just. This is so retarded.
Zoned out and bored. Now, guys.
Wait, man, you don't know how to judge acting. I'm sorry, you just don't.
I'm so. What's his baseline for like a good performance? Because it's either unattainably high, or he didn't pay attention to this film.
I mean, I've watched his content for a while. Sometimes he's reasonable with his comments. Like Birdman, he thinks is like a masterpiece, and he thinks like fucking Michael Keaton in that film. His performance was amazing, and it's just like, well, if you think that, then I don't know how you can't say that the characters in this film are bad. The actors in this film are bad. I just find it really weird.
Yeah.
Guys, don't worry about it. Let's just do the bare minimum. Just talk like you're reading your grocery list and tear up your eyes a little. That'll be fine.
You're fucking retarded.
He's just rehashing the same stupid comments. Like, he's not adding any value.
Yeah,
There's
he's
no
just
point dwelling
repeating
on
to
it.
being like, yes, it is bad.
So somewhere in her drony conversation, she talks about how his dad used to ride some train. So later in the
Yes.
film, when Peter Parker's pissed off about Gwen Stacy and throws his calculator for no fucking reason.
You just said he's pissed off. You just said he's pissed off. So,
and he's not even pissed off about Gwen Stacy. He's pissed off about how he's losing everything and he can't find a solution.
Yeah, and all, the new information he learned about his parents are all that they were terrible people. Like, as far as he
I can
knows.
just imagine YMS like seeing a couple fight and then one of them punches the wall and he's like, they did that for no reason.
It's
Why
funny you
did he
say that
punch the
because he
wall?"
thinks that Marriage Story has the best screenplay of 2019. So.
Yeah, I'm wrong, but so is he.
Yeah, it's just so like he just found out about his parents. He found out that I think it was after he had the scene with Harry when he was in the Spider-Man suit, right? Where he was like, I can't give you my blood until we do more tests. So after that, so he's already losing Harry. He's already lost Gwen, and now he. Oh yeah, it was after the Oxford scene too. So lost Gwen, Harry, and now the last sliver of hope he had, which was his parents, he just found out that as far as Aunt May knows, they weren't good people. And he also hurt Aunt May by the way he asked shit.
They left him for money.
Yeah, which is what he knows. So, seeing as he would be mad at his parents for that reason, don't you think it's reasonable to, if he sees something that belongs to his parents and he's used this by this point to try to figure out what actually happened, he would just like start throwing it around, which he does as he starts taking down everything that he put up on his wall, trying to connect the dots. It's like the calculator is not the only thing he throws. I don't understand.
A bunch of secretly hidden train tokens fall out of it, and he's like, oh, I gotta go check it out because it'll reveal something about my dad. And oh my god, when Peter Parker's putting all this shit together, the music is the worst fucking choice ever.
That was way before. Way before. This is a different scene.
Fucking sequence.
He completely misreferenced the scene. That's amazing.
That's from when he's putting the thing up. This is from when he's tearing it down.
Yeah. Okay.
You fucked that up.
I don't understand, because he knows when the scene is, because he just said it was after that, so I don't know. But I agree, it's a bad song, I don't like it. Also, I'm gonna fucking copyright, so I'll just put down the audio.
Should the song accurately reflect the tone of what's being shown when we can just use—
It does, but you're citing the wrong scene, you moron. So that's why you think it doesn't. You genuine wow. Why should YMS reflect the actual scene that is being shown instead of fucking misremembering it? Fuck off, man.
Use it as ad space for a song we want to sell. So
No.
What?
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 The song came out in 2013. It was like a good few months old by this point.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you just sell it?
If they actually wanted to sell it, would they just get like get a Pharrell song, considering like he's part of the soundtrack? I don't know. It seems weird to me.
somehow Electro is now apprehended in a high-level security facility.
Somehow. So
Did he really say somehow?
He did. Somehow.
No, he did not.
All right.
Odds call.
Let's hear it again.
Somehow, after being apprehended, the criminal is now contained. How
The only place that can contain him. That is quite peculiar.
As ad space for a song we want to sell. So somehow Electro is now apprehended in a high-level security facility where he's being contained in water. Some
yeah.
Randy scientist.
Why is it bad?
An established weakness.
Yeah. They exploit this established weakness to be able to.
Why would they be consistent? How stupid of them.
Yeah.
It's like wondering why you contain Superman in a kryptonite cell.
Yeah, pretty much.
You know why?
For no reason.
No reason.
This dude pulls him out of the water with the machine he's connected to, and Electro's like, why do you think you can contain me here? This entire facility is run on electricity. And the guy's like, so it is. So Electro tries to zap him and just manages to break a frame.
He doesn't try to zap him, he's overloading the charges.
Yeah, and they...
Yeah, they're seeing how much his body can contain before. Like, he literally just showed the shot of the battery meter on his head.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're trying to see how much they can overcharge Electro, to see how much he can sustain. And it's also a way of torturing him, I guess, to, you know, just see how... because he's a scientific breakthrough, like, whether you like it or not. So it is interesting to explore how his vitals would work under this, I guess, pressure. And it also establishes how he's a battery, which is how Peter beats him by the end. So it all worked really well.
He's a capacitor. But, yeah. He's... As soon as he hits that capacity, there's lockdown procedures, which is why when he escapes, it's fine, because those lockdown procedures aren't put in place because of Harry.
Mm-hmm.
Frame on his glasses, but they're not going to explain why he can't control all of the electrical equipment here.
Because
they're containing him, you fucking stupid person.
Because there's high energy capacitors that are being held on him, and he's too weak at this point because of the water.
Yeah, like
See,
when they thought he was.
To the details in the film. Do you remember the computer screens that they show even have details about this?
Oh yeah, I remember you pointed it out that I actually
electrical
have
screens.
like a fucking anesthesia or whatever the fuck you call it.
Yeah, he's like
Anesthetic,
being sedated.
Yeah, sedative. Yeah, I remember you pointed out that you actually looked up and it's like accurate to what kind of drugs would be used to actually.
Yeah. The detail in the film is insane.
Yeah, but also like when they see
Really
that he's overcharging, first they put those drugs in him, and then they lower him into the water again because they're afraid he's gonna cause destruction, and they just leave him there until Harry comes in.
Like, I think people that watch this film, not to belittle anyone or anything, I think you need to go in with some understanding of the principles of electricity, because otherwise you end up getting confused on why they're doing what they do, because they're actually really accurate to electricity. So in this case, the point of a capacitor is to store an electrical charge, which is basically what Electro is. So that's why he can't just bypass the capacitor. And then once he does reach the extreme point for it where he could short circuit it, they obviously do the lockdown procedure,
Mm-hmm.
which you do with real electricity. You have capacitors and such to reduce electrical charges or to store electrical charges.
Yeah.
At all? Yeah, we could explain it, but I want to go home.
They do. Just pay attention to the dialogue, you pathetic person.
So meanwhile, Spider-Man pays Harry a visit and is like, yo, I know it really doesn't make any sense why you would assume that Peter Parker knows me, but let's just say he does.
Yeah. Okay, he wants to help his best friend. Obviously, he's gonna go there. I don't. Like, it doesn't matter
It'd be
whether.
a character assassination if not.
Yeah. Which people still say is a character assassination, even though it's like, we can still do this. We just need to do more tests because I want to make sure it is safe. But whatever. People are stupid.
I just came here to your house to tell you that, yeah, it's probably not a good idea that I give you my blood.
He literally says he will after they do tests. Stop lying about the film, YMS.
He
Alright,
literally, he literally explicitly says, "Look, we just need a bit more time to figure out something else."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Peter's not explicitly saying no. He's just saying not yet.
Not yet, exactly.
And this is based on his experiences with Lizard.
Yep.
Right. Yes, because of the formulas
Mm-hmm.
and how bad they screw things up.
Exactly.
And Connors like dove right into human trials like after he found out they weren't going to do them. So like he knows the side effects of diving right into something without testing it.
Exactly. And Peter being a scientist, which he is, I guess, he would obviously want to test shit before. Unlike Doc Ock does in Spider-Man show.
And I want to add,
Sorry.
I want to add, anyone that claims that Peter is being friends with Harry for money, or that motion can be believed. In that literal scene, he literally says he doesn't want the money.
Oh yeah, it's like, how much money do you
Everybody
want?
wants my money.
I love that line. But yeah, it's like, how much do you want? A boat, a yacht? I don't want your money.
Plane.
Yeah.
Which I think is, I like to think as well, that moment, along with the Gwen being there, is what allowed him to figure it out, because Peter seems to be the only person that was friends with Harry, not for money purposes.
Mm. Yeah, which Harry even says, everyone wants my money. So he clearly just doesn't have anyone that he actually trusts beyond just paying them.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, also, people like to talk about how he doesn't disguise his voice here when he actually kind of does. Like, he doesn't disguise it fully, like just changing his voice to make it sound deeper or like more higher pitch, because obviously that would draw attention to his voice, which would not be ideal considering that's not what he wants Harry to do. But the mannerisms and how he speaks are definitely different than how he usually speaks as Peter, if you pay attention. But
I give you my blood. I'm sorry. Goodbye. Like, if that's what you were gonna do, you think you should have just not even showed up anyway? Nope, we got
good thing that's not what he did, so.
to create another villain, guys. This guy's gotta hate Spider-Man. So later, Harry's got this fucking iPod shuffle-sized computer thing that his dad gave him on his deathbed. He just, like, had it in his hand the whole time.
Yeah, because he was meeting his son at his deathbed, and he wanted to give his son the entire sum of his life's work. Like, that is, yes, he would have it of himself.
Give his son the remnant of their work. What terrible writing.
Yeah, it should have been with fucking Felicia instead of having him hand it down specifically to his son. Fucking stupid.
He says his life's work was everything he did to stay alive.
Mm-hmm.
But why would he give that to his son who has the
Who's
exact
dying?
Yeah. Who, I guess, is
It's
the
like
only person to be motivated enough to continue his research.
He's like, I know you won't forgive me, so, maybe this is better than nothing. And then hands him the research.
Yeah.
time. So he controls it by using touchscreen gestures on the glass table, looking through files and videos and resizing them with his fingers. And there's a point where you can see that the area where he continued to resize the video to is not being accurately reflected by the hologram at all.
He's just wrong because the directing here is actually really good.
And he's not going to show the clip because, of course, he's not.
Well, yeah, the film wasn't out in Blu-ray yet. What do you expect for him to actually get references and wait for the film to come out, or to pump out a video to get views?
Like
Griffin moment.
Gave a shit. And fuck is this guy's performance ever terrible? He didn't.
Bruh, Dane Hunt is amazing. Fuck you. Dane Hunt is
Compare it to
awesome.
Chronicle. Yeah.
He's better
Careful
than
wellness, go
Chronicle.
watch
I
it.
don't care.
True.
do that bad of a job in Chronicle, and I thought he fit his character very well in that. But somehow he was particularly terrible in this terrible movie. Maybe he just wanted to go home. So somehow someone at Oscorp frames him for covering up Max's workplace accident. So
somehow
like
frames him.
Yes.
Somehow. Yes. Putting him, like, using his name is somehow framing him.
Yeah, it's like,
No, it's
they
just
show
framing
how
him.
they showed it as if he had been the one to sign off on the on everything regarding Max, which is like two birds with one stone, because they wanted Max to disappear, and they did so by having fucking framing Harry for doing so, so none of the blame can fall on Oscorp, especially when they
You covered it up and then you buried him in the bug house using my name.
Exactly.
Yeah.
out of the company somehow, because that's how it works.
Yes,
God
that is how it works.
damn.
He's the CEO of the
Oh,
company,
wow.
and he just sanctioned fucking hiding an accident that happened in his company, where someone became a powered individual when it killed a bunch of people at Times Square.
I'm going to introduce YMS to something called corruption.
I don't like, how many times have you seen
That-
fucking CEOs stepping down because of this shit? Like,
Let's use a current example, and let's get political. Oh no! Right now, in our government,
Oh no.
the leading party is literally corrupt enough, and there are constant rumblings that they're trying to oust out the leader by forcing him to make mistakes or manipulating others into doing their bidding.
Yeah, it's realistic. But, like, not only that, this moment was set up from the moment that Harry and Peter started talking, because Mencken is like, Wall Street's already nervous enough with that child Harry stepping up, like, we need to find a way to get rid of him. And then they cut to the photos of them, like, covering up the Electro incident. So
yeah,
it did not just come out of nowhere.
I guess it's all really convenient that they're kicking him out of the company and revoking his access now, because it was only 10 fucking seconds earlier that his assistant came in and said, oh, we actually have some of that spider venom that you need, so you don't actually need Spider-Man's blood. Even more convenient that he
Okay, so it's not convenient that Felicia was there. He was looking through the special project stuff to find that stuff. And then, actually, I think he has the timing wrong. Those are two completely different moments.
well, Felicia tells him that there's shit in special projects,
In
and then he
special
goes
project, and then he starts looking.
yeah,
Yeah.
and then
Yeah, and then
they come,
it's
and then
him
you see
looking-
it shows up like access revoked. So
Right.
it's for me,
Right. It's
if I
up in the
remember
files.
correctly, what we talked about in the fucking 2002 EFAP debate, was that like they wanted Harry to be able to see this shit and actually like so they would be able to frame him better, like to actually have him acknowledge this shit as opposed to just being able to
The history of him
throw away things.
accessing those files.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yeah.
literally just watched a video feed of Electro going like, oh, I hate Spider-Man, I want to live in a world without Spider-Man. So this fucking skinny, dying 20-year-old goes to the maximum security facility and beats up and tases 2 security officers.
Yeah, he tases 2 security officers because he's agile, and they weren't expecting to get fucking hurt by the CEO of the biggest company in the world. So
Yeah, your guard's gonna be down. I'm sorry.
yeah, that's why there weren't more guards, but they still would never let him in. So that's why I still don't.
And then he
really
puts the
see-
disguise on, so
Yeah.
it's not like he's just waltzing in there.
Yeah, and it's not like he's beating everyone up to get inside. He's just walking in, and he puts even the mask on so he hides his face.
So Harry goes up to Electro and is like, you hate Spider-Man, right? Well, I also hate Spider-Man now. Let's both hate Spider-Man. And
And it's very
That's such an
reductive.
awful, yeah, reductive and oversimplified version of what happens here. Like a more accurate and better way of representing it would be is
Well, thought died, I guess. Yeah, he died. So the more accurate way to represent it would be to be more like, oh yeah, fucking Oscorp tossed me aside, Spider-Man tossed me aside, Peter tossed me aside, everybody that I trusted betrayed me. And you know the same happened to
Then
you.
go kill his enemy.
Oh yeah,
So
thought.
yeah.
You cut out for like a minute there. So
Oh man.
yeah, I was
Okay.
talking. I was trying to.
You two were talking over each other for like,
Yeah.
a good 15 seconds there.
Yeah, I was pretty confused. I thought I had to.
Wait, you guys
I thought
were.
there's an ongoing-
I thought you two were just having a moment there.
No.
I thought you two were
Well,
joking.
For me,
Okay,
thought
no.
died. I was like, oh, I guess I gotta explain it. I guess Discord for me died then. So yeah.
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
like
it's
Paul
pretty
was
good.
talking, you
Chat
were
only heard
talking.
me, so don't worry. Point being,
Okay. All right.
as I was saying, that they were fucking they were Harry going and being like, oh yeah, I was tossed aside and the same as you, and now we gotta get payback, and you know, appealing to Max being like, you know, I need you, the same because it's, you know, something that Electro really wants. It should be needed and should be, you know, viewed as important, as opposed to the nobody he's been his entire life. So everything made sense
That's
there.
everything that I said when I cut out. But sure.
But yeah.
Also, you can help me get access to this place where I can get this venom so that I don't die. So he
Yes.
frees Electro, and then Electro kills everybody
Yes.
in the room except
Yes.
Harry. And at this point, we can see
Yes.
that Electro doesn't really need to take physical form anymore.
That is wrong. He does. He takes his electrical form when he
To transport.
to transport between like conductors and shit like that. But he still needs to actually hit people. He needs to be in his physical form, especially Spider-Man because of his rubberized suit. So yeah.
Like, he just disintegrates into electrical equipment and then comes back. And thanks to them putting so much emphasis on his teeth earlier, it's making me wonder why he still has them. Like, are your teeth turning into electricity and then regenerating?
Yes.
Yes.
The same as his entire body and the suit he's wearing. Yeah. It all. I don't. I don't-
Everything connected to his body will dematerialize in that moment.
Yeah, I don't understand what the issue here would be, but whatever.
So Peter Parker goes to this abandoned fucking subway station. He puts in one of the tokens, and then a fucking train just appears out of the fucking ground from underneath the tracks. Like,
Yes.
somehow that got built.
Yes.
And
Yes, Richard had money. He worked for Oscorp.
it remained a secret. So he goes inside this
Yes, that train station was literally built to hide the fact that Roosevelt had his fucking disease. I forgot.
If you can
polio,
afford a
right?
private plane, you can afford an underground research station. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
And
Like,
it will remain secret the same way that it did during Roosevelt. And it's like they need the exact token and they need to fucking go through the fucking thingy. I forgot the name. And to actually access it. Nobody's gonna have the token. Like, people can break in there, but they're not gonna be able to access it without the actual token, which is a specific token he had.
really quick, someone in chat, Jasonia said, why I must criticize how Harry got into the Ravencroft? That is a valid criticism. I
He
don't
did
think it
and
is.
It's not a
And
valid
I-
criticism. Yeah.
Yeah.
We talked about it. If you rewind like 5 minutes, you're probably gonna hear us talking about it. But I don't think it is a valid criticism.
True. All right, continue
train,
on.
which is apparently his dad's secret lab. At which
Yes.
point he conveniently discovers a video of him talking about the spider venom.
What do you mean conveniently? it was the last thing Richard
Was
did
the
with his
last thing.
life was to upload the fucking video to Roosevelt. It's not convenient. It's just how Richard programmed it.
This is the first time Roosevelt's been accessed since then, so
Yeah.
yeah.
He talks about how he used his own blood for the project, and then says that it'll only work for his blood. And then directly after saying that, he clarifies by saying, my bloodline. Like, just...
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, you kind of had to make that clear because your blood can mean
Specifically
anyone
you.
with a blood transfusion.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Whereas bloodline is specifically your genetic line. They're
Yeah.
two
Yeah.
different things.
Yes.
As a scientist,
Yes.
they should make these clarifications. So.
Indeed.
Just in case you're really that fucking stupid. So Electro starts
You
to
are.
inexplicably spawn a full bodysuit every time he regenerates.
Yeah. So that suit was
I
actually shown
love
earlier.
that. Hold on. Go back just a couple seconds. Electro literally flicks the electricity. It's amazing.
Electro starts to inexplicably spawn a full
Oh shit,
bodysuit
that's
every
true.
time
That's awesome. That's really cool. I never saw that down before. That's really neat. Yeah.
Oh wait, did he say the suit came out of nowhere?
Yeah, which is the thing that we know is not true.
That's not true.
Yeah,
Yeah.
when
It's-
Harry's
it's certainly used
walking. Yeah, when Harry's walking in Ravencroft, you actually see a guy wearing that exact suit. So the idea is Electro stole it before he ran away with Harry. And that
Because he thought it was cool, because it is.
Yeah, it is
I
cool.
want to go back to the bloodline point because I've got a script up. He says, the human DNA that I planted in spiders was my own, which means that without my bloodline, Oscorp can never replicate or continue my experiments. He doesn't mention anything about blood till the bloodline point. So he misrepresented the film.
Again? That... wow, I'm shocked.
Shocker! That's
Damn,
funny.
right,
because,
right, right.
Electro, yeah.
Harry regenerates. Can't have nudity. This is PG-13. So he helps Harry break into the place where he can get that spider venom shit. Then Electro fucks off while Harry holds a gun to some dude's head, telling him to inject him with that.
Not some dude. He's part of the board of directors. He kind of runs Oscorp now, so it's not just some
Literally
dude.
second in command. Yeah.
Yeah.
And he
Shit,
knows
and
about
so the
the
guy
Spider
inject-
project.
Yeah.
It's Harry on the exact same arm that he's holding the gun that's pointed at him with.
Yes, because Harry wouldn't let him inject in the other arm because that would mean that he would get out of his line of sight with the gun. That's just the best way to do it. What is the issue?
The arm's already out and extended.
Yeah, it's right in front of you.
Like, I get it, that arm is closer to you already, but
Yes.
you don't think that you should inject the one that's not holding the gun at you?
What do you
I
think
don't
he's
think
gonna...
he has much of a choice.
Yeah.
He thinks he's gonna die anyway.
Well, apparently
He's already
it didn't
died.
True.
This is literally the bonus round. He doesn't have much of a choice.
He injects him, and then he just starts fucking spazzing out on the floor with some horribly edited bullshit. Like,
Horribly edited.
It's really good.
It's really
Oh my
well
gosh.
edited. It's some really good horror. I love it.
I kind of want to make a video called "The Horror Short Film in The Amazing Spider-Man 2" and just go through that scene.
You should. Honestly,
I
it's,
wonder
it's
why
better
they-
horror than Raimi has in any of his films, and he's a horror director.
I
True.
wonder why they displayed the rushed serum usage is very horrifying when combined with a very ill person.
Yeah, I don't... it's not like there is no reason for the lights to be fucking going off. It's like that dude he put on the fucking emergency protocols, the lockdown or whatever.
It's
Like all
it's
they-
funny. It's like would he rather have Harry just been like, "Oh, I'm a little nauseous now. Oops, gotta go to the bathroom." What's the alternative?
Well, he's saying it. Well, I guess he doesn't have a problem with him turning. I guess he has a problem with the editing, which I still don't understand because it's supposed to be like this intense moment where like his Harry's senses are being overloaded, which is the point. So it's like sensory overload, the lights flickering, and then you have the music being loud and the fast cuts and showing like his bones moving. It's, you know, to show all the horror that he's going through. It's fine.
Yes.
bullshit. Like, all they did was flash some lights and get this skinny guy to contort his shoulders.
That's not... You remember when his shoulder blade...
The flashing
when
lights,
his fucking...
yeah, the flashing lights were from the alarm.
Yeah, and you
which
know
was
when the
going
fucking shoulder blades of his fucking... you see them fucking moving as if, like, his entire bones are being, like, relocated.
We see his nails grow like 5 times their length over the course of 2 seconds.
Yep.
It's very disturbing.
His face also changes how it looks. It's not just him contorting. There's a lot going on there.
And then for absolutely no fucking reason, he just starts crawling towards the Green Goblin suit.
It's not like he looked at it earlier,
knows
right?
from the earlier bit that it has healing capacities.
Yeah,
yes.
he's looked into the two special projects, and it was like, oh, this suit has healing, whatever the fuck it's called. So let me go towards it. Healing capacity.
Healing protocol.
Bet you.
There were several suits in the room. Is it possible that if he just started crawling towards the Doc Ock suit, that he would be that instead and not the...
Yes, it is possible. What would that change in the film? Other than in a meta sense, what would it change? Nothing. So he just happened to watch that one. But also, he specifically knew about that one because he's the one that he looked at. So it is only contrived on a meta sense, the same way that it's contrived in TASM 1 in a meta sense, that Peter fucking falls through that place in Ryza like a boxing ring, and he sees a mask that looks like a Spider-Man mask. He's like, oh, I should get a mask that looks like that. It's like, the idea of it came from there, but it's not like actually contrived.
Right.
Green Goblin? There is no reason or logic.
So the Heals Wounds doesn't explain why the door magically opened before he started moving towards it. Well, I think Thought and I, we went back and forth on this, though we thought it wasn't actually an issue, but we also thought that, like, in terms of, like, having a proximity, or the senses like proximity is fine in that instance, and then the lockdown would have
when
been
he
outside.
did when Mencken entered the code, he removed all security restrictions from the area, and so it's like whatever. But also at the same time, the goblin serum, while it does contort his body, it gives him extra strength. I'm fairly certain, at least I think that's what's implied. So even if the door didn't open, I'm sure he would have been able to punch through it or claw through it.
Yeah, we agreed would have been a really cool visual to have, true. So
right.
Logic to any of this. Also, his teeth got really fucked up somehow. So we get back to Peter and Gwen Stacy bitching about how she has to go to England.
Hold on.
She's
Sorry, I
not
was
bitching,
processing
what?
that. So his entire shoulders, like a bone structure moving, is completely acceptable, but his teeth changing, which are bones, that's a step too far.
YMS has something against teeth. You know, fucking Electro's teeth is fixed, and Goblin's fixed. Goblin's teeth are fucked. He just doesn't like teeth when they're not perfectly constructed.
England, because she's like, I'm pursuing my dreams and going to Oxford. So she goes to an interview at the New York headquarters for Oxford. She gets accepted and then goes right in a cab to the airport. So Spider-Man decides to vandalize.
Well, I think it was like a day after. Was it the same day?
Spider-Man vandalizes. Okay.
Public property to appease her, and then
it's not like his webs.
It is a different day, by the way. They're wearing different outfits.
Yeah.
She is wearing different outfits. That is.
How was his vandalism?
I don't.
Yeah, well, it's like the webs disappear after a while, but also it's like Spider-Man, like, even though that's specifically for Gwen, New York would probably take that as like Spider-Man loves New York. And so they'd probably see that as like a hell yeah, rather than a freaking Spider-Man sprayed webs on the bridge. Like, come on, man.
Yeah, I don't understand this point.
Picks her up and then stands with her on top of that bridge. Apparently for what must be a very long time because it's nighttime by the end of it.
Yeah, it's not like you can see the sun setting beforehand. People really have a warped understanding of how long it takes for the sun to set once it starts to actually set.
Dude, it sets so fast. Yeah. And it rises fast too.
Yeah, like obviously, like before it starts, it takes a while. But Midnight Mass. I don't. Whatever.
Aren't you gonna miss your flight? So Electro decides to start.
Yeah, her flight. She was going to the airport. That she might miss her flight. I don't think that is an issue anymore. But considering how fast it is that the sun sets, it means that the sun was already setting, which means her flight wouldn't have been like 10 minutes later. So, it's fine.
So I'm looking at how quick a sunset is, just to back this up. It takes between 2 and 5 minutes in most populated regions, depending on the angle of the sun.
And that scene didn't last, I think it lasts, 3 minutes around that? Because it's intercut with a 15th stream. Yeah.
That's very good accuracy.
People again. And Gwen Stacy's like, hey, if we magnetize your wrist things, they won't fail if he zaps you this time.
Yes.
So they like magnetize it somehow with a car battery?
Yeah.
Guess who didn't go to school?
Yeah, I know. They explained the process of how it works.
This annoys me as someone who's like really into science.
Yeah, I don't. Whatever. Fucking stupid person.
And Gwen Stacy's like, let me come with you, even though this guy can fucking kill me in an instant. And he's like, no.
Yeah, it's not stupid of her to want to do that, considering she's the one person who can reset the system without having to actually fight. While she has to also fight Electro, they can divide their tasks, and also she knows how to reset the system because she worked on the grid because she's.
It's smart, but Spider-Man doesn't want it to happen.
Exactly, he doesn't want her to get hurt, which is still him trying to protect her. Which after she arrives, she's like, no.
Bad writing.
Oh yeah, she's like, it's my choice. You don't have to protect me. So.
No, sorry, I'm gonna save the day by myself. Goodbye. So he goes to fight Electro at that massive electrical power plant, and Electro keeps warping himself between Transformer and like somehow hurting Spider-Man. It's not really clear where the damage is coming from. He's just.
You're fucking stupid. He materializes every time he hurts him. What the fuck do you mean?
Like, he has a lot of momentum when he materializes before punching Spider-Man, as well as like picking him up with the electrical currents. Like even though he can't go under Spider-Man with moving around with the electricity, he can still like carry him around, like just push him through the air, which is what he does by slamming him into all the different pylons.
Yeah.
So
Just getting electrocuted, I guess. Every time he warps from one transformer to the other, it makes a fucking dubstep sound like.
Yeah, it makes a bass sound. Yeah, it
The
makes
sound of
sense.
electricity.
Yeah,
Okay.
the sound of a huge surge of electricity joining on a pylon and moving to another.
Absolutely insane. Why would that happen?
Yeah, I know.
How dare electricity be scientifically accurate again in my film?
No!
Who loved the Itsy Bitty Spider song, but that was amazing. It's so much better than the Spider-Man 1 one because it's just it actually feels very intimidating. Whereas in Spider-Man 1, it's just goofy, which I don't find it
The shot
inherently
that we're on
intimidating.
here. The shot that we're on here is one of the best shots in the film.
Oh,
the way
hell
he
yeah.
dodges these two electrical bolts is just so good.
Yeah.
And like, apparently that's the sound that's actually happening in the film's universe and not just an exaggerated sound for the audience. Because it starts to play the melody to Itsy Bitsy Spider, and Spider-Man acknowledges this. So Electro suspends Spider-Man in electricity, and his suit starts to darken, implying that he's like being cooked or something.
It still doesn't start to darken. What? That doesn't happen. Fucking...
It kind of does a little bit, but it's like the suit is starting to get burnt.
Right.
A little bit, but it's not like, I don't know what his point is here.
Yeah.
And I kid you not, Gwen Stacy shows up driving a police car and hits Electro with it.
Yeah.
He says that, I kid you not, like, okay, did it come out of nowhere?
Yeah,
No.
they were at the police car, which is how they were able to magnetize Peter's web shooters. And she was stuck there, and she wants to help Peter. She knows where he was going, so she shows up and hits Electro because she sees that Peter would die if she doesn't. What's the issue here? My guy.
Never mind the fact that she was able to steal a police car.
The guy left the fucking engine, the fucking car keys on because he had to go and help other people while Peter and Gwen were magnetizing the web shooters. He didn't stay at the car. That's why the keys are there.
But she also got to the crime scene faster than the police. So if she's able...
The police weren't going there. They were helping everyone run away from it. They didn't even know where everything was happening. They just knew the power was out.
And their first response would be to do evacuation if the power goes out, not to stop whatever, well, in this case, Electro, especially when they know Spider-Man's involved and only he's capable of dealing with the threat.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but it's also not just the power going out, because before this we get the bit where Electro is like zapping people, and then
he was destroying like cars.
Yeah,
so like as far as they know, he's like roaming the streets, so they would try to run away from where they last saw Electro, which would be there.
Pretty much.
To hit Electro with the police car, we have to assume that his physical representation isn't just visual. That although...
Yes, he does take physical form to hit Spider-Man. We know that. It's stupid.
Though he's made of electricity and can disintegrate into power grids, he can actually be damaged in his physical form somehow. Like, there's no real reason why he even needs to take a physical form.
Ah, my god. He needs to take the physical form to be able to hit Peter. He can conduct himself through pylons, but that doesn't mean he can just hit Peter as, like, electricity. He needs to take his physical form. That's how his powers work. It's been shown like that in the entire film.
At this point. So then some really fucking confusing and hard to follow shit happens. Gwen Stacy goes to a thing and turns on the switch, and then it somehow kills Electro. Like,
well, that
is confusing and hard to follow.
How is that? Oh my god. So they... Okay. So when she turns it back on, there's this thing called an electrical circuit. It gets enabled, it sends electrical charge, and that fires back at Electro through the webs, overloading him.
Oh yeah, that's what Peter says. It's like he feels like a battery. If the incoming charge is bigger than
the outgoing charge.
Yeah, exceeds. That's the word. Exceeds the outgoing charge. That means that the battery would explode, like we saw earlier in the film when Peter was trying to
explode. Doctor, what was it? What the YouTuber he was watching?
I don't remember the name.
Oh yeah, Dr. Jellings. That's what it was.
That's it. So yeah, that is explained earlier in the film, and then it's like, so you reset the system when I'm able to connect the fucking cables together, so that we can actually have Electro be electrocuted by the amount of charge that he would be receiving in his body. It all makes sense. CV is here. Join the call then. Oh, there he is. Hello, CV.
Fuck you. Please kill yourself.
You are.
Hello.
You are
We
2
were doing
hours
just
late.
fine without you, man.
Fuck you.
Oh, okay, I'll leave.
Oh, that's cool.
Sweet. All right, let's keep going.
Yeah. Fucking. Hey, CV, join the watch together, CV.
Okay.
But yeah, this video hasn't been great so far. I let the Ralph the Movie Maker video to be covered after because that is the funnier video to cover, and I wanted you to experience it,
Oh,
CV. So.
yeah. Great.
All right. So now he was talking about the Electro fight at the end and how he said that some confusing shit happens and then Electro dies. So yeah.
I see.
So let us continue.
Like, I think that all the power went out in the city because of him, and like she
Oh,
turned
I
it
hate
back
his
on
voice,
or
by the
something,
way.
and then he died. There's a little chip indicator on.
What? No. Okay. So he took out the power because he wanted everyone to know what it was like to be him, and he was gonna use that power to conduct himself through the city and use it to be pretty much like the god of the city, to be the only one who can actually move and who can go anywhere he wants, anytime he wants. Because he can
I believe
connect
the
himself
exact
to the
line of
grid.
dialogue is, "I'll be like a god to them."
Exactly. That is why I mentioned it. So, and so that's why he took out the power. And then the power comes back because they reset the system that Electro had fucked up. Like he had disconnected the power lines that Peter fucking reconnects with his webs, which is the point. So yeah.
Electro's head that says he was overcharged, and when Electro dies, it just falls onto the ground. So was this physical chip on his head the entire time when he was not even in physical form and literally electric?
Yes, the same way that his fucking clothes were. They're connected to him. Like that chip even looks like it's fucking infused with his skull. Like
Yeah, it's in his brain.
yeah. So I don't know.
I like to theorize what happens is when he turns into pure energy, that it does a electrical field around his clothes and stuff, so they also become pure energy in the process, and then they reassemble together through what's it called? It's called quantum something, but they reassemble through that.
Quantum Mania.
Oh
my god!
What's it called? Quantum.
You should kill yourself now.
What, CV? You literally think Shang-Chi is good?
Quantum.
I really do. It's an amazing movie.
Oh yeah, I love it, sure.
This is why you're 2 hours late. You were watching Shang-Chi, weren't you?
This is annoying because now this is going to be in my head.
My 10th time.
It's a way of proposing teleportation either by creating clones. I hate that. I can't remember it.
Don't worry, Joe.
Let's just get through the last 5 minutes of the video. It's going to be excruciating.
All right.
Like, I'm pretty sure it was given to him by that Randy scientist. It doesn't make any fucking sense.
What? You didn't point out anything that doesn't make sense. Just pointed out
He's
a few
just saying things now.
Yeah.
After Electro dies, Harry shows up as the Green Goblin. Like, there was no
Yeah.
reason why they couldn't just double team to kill Spider-Man. He was...
Yep.
Oh, wow. Okay.
It's not as if Harry was even intending on killing Spider-Man himself. He was like, you can get Spider-Man, you get the grid, you do whatever you want. All I want is the fucking
he's
serum.
like, help me get into Oscorp. You can have the grid.
Yeah.
He helped him get into Oscorp. Electro takes the grid, but then all of this, like, there was no team up planned. They, yeah.
He didn't even want Spider-Man. He just wanted Spider-Man to pay.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's like, when he gets there, it's like, oh, let's see what happened. Has Spider-Man died? Or if he hasn't, let's fucking confront him. And he does. And then he figures out that Spider-Man is Peter. And that's what gets him so mad.
His offer to Electro is that, I just want one thing. Like, when you get Spider-Man, I want you to make him bleed. That's his offer.
Yeah, he wasn't intending on killing Spider-Man himself, obviously. So I don't understand. And obviously, he would have taken time to get here as well. Because he would have, because of lockdown procedure at Oscorp, he wouldn't need to get past that. Which there's that.
Well, in the
scene
deleted scene,
yeah,
it's really cool. He just fucks everybody up. It's amazing.
was just biding his time. He starts spouting off on some fucking bullshit like, oh, Spider-Man, you don't actually help people. I hate you. And
yeah, you don't give hope, you take it away, because that's kind of what happened with him. So it's not bullshit. It's accurate for his character.
At this point, not even Spider-Man himself is going to question the logic of that. Like, sorry I didn't give you my blood before and kickstart what you've now learned to be a horrible mistake. So he steals Gwen Stacy.
Yeah, because he didn't want to help him. I don't. What is the issue, YMS? You need to explain.
He's stating what happens in the movie. He's stating what happens in the movie. I'm not sure what's the problem.
It's just pointing out things and being like, that doesn't make sense because it doesn't.
So you see, this is this character's motivation, and this is why this character made this decision, and it's stupid.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Takes her over top of a clock tower with an easily breakable roof, and then we get the whole cliche, drop her, okay, and then he drops her. So Spider-Man catches her, they crash through the roof of the clock tower and then land on a steel grate, at which point Harry drops down a bomb that completely demolishes the steel grate that they were lying on, and the bomb went off right next to her fucking face.
He turned his back to the bomb if you pay attention.
He shows the clip too.
Oh, you fucking stupid. When the bomb drops, Peter goes to his side to protect Gwen from the explosion.
And they're both okay.
And Peter would be okay because, you know, he's a superhuman, but whatever.
It's a good thing my makeup remains unscathed. So Spidey grabs onto her with his web and then has to fight the Green Goblin who comes down next to him.
It's one of the best choreographed live-action Spider-Man fight scenes. It's really dope. Gnarly.
I wouldn't say it's the best choreographed just because I like the Electro
fight one of the best.
I know, that's what... I'm complimenting what you said, Thought. Fuck off.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
For a bit, and the web that's holding her is also on a moving gear. So when it gets to the point where it connects with another
he is in a moving gear, but sure.
Gear, it fucking gets cut. Like these.
Yes, there's put too much strain on it. That's how it happens.
Yes, when you put pressure on a web that's easy to break, that tends to happen.
Yeah, like they do say that in the first game that its tensile strength is really high, but it's like there's a lot of fucking force being put onto it. Obviously, it would break.
These are two large solid objects, and I swear to God, I even remember hearing a fucking scissor sound effect. But isn't his web supposed to be super fucking strong and sticky? How the fuck did it get cut like that? So
what is the fuck off. Do you not understand how fucking I remember studying tensile strength. That was fun. So anyway.
Gwen Stacy falls in slow motion, and when Spidey uses his web to try and save her, the camera zooms in on the tip of his web, and somebody thought it would be a great fucking idea to animate the strings of his web forming a hand shape, like...
That's dope.
So here's a couple of things. First off, the webs, every time he shoots them in any Spider-Man film, they always kind of look like a hand. They just made it more obvious here. And secondly, obviously, it would fit tonally because it's Peter trying to grab Gwen. It's like, yeah, it shows the tragedy of him trying to grab her and getting so close but not being able to. I don't understand.
Like, oh, I'm reaching out my hand to try to save you. He manages to catch her within the very inch of her smashing her head onto the fucking concrete below. And I accidentally burst out laughing in the theater. Yep, she's dead now. No blood or anything. Maybe just...
What do you mean no blood?
Blood from her nose.
She starts bleeding from her nose, yeah.
But there's no blood.
Tiny bit coming out of her nose, but no puddle or anything on the ground. So Peter Parker goes to her funeral, and then it's 5 months later, and there's news reports of Spider-Man being absent. Everybody's like, where's Spidey, and why has he left us? But then Paul Giamatti gets in the Rhino suit and starts terrorizing the city. Like it's skipping
why he gets into the Rhino suit, which is because of Harry and mysterious guy, so, but whatever.
Giant Rhino mecha suit. I kind of feel bad for the Rhino fans.
Me too. I think they were done dirty by the marketing. Not the film, the marketing. Because the marketing made it seem like he was a big part of the film when he wasn't.
He's in a fucking shootout with the police, and then he decides to open up the head part of his suit so that audience can...
Yeah, because he wants people to know who he is. That is established within his character to take unnecessary risks. Yeah, exactly. Like, he wants people... Fucking remember the opening truck scene?
His name.
Yeah, it's like
multiple times.
Yeah, in the opening truck scene, he's like, "I'm Alexei Savage."
Alexei Savage. That's what he does.
Yeah, so
he goes.
My name is Alexei Savage.
He even says, "I told you I'd be back," so he's rubbing it in their faces.
And he even closes it after they start firing back. Like he closed it after a second, and obviously hitting him would be hard because it's a small target. What is the issue here? There is no issue. That is what I mean.
He opens his helmet. It's bad.
Like, he just opens it and then closes it again. Like, those cops clearly don't play enough video games. You're supposed to take your shot when the boss exposes its weak points. And then
they do, actually, but whatever.
They did. But they're using handguns from, like, 200 feet away, and it's a small target.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to hit him.
Some fucking little kid from earlier in the movie decides to run out into the gunfire. Like,
Yes.
literally, he was just with his mom watching behind a police barricade. That's some fucking grade A parenting right there. I can
But she was trying to grab him, but the police didn't let him. She tried to grab him. Yeah, she tried to go after him, and the police were like, "No, you can't." And then some dude tried to run after the kid, but he got in front of the gunfire way too fast, and Rhino was shooting at that police dude who was running after.
The parent tried to jump over the barricade to get her son.
Yeah.
Like, not even to bring up the meme, but do we all remember the Harambe incident?
I mean, exactly, yeah.
Serious grade A parenting there.
Mm-hmm.
understand if you want to ogle at a spectacle, but there's literally a guy in a fucking mecha suit shooting police officers and firing missiles. And you decide that you're just...
Didn't he just fire the missiles after the...
He doesn't fire the missiles until Spider-Man gets there.
Yeah, and also, like, people are stupid. They're gonna assume that if the police create a barricade, they're gonna assume that everything beyond that barricade is, like, safe in terms of,
How do we know? Real life.
Yeah, exactly.
People are surprisingly attracted to crisis.
Danger, yes.
Watching it.
Gonna fucking hang out and watch with your kid? So Spider-Man shows up in the nick of time to save this kid. Did he end his 5-month hiatus to take care of Rhino? Well, that would make a little bit of sense, so no. In the previous scene, it shows him finding a USB drive.
He didn't find that USB drive. He had the... Okay, so here's how the events actually go. He talks to Aunt May, and Aunt May's like, where are you going? Like, where he's showing that he kind of just doesn't have any fucking path in life. Like, he can't find his way. And then she's like, you know, I've been taking these boxes from Uncle Ben, taking one last good look at them, and I'm putting them somewhere else. And he's like, "What, are you throwing them away?" "No, I can't. No, I wouldn't do that. I can't do that." But it just, you know, trying to let go and move on. I don't remember the exact line.
Find a better place for it.
Find a better place for it, exactly. And that's what he does. He goes to his room. He listens to Gwen's speech once more. He puts a fucking picture of Gwen onto his desk. And then he like puts stuff away from like his parents and from Gwen to just be like, yeah, and I'm not gonna ever forget you, but it's time to actually try to move on and actually live my life. And then he hears the fucking reports about Rhino on TV, and he's like, oh, I gotta go help. You know, it's the time to be who I'm meant to be, which is what Gwen's speech says. So I don't understand what the issue would be here. He doesn't just find the USB; he watches it one last time.
With Gwen's speech written on it, he plugs it into his Sony Vaio computer and then gets so inspired that he decides he's gonna continue being Spider-Man. And this all just so happened to perfectly coincide with Rhino.
No, it doesn't happen to perfectly. The reason why it all happened this day is because of what they saw on TV, which got Peter to get upset by Aunt May also saying, like, we're really missing that spider guy.
Yeah, like, man... Too bad that spider guy is not around as the Rhino incident's happening, which inspires him to go upstairs, which means he watches Gwen's speech, which he hadn't watched before, which means he should be Spider-Man, thus he fights.
Yep.
Cause and effect.
Destroying the city. Like, literally, if Rhino decided to do this a day earlier, then
the same events would happen. The exact same thing would have happened.
Nobody would have stopped him.
Exact same
So Spider-Man does a couple
events.
of fucking backflips and winds up for a roundhouse kick or something, and then the movie just fucking ends. I feel really, really bad for
Oh, yes, my
Rhino
favorite
fans.
roundhouse
Like,
kick. The one with the manhole cover.
Yeah, he even put the visual. I don't... Whatever.
Roundhouse.
Who cares? Fucking why I'm
Favorite
not...
version of the roundhouse kick.
You wanted to end the movie on a punch, but wouldn't doing that be better suited for Spider-Man fighting some random fucking ass criminals that you know are gonna die anyway? Didn't you publish photographic images of Rhino?
Yes, that is bad marketing. That's not part of the film.
Before the trailer for the film was even released? Did it not occur to you that there are people in the audience that only came to see this movie just because Rhino is in it? And that ending the film before his fucking fight scene might piss a few people off? They literally ended the film with the exact same shot they ended the trailer with.
Yeah, the trailer and the marketing are bad. We agree.
It's for the marketing, not the film.
When you end the trailer like that, it implies that if you buy a ticket to the movie, you will be able to see the fight scene that got abruptly interrupted by the title.
Yes, the fucking trailer is
now, let's
bad.
Just have the Rhino fans imagine the fight.
The director has nothing to do with trailers, you moron.
I'll criticize the trailer right alongside you.
Yeah, the trailer lied, but it's like, you can't criticize Mark Webb for doing this. It isn't Mark Webb who fucking decides how the trailer is. It's usually the production company
It
gets
goes
sent
to a completely different trailer house.
Yeah, the
and gets
production company
produced.
gets a few shots from the film and is like, you do some shit with this, and they send it to a trailer house.
Scene instead.
Which I
So
mean, it's not even like that bad of a trailer. Like it generated a lot of excitement. It's just poor. It's just misrepresentative of the film. It's the problem.
credits start, and I'm patiently waiting for the typical Marvel, oh, look, this connects to something in the next movie scene. And as expected, about 30 seconds into the credits, a new scene starts. And my first thoughts are, this doesn't even look like the same fucking movie. And I kid you fucking not, it was just a clip from the next X-Men movie. I was like, what the fuck? Jennifer Lawrence? Mystique? What? Sony doesn't even own X-Men.
They made a deal. Who cares? It was fucking the theater you were watching.
It has nothing to do.
Yeah,
with
this has nothing to do with the
Mark
film
Webb.
itself.
It was a theater only thing. It's not even in the Blu-ray copies.
Yeah.
Put such little effort into this movie that instead of filming something that might relate to the third one that you're probably—
This doesn't have anything to do— What are you fucking talking about? YMS, this has nothing to do with the film has already ended by this point. What?
probably gonna release. They literally just sold ad space in the middle of the fucking credits. And that was the only clip there was after the
Well,
credits.
that's like saying fucking, what's it? Fucking Spider-Man No Way Home is such a bad film that the second post-credit scene just fucking sold ad space. You put a trailer for—
Strange.
Yeah. It's like, oh my god, it's such a bad film. They didn't even care to film a second
No Way
post-credit
Home
scene.
is not a great film, but that's not a valid criticism.
Exactly. It's stupid.
Credits started. This entire movie did not even give a shit. So as
You
you
should
can
say
tell by
so.
how long this video turned out to be, this movie was a whole new level of shit.
Oh yeah, wow, 25 minutes. That is, yeah.
So bad.
That is a very long video, YMS.
If you want to watch it as a comedy, be my guest because it was pretty fucking funny. But if you were hoping to take this movie seriously at all, I would suggest you avoid it like the plague. I was thoroughly impressed by just how bad this movie is.
I'm thoroughly impressed by just how bad this video is.
Doesn't he give it like a 2?
I think so.
And I'm giving this one a 3 out of 10.
Oh, 3. That's better than I
Wow.
expected.
Generous.
I expected a 2. Yeah.
Alrighty. Well, that was 2
That video.
hours of pure pain.
Can you endure another video thought?
No, I actually have to go. But I could commit to YMS, so
Well, that's good at least that you managed to pop in and watch YMS's fantastic video. So if yeah, you do have to leave then yeah, Thought Theater, just check in the description. Also, I need to get the fucking link for the Indiegogo campaign, so hold on a sec. But yeah.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna pitch that really quick.
You're right.
Hold on. Okay. I am making a short film and it's gonna be really good. If you like Prisoners or Haunting of Hill House or Midnight Mass or Killing of a Sacred Deer, you will really like this. There's only 2 days left to contribute though. And so we already hit 100%, but Indiegogo keeps like 10%. So we still need a little bit more. So if anybody can give anything, that'd be amazing, except for Dominic. Dominic is not allowed to give any more money. And he is going to receive a massive care package once the film comes out because he's literally funded over a third of the film. So, yeah.
All right. Well, thank you for being on Thought. It has been very
Of course.
fun. Yeah.
Of course. All right. Bye-bye.
Boy.
Bye.
Goodbye, Thought.
All right. So we do have 2 videos we could cover about Tazmachu. My question is about how much time everyone has, because this one would be a bit long.
Whose is it?
Ralph, the movie maker. He made a
Okay.
2-part video. The first one is 26 minutes long. The second is 18. So, Jeb, Tin, and Zod, I know it's late for you in the UK. So, do you guys have time to watch this video, or should we go look for a smaller one?
I can go as late as we need to.
All right.
Yeah.
Jeb?
Fuck it, why not?
Hey, nice.
Why not?
Yay.
So let me
Okay.
put in
Here we
this video. Let me put the cover on again, so I don't fucking share the watch together link, because I do that a few times. All right. And
The
so
Amazing Spider-Man.
shut the fuck up, Ralph. Okay. All right. So now we're gonna watch Ralph the Movie Maker's video on The Amazing Spider-Man 2, and from memory,
Why is the quality so shit?
Well, I don't know. I did he make this before? I probably made it before the Blu-ray came out. But anyway, point being, what I was gonna say that this film from this video from memory is worse than YMS's. So which is why I wanted to wait for CV to be here for us to cover it, because you know this is gonna be an interesting ride. Because especially how much he focuses on embedded advertising, so that's funny. So let us continue.
The Amazing Spider-Man 2 is the worst movie I've ever seen. I would rather roll around in the piss, blood, and vomit of an Ebola patient than ever watch this movie again. It is a mess. I was trying to piece together what the hell was happening. I was trying to find the point to certain subplots. I was trying to figure out if I was in the right theater. I saw the movie with 2 friends of mine, and they had no idea what was going on either. We kept turning...
Man, you guys are not smart. You and your friends need to, you know... Go take a class or something. I don't know. Try to learn how fucking one scene connection on.
To each other like, what's the point of this scene? What's the point of this? What's the point of this?
Wait, what's the point of the scene where Electro
Friends of mine, they had no idea what was going on either. We kept turning to each other like, what's the point of...
What's the point of this scene where Peter's fighting Electro? Electro wants to humiliate Peter and become the god of New York City. Peter's trying to stop him. That is the point.
I feel like he just wrote that down and he had no specific scene in mind and he just put some random clip there.
Yeah.
Of this scene, what's the point of...
The scene where Harry and Gwen talk and Harry's like, oh yeah, he needs you to make your choices straight. It's like, oh, the point is to get an insight into Harry's mind, to get Harry to meet Gwen for the first time in the film, and to get a grasp into how Gwen thinks about her relationship with Peter by this point. Yeah, those are the points of the scene.
Of this? What's the point of this character? What's the point of this?
The point of Gwen?
What's the point?
What's the point of Gwen? Yeah, that is a good question, Ralph. What is the point of having a love interest in your film? I don't...
Subplot. No one in the...
What's subplot? The fucking parents being killed subplot? That's been established since the first film. That's what started Peter's path into being Spider-Man, because it got him to go to Oscorp and then befriending Lizard Connors.
No, but you see parents bad.
Oh yeah, that is true. It's like in that Madcap debate, you know, Peter wants to learn about his parents. It's bad because he obviously doesn't care about Aunt May and Uncle Ben, even though he clearly says that he does. But you know, whatever.
Audience had any idea what was happening. If you like this movie, fine, but it is a piece of shit. That is a fact.
Okay. Sure. That is. I mean,
does Ralph subscribe to 100% subjectivity?
Well, that's the thing. I've never seen him talk about objectivity, but he has made some like statements of like objective quality in his video, like saying like objectively this movie is poorly made. So I don't know. He's a weird one.
I've talked with the top doctors on the planet, and they agree with me. The Amazing Spider-Man 2 is a bad movie. It is a fact.
What? It is a fact.
It is on.
Oh, he's made a joke.
He talked to like the top doctors.
Yeah, it's a joke. He just means that most people agree that it's bad, which is an argument from it's pure to appeal to popularity. So, yeah.
Wikipedia. That's how you know it's a fact.
So
let me quit my bitching and carefully explain why the.
That was editing.
Right.
Okay.
I'm just gonna pause because copyright. But yeah, thanks. That's sure.
Amazing theme.
The tone. Same problem with the first movie. The first Spider-Man... the first Amazing Spider-Man movie had an inconsistent tone. Some of it was dark, some of it was silly.
How the fuck do you confuse those movies?
Some of it was dark and some of it was silly. Okay, that can happen in any film. How is that bad?
There's something called levity.
Well, yeah, it's like, well, fucking The Avengers, it can be viewed as a dark film at certain points as well. Like, Loki's speech about how, like, humans will always bow to a leader, and then the guy being like, next time in Germany, I had someone like that.
Men like you.
Yeah, it's like, they actually compare him to Hitler. It's like, oh, that is kind of dark, isn't it? But then they're like, fucking Iron Man shows up and he makes jokes.
Bo Burnham's inside has conflict.
No, but you see, that's...
Oh yeah, that's like saying
Marcus.
Oh yeah, true. You can't praise Joss Whedon for being a great writer because he has done bad things allegedly.
It's funny.
Exactly.
The movie didn't really know what the hell it wanted to be, and it wound up being a mess. But I guess
Sure.
before they made the sequel, they went,
You say so.
that tonal problem we had in the first movie, let's amplify it. Let's take
Ah.
everything we did right and do it wrong. This movie has 20 different plots. None.
No,
Not
it
true.
doesn't.
No.
I hate. This is the argument everyone makes, and I don't understand. Oh yeah, that's like say Guardians Show has inconsistent tone with how like the film is like the most existential shit you can have in the MCU. Well, until Eternals, where it's like contemplating the value of what life is, of being human, of being mortal.
You see, Marcus,
it's still
Eternals is also
funny.
bad.
Oh yeah, that is true. I mean, I meant Guardians Show, but yeah, both films do have share that theme, I guess.
None of which
You see,
connect with
Guardians
each other.
2 is also bad.
Yeah, it's made by James Gunn, and
alright.
he destroyed the DCU, as we all know.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly.
All right, SK.
Yeah. Though everyone watching Peacemaker's great, go watch it. Okay, and the intro is the best thing
I need to watch
ever
that.
made. You do. It's great.
All of which are in a different genre. It is like
What?
watching
What?
8 movies in one movie. The
Hold on.
Please
fuck
explain
off.
to me what you
Um,
mean.
So, if we try and list the plots, we have Peter and Harry, which is played off
Yeah.
seriously with levity to it. We have Peter and Aunt May, which I'd say is the most serious.
Mm-hmm.
There's not really humor in there, which makes sense.
The humor is only when he's like, he wants to do his laundry, and then she's like, no, I'm gonna do it for you. Which still, even then, the joke is in that scene. That and I guess before when he was in his room and he's like, oh, I was cleaning the chimney. But
Yeah.
like when it gets
I still
serious
wouldn't
with it,
count
May,
that
it is
as,
serious.
like, yeah, I wouldn't count that as like a subplot per se. It's just really a character interaction. It's
Yeah.
just the dynamic between two characters.
You obviously have the Gwen and Peter relationship subplot, which is very serious, but it has levity to it, like when they meet again.
Yeah, because of the way they like interact with each other.
You
Yeah, I
have
mean, they're
obviously
fucking, you know, they were dating each other for a long time. Their interactions would be more in terms of like levity. So
You have the Electro subplot, which again has seriousness to it, but levity with Peter making quips, and even Max making quips as he gets more confident.
mhm.
All of them seem to have a serious undertone with levity to it.
Yeah, which is just kind of how you make a superhero film. I don't know. It's fine. Wait, someone actually said James Gunn destroyed the MCU, the DCU. Yeah, there are a lot of people who say that, especially people who are, you know, fans of Zack Snyder, because they think that they sacrificed his vision for a very silly and not serious take on DC characters, which I find funny.
Which, by the way, Zack Snyder and James Gunn have like no problems with each other. They've like supported each other's movies multiple times, so it's like it's so pointless.
Oh yeah, didn't like Zack Snyder really support the Suicide Squad as well? So it's like, yeah.
Yeah, and James Gunn has spoken about like I'm pretty sure the Snyder Cut. So
transitions between scenes are so awkward because it feels like you're going from one movie to another movie. Let's discuss the 20 different plots this movie
Let's,
has.
please.
Movie 1. This is the best movie within these 8 movies. There are still some charming
wait, no,
scenes
are there
between-
20 or are there 8? You gotta make up your mind here.
I don't
It's-
understand.
There can't be both.
Yeah,
You
whatever.
said 20 twice, but you've also said 8 twice. So it's like,
It's at the middle ground.
what's going on here?
He
it's
don't do
14.
math well.
It's 14.
Yeah, it's the meeting. Obviously.
Peter. But these scenes don't hold a candle to those in the original. Gwen and Peter
Why?
had a real chemistry there. What
I
kept me
would
going?
say
And they
They're
don't anymore. What? What do you?
Yeah, alright.
In that first Amazing Spider-Man movie were those scenes. Scenes between Gwen and Peter. Those were actually pretty well done. In this movie, they suck. How
Why?
is it these two have no chemistry?
Okay.
They're dating
What?
in real life.
They do. Explain to me what it is the lack of chemistry. You can just say they don't have chemistry.
Maybe because the dialogue written for them is so bad and the
Why?
actors just don't give a shit.
Well, they
I don't
do.
really know and I don't really
again,
care. but
most of it is
these-
just
You don't. I don't really
improv.
know. I
What are
don't
you
really
talking
care.
about?
Thank you very much, you stupid person. You just said I don't really know and I don't really care, so he's not gonna back up his claim. Fucking hell, Ralph.
scenes don't
Like it
really
says
work.
most of their dialogue is bad when most of it's just improv.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of improv in their dialogue, which was encouraged by Mark Webb, which makes sense considering the 500 Days of Summer.
They're still the best scenes in the movie, but that's not saying much. Movie 2. The Sam Raimi series did this really well.
Ha! No. They did not do that well. I'm sorry, Peter and Harry in the Raimi films are not good. You can watch Shandy's video on it, discussing it pretty much, but Harry's really shit in those films. He's not good at all.
See their relationship
In that
progress over the
Spidey.
course of 3 films.
No, we don't. Peter fucking, at the end of Spider-Man 1, Harry realizes that fucking Spider-Man killed his dad. Peter just kind of ignores him, and then after Spider-Man 2, he's like, oh my god, you are Spider-Man. And then they don't talk for like a year or two until Peter, I guess, graduates, whatever. And it's like, oh, why didn't you talk to him? You could have just explained the situation now that he knows you're Spider-Man. You just left him in the dark. There's no connection to that. And in that time, Harry was like, I'm gonna become the Green Goblin and kill Peter. Somehow I'm gonna perfect the fucking formula that my dad created. I don't know. Somehow.
In this movie, they rush it because they have to make room for the 10 other movies within this one movie.
How is it
We're
rushed?
introduced to Harry out of nowhere. His father is dying, and then his father dies after delivering some cliche dialogue.
How could you possibly understand
Okay.
that your childhood had to be sacrificed?
Okay. Well, okay. Cliches are not bad.
Can you explain how these are cliches? Can you at least explain?
Well, it's
these are
just like
cliches?
dialogue that you hear a lot in films, but they're always used in different contexts.
Every single line dialogue ever, just like
Yeah.
how like
yeah, like English is a limited language. You realize that.
Yeah, and also I'm confused. Why something being a cliche is not bad? There's a reason why these things became cliches. It's because they're useful for storytelling purposes, so you just use them.
It's like, why would you like? Do you want them to like go out of their way to make it not a cliche, but have it be poor word choice? Like, oh, I had to treat you badly as a child. Is that better? Is that better than sacrifice for the greater good?
Yeah, I don't understand.
For something greater.
Then Peter hears the news, and then we realize, like, wait, Peter and Harry know each other? How come this was never mentioned ever in the...
And then they explain it.
It doesn't need to be mentioned.
Yeah, it's like, oh, how come it never happened?
like,
Oh, it's
it's
mentioned
just-
in this film. Okay, thanks.
It's like, oh, hey, this movie's really bad. There's so much stuff going on. By the way, why is this random piece of information not included in the first movie?
Yes, I don't.
Like, why? There should be more stuff going on.
Yeah, it's contradictory statements, but whatever.
last movie. And so out of nowhere, we find out that these two have a long-lasting friendship. And they are there.
No. What? No, that's not what they say. They said that they were friends 8 years ago and that he had to leave and they haven't spoken since and they're trying to reconnect. Then over the course of the film, they're pretty much each other's only connection because Peter has lost Gwen and Harry has nobody because his dad died and, you know, he doesn't, like, trust anyone. And then he goes to Peter for help, and then after Spider-Man doesn't help him by, you know, not giving him his blood, he gets, they don't talk until Harry realizes that Peter is Spider-Man, and then they fight. Like, there's not a semblance of a healthy and well-balanced relationship in this film within these two. It's just like, yeah, they try to reconnect, and as time went on, they just couldn't.
There for each other whenever the going gets tough, apparently. But they just throw this friendship at us, and it was never introduced, ever. We never even heard a little bit about Harry in the last movie. Just...
Yeah, because he wasn't in the last film. Why would they mention Harry? There's no reason to. I don't understand people
if you
who say
know
this.
anything about Spider-Man, you know Harry exists. Like, that's just common knowledge.
Yeah, but
like,
even if you
why
don't,
would you
what
want
is
them
the
to go
issue?
out of their way to explain it?
If
you know there's a Norman Osborn, you know there's gonna be a Harry Osborn. So, like, why? Like, why go out of their way to mention Harry?
Yeah, in this film they explain why they.
plot.
Yeah, in this film they explain why they haven't talked to each other and how we've never heard about him.
He's literally been in a different country this
Well,
entire time.
Yeah, he's been in a different continent.
Pretty much, Peter just roll up to Oscorp and just call Harry. They're like, "Hey, yo, let me into this place."
Yeah, that's how he gets it instead of stealing the ID.
I don't think that Harry is shoehorned into the movie. That's basically this argument, and both are false. He's to indicate shoehorning, you kind of need them to be forced in a way that makes them contrived or not relevant that much to the plot. Harry's involvement in the film is not contrived, and it's the dependency for most of the narrative conflicts.
Mm-hmm.
all of a sudden they're longtime friends? Where the hell did this come from?
They were friends when they were kids. They haven't talked to each other in 8 years. What is hard to understand? You're not gonna talk about people you haven't thought about in 8 years.
The entire first film is strictly about Peter and his relationship with a father figure in his life. There's no need to mention any sort of friend that he had because it's not relevant. If they had, it would have been bad because he does not need to be in the movie.
Yep.
So then Harry's sick, so he wants Spider-Man's blood because he thinks Spider-Man's blood will fix him. So he talks to Peter Parker like, hey, you know Spider-Man, don't you? You took a picture of him.
You took his picture, so?
Just to make it clear, Ralph thinks that Spider-Man 1 and 2 are great films, especially 2. So if you think that's true, how could you potentially be saying that this is a bad plot point when the exact same thing happens in Spider-Man 1?
You know him.
Who wrote this shit?
We already addressed this in the YMS video.
Here because Peter calls him out on it. He's like, no, that's stupid. That's not how that works.
Yeah, it took a long way away. And the point is that Harry's desperate at this point because it's his only hope that he knows of. Because fucking Norman's research has taken him nowhere in his entire life, so he needed to take a new approach.
Yeah.
Peter Parker's like, sure, I'll go call him for you.
He no what? He doesn't say that. He's like, I can't talk to you. I can't just call him. We don't talk. And then Harry just hugs him. It's like, I don't want to die, and then he leaves. Like, Peter doesn't even say what exactly is going to happen. Like, I don't think Harry was expecting Peter to actually get Spider-Man to go to him.
Yeah, he says, like, it's like one of those things where it's like, you know, we'll see what happens. Like, maybe it will. I'll see what I can do. And then he just leaves.
Yeah.
And you can tell from Harry's expression that he's, like, unsure if this is actually going to pan out.
Yeah.
And then
because he doesn't, like, just
shows up
smile and just
go.
get excited or something. He's like, oh, okay. He just stands there, like, taking it all in.
No, that's disingenuous, Ralph. He doesn't just show up, just say sorry and leave. He says that he can use
this is like a good 30 minutes afterwards, by the way.
Yeah, he's skipping through the entire film. But point being, we already addressed this in the YMS video, but yeah, this is just wrong. So yeah, if you want to hear why, just go back in the YMS video.
You're a fraud, Spider-Man!
I love that line.
And then Harry puts on the Green Goblin suit, turns into the Green Goblin.
Skipping a lot, but yeah.
Okay, Jesus.
Yeah, we're 3 minutes into the video. He's already at the end with Harry. Fucking hell.
I think he's just going plot line by plot line.
Yeah.
It looks like shit. And then they fight. And the point of that subplot was Gwen Stacy died. That was the point. Like,
there were quite a few points. They were about the fucking legacy that their fathers left them. Which ties back with Peter. Yeah. Like, you can draw a lot of points from it. I don't. And her death is obviously important.
The original title of the film was Amazing Spider-Man 2: The Sins of Our Fathers.
Yeah, so, you know.
It's like, the whole point of their conflict is for future setups, for their father's legacies, for Gwen's death, and to develop heavily both their characters again for future films.
Oh, I mean, this is also like the Peter looking for some sort of connection on, like, looking for Harry to form some sort of connection with them. It just kind of shows like, oh yeah, that is also a point, like showing that Peter is losing everybody in his life and he's trying to grasp onto anything he can. So it's like there are quite a few points of Harry being in the film.
Which is funny enough what Harry's doing to survive. He's trying to latch onto any connection he can. Another parallel.
Whoa.
Couldn't Electro just kill Gwen Stacy? Why was this in the goddamn movie? Movie 3. Yeah, this.
Why was Gwen's death in the film? To show how to make a point about her agency, to make a point about how Peter's relationship with Gwen would put her in danger, but ultimately, you know, he needs to continue fighting because he's Spider-Man. He needs to endure, and it's not his choice only to put these people in danger because they're choosing to still be friends with him, to still help him. So he's gonna lose people, but he still needs to get back up and fight, which is, I guess, the point of Spider-Man as a character. Like, outside of this film, even how just Peter always gets beat up and you know, fucked off, but he always gets back up.
This movie has another villain, Electro, and I guess it has a third villain, Rhino.
No, he's not a villain.
I wouldn't count Rhino as a villain for the film.
Yeah.
Rhino is definitely not a villain. He is not even an antagonist. He's barely a character.
Villains? Sure, why not? It worked so well the last time you did it. So James,
That's
Spider-Man
misrepresentation.
Spider-Man 3 is also the best film of the trilogy. So.
It's like
what?
It's like Sandman, Harry's Green Goblin, and Venom have much more prominent roles than Rhino, arguably Electro, as well. So
I mean, just Sandman on his own, just his character, like the way he's redeemed by the end, except how even though he tries to kill a lot of people throughout the film, it's like, oh, okay, that is already a big issue. And Sandman was the character that Raimi wanted to have in the film, as opposed to Venom. Venom was the one that was shoehorned in. So, and it's not like because like in Spider-Man 3, all three villains actually get like quite a bit of screen time because like they are all three villains. In the Amazing Spider-Man 2, Electro is a villain, but I'd say he's not the main villain. I'd say Harry is. He gets a fair amount of time, screen time, but Harry's the one that gets the most development. And so like, and Rhino is like he has 2 scenes, which is simply to like, I guess show Peter's progression as a character. So like he's not actually like an antagonistic force in the plot.
Fox plays this nerdy guy, and he likes Spider-Man, and then he falls into a vat of mutated electric eels, and he turns into Electro. Sure, I don't even care at this point. So
we know that you don't care. Like, what is the issue here?
I hope he likes Spectacular Spider-Man's version. I really do.
Much better, Jeff.
Electro goes to Times Square and he sees himself on TV and he's like, look, I'm famous. And then Spider-Man shows up and I don't know, the camera turns to Spider-Man and everyone starts booing at Electro and that makes him mad. So
what? No, don't they start booing? I don't remember that.
I think they do start booing.
I remember them cheering when Peter shows up.
Yeah,
they cheer. I think I know what happens. It's like when the cameras turn to Spider-Man, everybody starts cheering and it's like, yeah, Spider-Man. But from Electro's point of view, they show like shots of the audience and it looks to him as if they don't like him anymore and they're all about Spider-Man.
Right.
Then he wants to kill Spider-Man now?
That is untrue. That's not why he wants to kill Spider-Man. It's because he betrayed his trust. Well, at least in his eyes, by having the cop shooting at Electro. We already addressed this in the YMS video too, so yeah, whatever.
Why does he want to kill Spider-Man? Didn't he love Spider-Man? Is it because Spider-Man took...
Because the fucking... he gets shot right after Spider-Man's like, don't shoot him. He's my friend. I've told you about him. Spider-Man is the only person that Max trusts. Fuck off.
Away his fame? He saw himself on the screen for 5 seconds and he thought he was famous. Wait, he didn't...
Yeah, he thinks he's a nobody and then everybody sees him. That it is part of it. Like, yeah, Peter not only fucking betrayed me, he also fucking tried to get the attention for himself. Which is part of why he's like, I'm gonna make everyone live in a world without Spider-Man because he thinks Spider-Man would like outshine him.
He didn't want to be famous, did he? Then
what? He wants to be viewed as somebody. He doesn't want to be viewed as nobody anymore. He doesn't want to be like pushed over and be viewed as pathetic as he is in the entire film. He wants to actually matter.
Spider-Man shows up and the cameras turn to him and everyone starts cheering for him and not you and you get mad at Spider-Man and Spider-Man fights.
I really am confused by this. Like, it seems to be a constant thing with the Tazo 2 reviews where they just neglect entire lines of dialogue. It's like they have a memory wipe throughout, and I don't know why it happened.
Yeah, most of the TASM true criticisms seem to be like that, yeah.
I think he just saw an edited version of the movie where none of the Times Square interaction between Spider-Man and Electro actually happens. And they just cut immediately to Electro and Spider-Man fighting.
Like, when I was 14, I knew Electro's motivation. And I was a retarded 14-year-old who does a film analysis. So
when I was like 12 or maybe 11 when this came out, and I understood it fine.
Yeah, it's not a complex motivation. He just doesn't want to be pushed over anymore, and then Peter Parker betrays him in his eyes. It's like, oh, okay, now he's mad, which because due to especially his mental instability.
You and you get locked up, and now you want to kill Spider-Man, cause
I'm gonna kill the light. Everyone in the city is gonna know how it feels to live in my world.
Yeah, to live in a world where nobody sees him. Yeah, that's
metaphors.
A world without power.
Yes.
A world without mercy. A world without Spider-Man.
Yeah, a world without the one person who betrayed him and outshined him is seemingly just looking for attention as opposed to actually helping him, which is what he believed. And living in a world without power, without mercy, because he was powerless and nobody took mercy on him. Nobody cared about him before he became Electro. It's funny because it sounds like I'm mentioning the Bane line. Nobody cared who I was until I put on the mask, but it's true. So yeah.
So then, of course, Harry breaks.
Sorry, what were you gonna say?
It's quite a tragedy and it's why I like how No Way Home kind of delivered it in a better film. Be much better when you realise the protagonists, which are Gwen, Peter, and even Harry, they see the video and ones that actually give a shit.
Mm-hmm.
And Max would never know that in the context of this film.
Yeah, and I also really like the way No Way Home kind of shows like Max's background being of him, coming from like very poor family and background, and how that's why he looked up so much to Peter, a part of it, to Spider-Man, because of how he represented fighting for the little guy, for the people who are mistreated by society. So, yeah.
Breaks him out, and then what's his plan to do something with the electricity?
Get the fucking grids that he designed and take out the electricity from the city and use the grid to connect himself to the entire city.
He can kill the light. You just mentioned this.
Yeah, did you miss the part where he said that he designed the grid and the part where the film established that the grid powers the entirety of New York City?
Did you forget what you wrote down in your own video?
Like 30 seconds ago.
Let me help
30
you
seconds ago?
To translate this as well. The light of the grid is it powering everything. You take away that, the entirety of society doesn't function. Thus, power is gone. And if you don't give it back, that's no mercy. And if you kill Spider-Man at the grid, that's no Spider-Man.
It's a
very
double
effective.
entendre.
Yeah.
It's like he means the light literally because he's going to kill the power, but he also means the light as in he's going to rid the city of hope by getting rid of Spider-Man.
It's
double meaning.
What are those? It's like I feel like
concept, I guess.
I don't know what it is with this film, but people seem to lose any sense of media analysis sometimes with it. Just like, why does he want to kill Spider-Man? I don't know. Maybe the explicit line of dialogue kind of tells you. if you pay attention, or it's like, why does Harry want blood? I don't know. Maybe the specific line of dialogue will tell you.
If you watch the unedited version of the movie, maybe you will understand.
Why does Electro want the grid, the thing he owns? Why would he want to take back what's his? People like sharing and not getting any credit for that.
It's like if I lose my phone and I see somebody with it, it's like, why would I go and take my phone back? Why?
You could have my phone.
It's their phone now.
You stole my phone, but it's okay. It's yours now. Finders keepers.
Yeah. Oh, the society keeps robbing me and using it for their purposes and then not crediting me. That's okay. I'm okay with that.
I'm okay with being a nobody that people just spit on. It's fine.
Well, the thing I find interesting is how because I think the only reason that Max is still going on with his life is that he found some solace in how Spider-Man gave people hope. Like he gave him hope that there was actually someone fighting for him and people like him. But when he actually gets betrayed, that trust gets betrayed. It's like, oh yeah, like you don't actually give hope, which is also a point that Harry makes. Like you don't give people hope, you take it away. So it's like, I don't know. I think it ties.
It's almost like they're contributing towards a similar message as characters.
No way. Fuck you, CV. You're just biased.
I am.
I mean, to be fair, I think we are biased towards this film, but whatever.
Electricity?
I will control everything.
Yeah.
And I will be like a god.
That's not what happens, I don't think.
I think he did it for a joke. I'm not going to assume that he actually thinks that is how it goes, that he actually wants people to think that's how it goes. I think he knows that people recognize it as a joke. At least I hope, because if not, I am confused what his point is. Like, he actually, so far, he hasn't made a point, right? He's like, oh yeah, there are multiple subplots. And like, yeah, these are the events that happen in it. Let's move on. At worst, being like, at best, being like, oh yeah, no, this is bad. And he doesn't explain why, so, okay.
Movie number 4. This whole plot line is separate because it has nothing to do with anything else in the movie.
Except the stuff about Peter's parents, the stuff about Peter's character and how he's
for like
losing
the main
people.
motivation for Peter, except like his main motivation throughout the film, except for that.
And the main theme about fucking inheriting stuff from the legacy from your parents or shit like that. But other than that, other than contributing, other than contributing to the main theme, the main character's arc, and to the relationship of these two characters, I agree that it does not contribute anything.
Every scene
I agree
between
as well.
Aunt May and Peter Parker in this movie is pointless. She has no impact on the plot at all.
She's the one. She's the one who makes Peter go to the fucking D train. What the fuck do you mean? Like him going to the D train is what makes Peter go.
Act.
Yeah, she makes him go to the fucking Roosevelt, which makes Peter go after Gwen, which makes Gwen be a part of the fucking fight in the third act.
Hey, there's a term for that, what it's called? It's called cause and effect.
Yeah,
and she's the reason, the core reason why Peter ends up being a hero again.
Oh yeah, that's true. His Spider-Man No More arc ends because of her. Yeah.
Yeah, so aside from literally bringing back Spider-Man, I agree she has no point.
I mean, she's the moral center of Spider-Man in a way. She's like, but whatever. Like, I think she plays the same function as Raimi Aunt May. I just think this Aunt May is better because she has more depth and she doesn't like the way her character talks. It seems way more natural than is it Raimi's, which sounds just like fucking way too wise, I guess. In terms of like, it seems like she's like this all knowledgeable being, whereas this Aunt May sounds way more grounded, which I really like. Not to say that Raimi Aunt May is better.
If I like watch Spider-Man 2, I'm like, yeah, Raimi Aunt May, she has no purpose in this movie. I understand why she's a character.
Yeah, I mean, there's this scene where she actually talks Peter into being Spider-Man again, but other than that, I don't. It shouldn't even be.
I don't. Exactly. It's like it's pointless.
Doesn't even have a resolution to it. They never resolve their financial issues.
I saw.
What?
Okay. Oh, you think the financial issues are a subplot? That got us really confused. Okay, the financial issues aren't a subplot; they're a character motivation. Okay, that was okay. So here's the thing: Aunt May is struggling ever since Ben died, so it's obvious that you would show something like that. And then you have her that establishes a reason for why she would be working in a fucking hospital to make more money. So her being there showcases that. They're still struggling, and I don't understand what the issue is. Like, yeah, they're still struggling by the end of the film, but that is just how it is. The thing that they were able to get from is that they actually is that Aunt May, even while struggling, she still like tries to keep being Aunt May, Peter's like mother figure, which she even says like, I can't do this without Ben, and Peter's like, you're enough, you're more than enough, which I would say is the conclusion for what this arc would be, and not the financial issues, which those are like those are the basis for what happens. They're not like the thing they're trying to resolve. The conflict is between the characters and not between like them and having money.
First of all, I think it's hilarious that he thinks they should resolve the financial issues. Second of all, this sounds like the equivalent of going to a homeless person saying, "Just get a home, bitch. Why don't you just get a home? Why don't they just resolve their financial issues?" Like, what the fuck?
Oh, and he also says the film is way overstuffed, but also he wanted a conclusion to this arc. Okay.
Show them getting rich, just winning the
Just
lottery.
win the lottery, yeah. Like he just looking through his parents' stuff and he just finds a fucking lottery ticket and he's like, wait, what?
He breaks the calculator. Inside is a lottery ticket for $1 million that Richard won, and he left it as a trust fund.
Hey Marcus, why are so many TASM 2 critiques so bad? I think people are really biased against this film, so they use confirmation bias to make this video.
People are dumb.
I mean, that is the same thing, but I guess less.
So TASM
charitable.
2 was very accurate in showing people just standing around by the danger because people are very dumb.
People are really stupid.
As Ralph can very clearly prove.
Yeah, we're 5 minutes into this video. I already would say it's worse than YMS's.
Also, I don't know if he's like actually makes movies, but Ralph, please never make a movie in your entire life.
I don't think he's made a feature. I think he's made short films. I haven't seen them.
Please never make a feature film in your entire life.
Actually, he did. It's called Lover. I've heard it's not great, but yeah.
That's not worthwhile.
Please refrain from making films in the future.
That guy would pay you a fair wage.
Oh, James pays me.
Okay, I'm just gonna pause for copyright, but I don't. Yeah, we get.
This is
They were
great,
struggling
by the
with
way.
money. They want the TASM movies to look bad and make the Raimi movies
1930.
look better. I think that is actually kind of part of their bias is because they really love the Raimi films. Not YMS because I don't think he
That's
cares about it that
the,
much, but Ralph really does like the Raimi films. So yeah, a lot of people have
That
bias.
is the main reason for TASM 1 is because people were upset Spider-Man 4 didn't get made, and that's why they didn't really give TASM a chance.
Yeah.
Plus, it was quite soon.
Wait,
After
what
Spider-Man
are you
3.
doing? What are you doing? No, I do the laundry.
doing my laundry.
No, I do the laundry. This
No,
is
I
my,
know,
no, this is my job. I've been doing your laundry since you were 6 years old.
Understand that. I'm in college now. I think it's time that I took care.
Okay, I'm just gonna pause for copyright. It's a good scene. I like it. Good dialogue. I don't know much to say.
I don't know why it's being played, but yes, I like the scene.
Last time you did everything and red.
That was a mistake.
Yeah.
That was a mistake.
The
American flag.
Can I please just?
No one watches the flag.
Where is he showing the entire scene, dude?
Why do we need this?
I don't know. I'm
get
just
it.
not playing with sound. I'm just waiting.
All right, laundry sheriff.
Why is this in the movie? Movie number 5. This is another
Church
thing that is
conflict.
totally pointless.
Okay.
It's not like what he
That's okay.
discovers in this plot line he can apply to events that occur later in the film in a different plot.
Yes,
He does. He does. That's why he goes to Gwen.
What?
What are you talking about? Are you retarded?
He can't apply what he learns about his parents to the rest of the stuff that happens in the movie.
Which he literally does do, but who cares, right?
Line. And this plot is all over the place. It goes from being really dark to being really stupid. Peter
How?
Parker throws his calculator at the wall and finds tokens within his calculator. I guess
Yes.
Peter's father put them in there. So then
Yes.
he takes the coins
Yes.
and goes
What do you
to
mean?
a subway
Yes, that's
station.
literally what happens.
Yeah, I don't understand. He's just pointing out, yes, this is how the plot follows.
I guess this happened in the movie. I didn't really watch it. I don't
Yeah,
really
I just
know.
heard the description that my friend talked to me about, how shitty the film was, and I'm just making a video based on that.
Never
It's like,
forget.
yes, he put the coins there. How else was he supposed to hide them? This is supposed to be a secret hideout for Richard.
Yeah, it's a calculator that he would always have on him, which is the point of that briefcase.
Never
Yeah, which was
forget.
made decades ago, by the way. This was used by FDR.
Yeah, never forget that I did an entire mathematical equation, a scientific test, to ensure that this issue was debunked.
I remember that all too well.
Soapy was very stubborn.
I was there for every
A lot,
minute.
thanks.
I was actually the reason you did the calculation. Soapy was arguing with me.
Oh yeah, that was with you. Fucking hell, that was fun because I
Oh,
actually found the exact coin they used in the film to actually see how much it weighed. It was really funny because after everything we went to thought, it was like, so here we did the exact calculations, we found the exact coin, we see that it would weigh like negligible. It was really funny.
It was a great
Father put them
moment.
in there. So then he takes the coins and goes to a subway station and puts the coins in that thing over there. And then this happens.
Yes, they open. What do you mean question marks? That is indeed what happens.
Does this happen in the movie? I don't know.
Watching 10 different movies, none of which are connected and none of which have the same tone.
Explain to me how they're not connected or don't have the same tone. You can just say things. You can't just affirm these things without fucking arguments to back them up because you can't respond to them. Otherwise, it's like, oh yeah, you're wrong. Fuck's sake.
Okay.
Challenge.
I have
Every
another
time a
question.
reviewer says a
What's
scene
the
is
name?
bad without explaining it, take a drink. You'd be dead by the end of this review, honestly.
You
Go from
would.
scenes like this.
You'd overdose.
Fucking stop making me use the copyright cover, you faggot.
It.
Oh my god. There are
This is
different
like 10
scenes.
minutes apart, dude.
Wow. When the scene changes, in the context where the scene changes, the tone changes because the characters act differently in different scenes because they're different characters in different situations. What? No way.
You ever heard of a prologue? Like, what? It's
I
the
don't-
beginning of... Okay, never mind.
Whatever.
Never mind.
Like, how can you actually say this and say that Spider-Man 2 is a masterpiece, Ralph? Because that film has the silliest fucking tone, but also has extremely serious shit with Doc Ock. Like, that film wants you to take seriously.
I'm just like, wow, Spider-Man makes quips to ridicule his opponents. I wonder if he does that to Electro by going to God Knows Sparkles.
Yeah, out of character. Okay.
Mark Webb.
What do you mean, Chew? Weren't you going through the films that they
What do you mean number 2?
Oh, so I guess number 1 was the multiple films, and now it's number 2. So, man, you're bad at what you do.
5. That wasn't even 8.
Yeah, you said it was.
What?
Well, actually, hold on. Let me rewind back.
3 or 4.
And one of them didn't even count.
I'm trying to find which one it was. The last one. I think it was this, right? The parents one. Yeah. So right before this,
yeah.
I want to see the number on it. Movie 5.
Yeah, he said 5.
Right. So you just skip, I guess, like 3 films. You said there were 8. Oh, I should say there were 20, and then you said there were 8, and then 20, and then 8. So I guess it's 5.
Yeah.
Sure.
To this.
Fuck. Okay. I rewound too much. No, I didn't rewind too much. I'm retarded. Fuck's sake.
There we go.
I went ahead too much.
There we go.
And he's
There we
pretty
go.
much the only.
Stop. Okay.
No, I'm
because you're
fixing it for you,
skipping.
Marcus.
Yeah, skipping.
Webb. Now, Mark Webb is a good director.
He is a
and
fantastic
he's pretty much
director.
the only reason the last Spider-Man movie wasn't god awful.
Really, at the end of the day, what was the access point for me was the characters. And I wanted to build a movie on a foundation of simple human relationships.
But in this
Based.
movie, I guess he just stopped caring, or he
What?
didn't know how to handle this material.
Electro is one of the most cinematic villains that you can imagine because he
would agree.
glows. He has the power of electricity, and
In my opinion, Mark Webb.
What was the point of showing that? What? Oh yeah,
He cuts it short.
He's clearly talking about how it looks. He's not talking about the actual character.
I mean, he's like, oh yeah, he clearly didn't care. Also, at least show a clip of him caring about the visuals of the film. Sure, that makes sense, Ralph.
Is a good romantic comedy director. He knows how to make a movie about 2 people falling in love really interesting. That was the best part of the last Spider-Man movie. But what he can't do is make a dark film or direct action or anything that was required of him.
Yeah, and do you think Spider-Man 2 is a masterpiece, even though the fight scenes in that film are god-awful, and this film has the two best Spider-Man fight scenes, with one with Electro, one with Goblin, where the choreography made complete sense with what the characters want to achieve and how they try to not get hit and hurt each other. But whatever. You know, he can't direct action.
No. Train fight is the best scene. Train fight is the best.
Oh yeah, no,
Spider-Man
I
scene.
love it, yeah. I love it when Doc Ock
I
throws
love
2
that one
people
part
out
where
of the
Doc
fucking train for
Octopus
no
just
reason.
kind of disappears.
Oh yeah, that's also cool. Oh wait, yeah, when he goes
when
under
Peter
the
just
train.
dodges
Yeah.
When he just goes under. No. When that thing is like, or that tunnel that they're passing through, Peter dodges it when he does like the Matrix thing, but Doc Ock just like disappears.
Oh yeah, there was another train, but that was coming towards Peter, and that Peter had his back turned, and actually in the other cut and the other shot, he actually has his front turned to the train. But whatever, it's good. It's good scene.
Yeah.
Love it. Yeah.
Good movie.
Got it, great.
And I guess
Okay.
at some point he just stopped
That was good.
caring because he knew the movie would come out bad. And
He didn't stop lying about the fucking the way these people made the film. If you actually watch the audio commentary, it's insane how much love and passion was put into it. Every time they're like, "Oh yeah, Mark Webb loved this idea. Oh yeah, Mark Webb really advocated for this idea." It's like, "Oh, actually, he did care." Like there are scenes in the film that were only included because Mark Webb wanted them, because of how passionate he was about certain things.
that's why every scene in this
If you're gonna
movie
talk
is
about the filmmaking, at least do your research.
Mm-hmm.
bad. I could go down every scene in this movie and carefully explain why it's bad and
Do it.
what Mark Webb did wrong.
Do it.
Go on then.
Used a
Go for it.
radioactive isotope to genetically engineer these super spiders. Got it, great.
Good thing that wasn't in the film, right? And that seemed like a blooper, didn't it?
Yes.
It's like
Like he started
Wait, I
laughing
thought
halfway
that
through his
was what-
sentence. That wasn't in the film even.
I thought that was like the scene, the thing that Harry plays for Peter.
Well, it is, but it's not that
Richard.
take, I imagine, because fucking Richard starts
Right.
smiling and laughing. It's like, oh yeah, obviously they didn't include that take because when you see in the film, he's never actually smiling in that scene. So I don't see what the
Yeah.
point of this is. Like, oh yeah, they had a fucking outtake. That's awful. Okay.
Also, I think I just realized. I'm pretty sure Richard Parker never smiles throughout both films, except for that one part where you see them taking a picture together as a family.
Mm. Yeah, I don't think he does smile.
I'm not going to do it with every scene, but I'm going to do it with this one. The
Okay.
first scene of the
go
movie.
on.
This scene is so bad, I could make a reason scene one of the Amazing Spider-Man.
Okay, just fucking get into it. I don't care about what you could do. Just do it.
Into sucks video. But let's
Okay.
just talk about the directing. This scene isn't really
Okay.
necessary at all in the context of the movie, but it's a good way to.
It is very unnecessary because it is establishing why. Well, it's giving more context to what happened in the first film. Because the first film we saw it from Peter's perspective, and this film we're trying to see it from Richard's perspective, which is to establish, to set up everything that's going on with Richard and Oscorp and how they're dealing with it.
Set the tone. This scene could have been really suspenseful and very well done.
It was.
But Mark Webb doesn't know how to direct a scene like this, so
Explain
it came out
why.
like garbage.
Explain.
Now, to talk about a scene like this,
Hold on.
He still hasn't started.
That's without considering the fact that this scene wasn't really meant to be suspenseful, rather more heartfelt.
Wait, well, I think it's kind of going for both. It's suspenseful in terms of like they're running away from someone, but also heartfelt and like how much it hurts them that they have to leave their son. So it's kind of doing both.
Yeah, and I think the forefront, especially with this reference, is to go for heartfelt, which drives the suspense forward.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to have to compare it to another scene. Another opening scene involving a bad guy coming into a good guy. Oh wait, I said that wrong. I'm going to compare this scene in The Amazing Spider-Man 2 to this scene from Inglourious Bastards.
That is
What?
What? These are not nearly the same. What? These are not the same thing at all.
What?
Okay, guys. Next, I'm going to compare apples to oranges.
What is the point of? Okay, sure. Let's see what
So
he
you
says.
see,
I can't
apples
even. Not...
suck.
I'm
See, apples suck because they're not like oranges. Okay.
Exactly. I do. Okay, sure. Let's let's talk about this. This film.
Off. I was like checking Twitter, and I just hear I'm going to compare this to Inglourious
Glorious Bastard.
Bastards.
Okay, so here's
Like,
the thing.
What?
We're gonna compare this superhero film, which obviously has a much lighter tone, than a fucking film about fucking Nazi Germany and fucking Jews hiding under the floorboards and getting killed during that scene. So, oh, yeah, that is definitely, indeed, the fucking same way to compare something. It's good on you, Ralph.
The opening.
So you see, guys, this scene directed by Mark Webb. Yeah, I'm going to be comparing it to Quentin fucking Tarantino. Please enjoy.
I was expecting something like for Spider-Man 2, and then this.
Yeah, I expected it to compare to one of the Raimi films. I was so confused here.
I was just dozing off. I'm checking Twitter, and I just hear I'm comparing this to Inglourious Bastards.
I love how you're always like looking away when the funniest shit happens. The MMA, you were looking out your window. All right, let's see this.
Scene of Inglourious Bastards, a Nazi comes to a house because he knows Jews are there, with the
Yes.
sole intent of killing all the Jews in the house, which are hiding under the floorboards. In this scene from The Amazing Spider-Man 2, Peter Parker's dad and mom are sitting in an airplane, and then a bad guy sneaks in to kill them. I'm going to explain why this scene is good and this scene is bad. Number 1, the dialogue. The dialogue in this scene is rich and interesting.
Yeah, because this is a character that is trying to get the truth out of this guy on the right. Whereas with in Tasm Chu, all the spy wants to do is to send a message from Norman to Richard and then kill him. It doesn't need to, like, the spy has the fucking killer has no reason to do anything more than what he was told to do, which is to, you know, crash the plane and steal the fucking laptop and send the message to Richard. In here, this character played by what's his name? Christopher
Walken.
Waltz, not
Oh,
walking.
no, Waltz.
Walking, not
Christoph Waltz, yeah.
yeah. But yeah, his character is someone who really enjoys these kind of interrogations because he finds really interesting to get under people's skins, and that is like an established trait of his character. Whereas with the killer, he has no reason to do that because, well, we don't see like a lot about his character. We don't see any of his character actually, so I don't understand why these are being compared.
Because Quentin Tarantino wrote it. We learn a lot about this character from this one scene. And as
Exactly, because he's a character who needs character. He's like the antagonist of the entire film. Whereas in Tasm Chu, it's just a killer that dies 2 minutes later. How is this comparable?
the scene goes on, we discover the intent of this character. And there is even some levity. That's how you write a scene.
There's no levity. When he makes a joke, it's tense. It's not... I have never laughed watching this scene. And it's one of my favorite scenes ever. It's because the joke he makes is supposed to get under this guy's skin, which is the point. He wants to make him tense so that he can actually get the truth about where the Jews are hiding. Stop being wrong, Ralph.
This scene sucks. The dialogue in this scene is cliche and bad.
It's cliche and bad. That is for sure.
Did you see his face? He's never gonna understand.
Oh my god. She says that he's never going to understand, and that's bad because in the films before, the same thing has happened where someone says that someone else would never understand. It's almost like sometimes you have to hide things from the people you love, and that's just a common thing to show in films and shows.
Marcus, you don't understand. Oh, damn it. Oh, I'm being cliche. God damn it. I'll have to kill myself now.
Fucking Ralph's favorite show, I'm pretty sure, is Mr. Robot. And they use that line, he's never going to understand, fucking all the time, because they continuously hide shit.
Marcus, you just said it again. Why are you being so cliched, Marcus?
Oh, I'm sorry. ECUM is way too cliche. It's bad writing.
Stop using English.
Mary, we've been through this. Our life as we know it is over.
Why is it bad?
How are we supposed to say that line? How else do you convey that message?
I've never really heard anyone else say it, but yeah.
I mean, our life as we know it is over. I think it's like short. There's moments where you probably heard it before and other stuff. Like Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. has similar kind of dialogue with a couple characters, if you may know what I mean. But it's like, I'm confused.
There's no better way to say this stuff is my problem with it. It's like, how else do you convey the same message? You just can't. Oh, the life we have been living, that we have both been experiencing all this time, it is coming to an end, Mary. How else do you say that line?
Yeah. Oh my god, YMS.
We're going to spend every day from now on looking over our shoulders.
Oh, that is an expression that everyone uses because... What is the problem, Ralph? I keep calling him YMS. Fuck off. My god. Okay, so right now he said he's comparing. So he said, the dialogue in the Inglourious Basterds scene is good, and it has levity. It is good, I agree. It does not have levity, so he's just wrong there. Then he's like, it's cliche and bad in Tasm Chu. He didn't say why it's bad, he only said that it has some cliche lines, what is the issue? What is inherently bad about it? Which he doesn't explain. So, he hasn't made a point yet. Congrats, Ralph. Moron.
Pacing. This scene is perfectly paced. It's not too short.
I agree, it's perfectly paced.
And it's also not too long to where you get bored. It is the perfect length. Information is doled out at a very good pace. And it keeps you interested in the scene.
Now, my job dictates that I must have my men enter your home
Okay, I'm just gonna pause for copyright. But yeah, I really like the scene. I'm also gonna put the copyright cover on because Ralph just gets away with using these long ass clips.
Also, the theme's really cool.
Yeah.
And conduct a thorough search. I can officially cross your family's name off my list. And if there are any irregularities to be found, rest assured there will be. That is unless you have something to tell me that makes the conducting of a search.
My God, this is a long clip. I really hope copyright doesn't fuck us, but yeah. Good scene. I like it.
Yeah.
I might add.
Jesus Christ, Ralph. Just get I get it. I get the point.
The performance of will not be met with punishment.
The pacing in this scene sucks.
Hey, there we are.
The
Why?
scene is too short, so it doesn't
Why?
have time to build up suspense.
Why?
And every shot is too quick.
Why?
It doesn't give you time to assess the scene or what's going on.
I know exactly what's going on. So please explain to me how you don't. And then we can have a conversation, Ralph.
It doesn't give you time to slow down and relax. So
Because it's not supposed to be relaxing. The plane is crashing with a fucking assassin trying to murder the parents of our main character. It is not supposed to be relaxing. And it's like, the scene in Inglourious Basterds is the least relaxing thing as well, because it's extremely anxiety-inducing, because we know that Christoph Waltz, he knows that the Jews are hiding, and it's just a matter of time until, you know, he cracks that dude. And that's the point. It's like, how long is it gonna take? And then, you know, rising tension due to that. So it's not relaxing either. There's no time for you to relax during that scene. Like, when he's fucking lighting his, what's it called? Whatever, cigarette. It's not a cigarette, but whatever. When he's lighting it, the pipe. Yes. When he's lighting his pipe, it's like, oh, the point is to show how he's like dominant and he's comfortable in himself and confident in himself, to a point where that is to intimidate that dude. And it's just like, yeah, I know they're here, and he's showing that just by his demeanor. Whatever.
So that when it's revealed that there is an assassin on the plane, you actually feel nervous. The performances. This one's pretty simple. The performances in this scene are good.
They are great.
Performances in this scene aren't good.
Why?
Really, you two are never going to see
Why?
your son again. You should be bawling. You should be crying your eyes out. But
It's fucking...
I guess that
What?
would...
I've already had time to process and accept this reality.
Yeah, this is like the next morning. Has to be, I guess. Well, it would have taken a few hours anyway. And even then, if they're like, it's not like they're happy about it, and we see fucking Mary being really upset. And Richard's like, no, we gotta focus on this, and then we can actually like focus on anything else. We gotta, you know, finish the upload and just get your safety before we can actually worry about anything else.
Require them to act? Why would they need to act? It's not like it's their job or anything. The music. Listen to the music in this scene.
You're sheltering enemies of the state, are you not?
Yes.
Okay. Let's get the fucking copyright cover on
You're
it.
sheltering them underneath your floorboards.
Ralph, for the love of God.
That's right. There is no music. The key to making a scene intense is quiet.
What? That is not true. What? That...
That's not a rule.
How can you actually say that and actually like Mr. Robot? The way that Mr. Robot uses its music to showcase tension. Like, are you fucking retarded, Ralph? Are you actually brain dead? How can you actually say this? Like, a score is made to complement what the film is showing and telling you with dialogue and visuals. And that's what it does in Tasm Chu. It's showing like the intensity of the situation. Like this scene, obviously, I would agree that the lack of music does make it more tense, but that's not true for every case.
Think of every intense scene you've ever seen. 9 times out of 10, it is quiet.
Okay.
For me, yes.
I'm trying to think of a tense scene here in a film that I think is good, that doesn't have music on it. Obviously, other than Tasm Chu, right? Oh, fucking Lost. The amount of scenes in Lost that have fucking the Ben Linus theme playing, and it's incredibly tense because of how we know what Ben Linus is capable of as a character, and so the music playing accentuates that and the tension on scene, especially with how he relates to John Locke. So, there.
Doesn't the Joker interrogation scene have music building up?
It does, yes.
I mean, that's a great example.
I mean, I wouldn't say it's tense for me anymore because, you know, but yeah, I agree.
Call it. Call it, yes.
Stop fucking showing these long clips, dude. I swear to God.
A whole lot. Just call it.
What about Legion? Legion has loads of scenes where the soundtrack is meant to accentuate the tension.
You need to call it.
And I'm pretty sure Ralph likes Legion because I remember him tweeting when the finale came out, so. Prisoners, when he was hitting Alex, has no music, and that's intense. Yeah, but I want one that has music thought, you stupid person.
Been traveling 20.
My God, how long are these clips? I get the
We know
point.
the scene.
And it's either
It, you know, good scene. Thank you.
Music used during
there.
this scene is at the end, when you know exactly what the outcome is. You know it is inevitable that the Jews are going to die.
You know it is inevitable that his parents are going to die because it was established in the first film. So, again, what is the point you're making, Ralph? Are you retarded?
So the music...
I could throw back at him that it would be much more harrowing if we had no music, it just had scream.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah.
It could be more harrowing.
slowly builds up to the point where the inevitable happens.
Oh my God, these clips.
In this scene, the music stinks. The music is playing over the whole scene, so you know something intense is bound to happen. And
Okay.
the music is just bad. It's
Why?
the most standard stock action movie music. You can
That
get
is
this music
untrue. That is really not true at all. The music in this film is anything other than generic. Like, I don't know. You need your side examples to show how it's generic, but it's just not. I'm pretty sure. I don't know if it was him or if it was YMS who said that, like, the score for 1917 was also generic, so clearly not the best judges of soundtracks. Yeah.
Man.
off a website.
Ah, really good track. Really good, but, you know, copyright, so hold on. Fuck's sake, Ralph. Hey. I agree.
Very well acted, very
Yeah.
well paced. The shot composition is beautiful, and
Yes.
every pan, zoom,
Yes.
and close-up has a meaning to it. This
Mhm.
scene is quickly edited nonsense, with
What do you
terrible
mean?
music, acting, and staging. Just look at the camera here. It's shaking for absolutely no reason.
They're
on a plane.
They're fighting
That's
inside a
crashing.
plane that's about to crash. How is that? How are you? I don't. What are you saying, Ralph? No reason. They're inside a fucking plane about to. Ralph is so stupid.
The cameraman is literally standing there shaking the camera. It's not like the plane
Yeah, that is how you do shaky cam. Yes.
is crashing, right?
So like the plane is. What? It is.
It isn't. At least not at this point. At this
Oh yeah, by the start, sure, it isn't. Shaky cam still fits though. Like you didn't tell me how it doesn't fit. You're not just gonna have like a steady camera to show an action scene. I mean, you can, but it's not how usually you do it. To showcase the tension of you know, how their surroundings are like hard to grasp because of how, you know, they're trying to fight someone.
this point, the plane is on autopilot. Wait, it's on autopilot, right? It has to be, because the pilots are dead. But then
Yes.
the pilot leans forward on
Yeah, because due to fucking turbulence.
throttle, and then the plane starts plummeting. So wait, it wasn't on autopilot?
No, it wasn't. The plane was just flying straight because that's how planes are. And then, due to the fact that fucking there was turbulence, the pilot fell onto the fucking wheel. It's not a wheel, but whatever.
A dead pilot was flying the plane? What the hell was the assassin thinking?
That, oh, I'm going to steal the fucking laptop and then the plane's gonna crash after I jump out. So I don't need to take care of anyone actually flying the plane. That's what he was thinking.
Before you kill the pilots, turn the thing on autopilot. This
Why? He wants them to die. He wants to stage it as a fucking accident.
guy's in
Yeah,
a
if you-
suicide
If you put autopilot on, it's gonna look mighty suspicious.
Mm-hmm.
bomber. He's
He's not a suicide bomber. He put on a fucking parachute. He was about to jump out. The problem was fucking Mary broke out of the fucking bathroom.
An assassin hired by a corporation. He doesn't want to die. He's getting
Yes, that's why he was about to jump out, you fucking stupid person. Pay attention to the film you're criticizing.
paid to do this. Why'd you even need to kill the pilots? Could have just
Because it would stage it as a fucking plane crash, plane accident. It's not hard to understand, Ralph. Oh my god.
You take out the... You infiltrate the area, you take out the pilots, so then Richard and Mary have no backup, and you isolate them.
two in the back. What were the pilots gonna do? Stop you? They're too busy flying the...
They would have called the air traffic controller and warned them.
Yeah, that's how you do in fucking situations of like hostage and shit like that. There's a film called 7500 which showcases that perfectly, which is a film about a terrorist attack on a plane. Which even 7500 is the code you send to like air control units to let them know that your plane has been hijacked. So, yeah.
the plane. Anyway, back to the camera. So yeah, the camera's shaking for absolutely no reason. Whenever you do shaky cam, or as I like to call it, handheld camera, it's to give the illusion that the camera is a character in the film. Whenever a character is running, or jumping, or fighting a war, the camera usually shakes, to give you the sense that you're really there.
Yeah, which is the point. They want you to feel like you're really there, seeing that fight happen in front of you, which is the exact thing that it does. Thank you for showcasing that, why it is a good decision, Ralph.
But that's not really true, because none of what I just mentioned is actually real.
Yeah. He's gonna prove the film mental.
Paul Greengrass does it all the time, but he doesn't shake the camera for no reason. It's usually because the cameraman is holding the camera, and whenever he has to move, the camera just naturally shakes. Paul Greengrass doesn't stand there with a camera and just shake it for no reason. It's only when a character is running, jumping, flying, crashing into something,
So there are different styles to direction. Okay, thanks for telling me, my dude.
driving, or just doing something that jolts you around. Did you know that, Mark Webb?
Got it, great, good.
Mark Webb can't even direct extras. Electro is killing people. Why are you standing there?
Yeah, so we have already tackled this in the last video. But yeah, people would stand there to see it happening, especially after Spider-Man arrives. Because they want to see Spider-Man, you know, save the day. And they don't have no reason to believe he wouldn't. Because, well, he always has, so.
Same thing at the end of the movie. Rhino is attacking police officers and everyone's just standing around watching. Run!
Yes.
On 9/11, no one was looking at the buildings like, oh, cool, look at that.
That is untrue. That is factually untrue. There were people who were
fucking filmed it.
Yeah, I was gonna say there are fucking people with cameras filming it in the fucking buildings. What do you mean there were people? Are you stupid, Rob?
That's such a recording where you see the plane crash and then react like holy shit.
There's several. Loads of people did it. It was everywhere.
Nobody actually stood around and watched 9/11 because none of it is real.
9/11 is a hoax. 9/11 is a hoax created by Mark Webb to make Tazam seem more plausible.
And they didn't even run until the building started collapsing.
Yeah.
I hate it when the extras just go mim 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 mim.
That would have made Tazam Chew the best film.
They were running away. To hell with extras. He can't even direct actors anymore.
They were running away, as I show a clip of people running away from the destruction in the Amazing Spider-Man 2.
Yeah, and then they stop running away when they think they're safe. After a barricade has been formed, after Spider-Man has arrived. Yeah.
Generic evil scientist is straight out of a cartoon.
I'm here to...
Yeah, that's the point. He's cartoony, yeah. I agree. He's straight out of cartoon.
I'm Dr. Kafka.
Who
you are. I will get his arms.
He has asked me to offer you a riddle.
Okay.
Fiddle-dee, mister.
Okay, I get the idea.
Guys, name a fish with no legs that is electric and swims around under your feet.
That's a tough one.
What is it?
It's an eel.
Okay.
And for some reason,
Okay,
every actor
thanks.
in the movie repeats everything
That's okay.
twice.
Peter? No. Peter?
I gotta find...
Oh yeah, it's not like just repeating something you said has a reason for it when you're trying to show intensity to what you're saying and actually reaffirm what you said. That has never happened before, right? fuck's sake.
Or people just stumble over their words.
Yeah, people stumbling over their words like Peter, like there, I'm gonna find my aunt.
No, it's I don't know.
Oh yeah, people saying I don't know a lot of during
this
fucking dialogue.
He said this movie has bad dialogue, but when it tries to be realistic, oh, it's too realistic. No, I don't like that.
Yeah, I don't know.
I break up with you. I break up with you.
Yeah, she should reaffirm that it's her choice now, you fucking moron. Ah!
So you see, there's this thing. It's called media literacy, and I don't think Ralph possesses it.
Mr. Tyrus moment.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
That's a question.
Yeah, because he's uncomfortable with the question and he's trying to figure out what to say. It happens. You just repeat, being like, "Oh yeah, that's the question." That's
common stuff. I've done this a lot when I just don't want to answer a question.
Well, and
Just
especially
repeat it.
with fucking Harry, right? Person he hasn't seen in 8 years. He's gonna feel uncomfortable with him.
Did you tell the actors to do it, or did you just leave it because you were like, oh, that's natural?
It is natural.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, okay. I get. Ralph, you need to have conclusions to your points because I have no idea what you're saying half the time. You just say things. This is worse than his Joker video. I swear to God.
This movie's too long. This movie is 2.5 hours, and it feels like 8 hours. That's because the pacing is bad.
This is like the first time I've seen somebody like unironically pull a long man bad on a movie.
I mean, I don't know.
The movie is too long because bad pacing. Those are those statements aren't the same.
I think what he means to say is that the film feels too long because of the bad pacing, but it's bad wording on his part. It's kind of like what I was saying when we watched Wonder Woman 84 in the beginning of the recording. I'm like, this film is like 2.5 hours long, but it's the longest film you ever watch. And it's like, you know what I mean?
Yes.
Different plots that don't make any sense. This movie could have been cut down so much. If you cut out everything with Aunt May, which is pretty much filler, the movie would
It's not filler. Stop.
be shorter.
If you cut out this plot line, the movie would be shorter, guys.
Yeah, no
Did you know
shit.
that?
If you cut things out of a film, it will be short. You should show me. Yeah, you just said it's filler. We already proved it's not earlier in the film, but like you need to showcase why there was so much you could
Cut
cut.
the first scene of the movie, which is completely pointless.
It is not. We already proved it's not. So whatever.
The movie would be shorter. This scene doesn't even make sense.
Why do we need movies to
Who
be
do you make this
shorter?
video for?
It was firstly to expose Oscar, but when he found out that his office was being raided, he only sent a video because he wanted Peter to find out the truth about his parents. He didn't care about exposing Oscorp anymore. That is why he made the video. Firstly, to expose Oscorp, and then when he realized he couldn't, he just sent it to Peter, so that Peter could find it one day.
It wasn't Peter.
But as a father, it means I may not see my boy again. Nothing is as
That
important
acting
to
is so
me
good.
as my son Peter.
This scene is just bad not because of the reasons I mentioned before, but because it ruins the mystery. The whole
What?
movie, Peter's trying to find out what happened to his parents.
Yeah.
But we know what happened to his parents.
No, we don't.
No.
The film starts with him killing. The film starts with him fucking destroying the evidence at Oscorp and then running away. We don't know what happened to his parents. We know that they died, but we don't know why. We don't know why they run away.
He finds out that they
this
died in the
common
first
thing.
Yeah.
It's this common piece of like this common criticism that we just knew what happened to Peter's parents. Like, no, we didn't. They didn't mention anything about it. We know there was a plane crash, and that's it. And he had some sort of connection to the spiders. We had no idea that he put his blood in them, and it like. Which
No,
is, like,
he knew
the
he
main
researched
thing.
the spiders in fucking when he was younger, but that's it. And they stopped studying them. We don't know much more. The film establishes all that. all that.
Knew. I don't think they knew that Oscorp was using his research to make biological weapons either. So it's like
No. No. Don't think so. Yeah, because even Connors didn't know exactly what happened, which is why he distanced himself from Richard's family because he thought Richard betrayed him. So.
They died in a plane crash. Apparently, there's stuff in this movie that they cut out. There's a whole subplot with Mary Jane Watson, played by Shailene Woodley.
Yeah.
Like,
I'm really glad they cut
there
it.
wasn't enough shit in this movie? You were gonna add
Yeah, but they didn't. Why are you criticizing something for not being in the film? Are you retarded? Oh yeah, the film is too long. Look at this thing that they were going to include but didn't. My God.
subplot plot? Apparently they cut it out because the movie was already too long. And
Yeah.
thank God.
Introducing so many new characters, it really didn't make sense to introduce such a fight.
I don't many new characters. Like, what new characters are staying within the franchise that are established? Like, there's Harry and Felicia, I guess. I guess you could count Felicia. Even though like the people who were making the film even said that Felicia was more of an Easter egg than an actual like setting up of Felicia Hardy, but whatever.
Yeah.
Rhino, I guess, would show up in future films. So that was established in this one. So Rhino, Felicia, and Harry, I guess. Sure.
Also, I find it hilarious that he's mad that they resolved the plot line with his parents, but that they didn't resolve the financial issues. That's what we needed.
Obviously, financial issues are way more important.
In a movie that had so much else going on, so they're holding off for future films. But that being said, it is one of the best scripts I have ever read, and that's not a lie.
Based.
For it to be
Very
a
based.
Spider-Man film and to have a script that
Squirrel.
But I think the reason
Okay.
they cut it out is because Shailene Woodley is a good actress, and Mark Webb was like, this bitch cares about the story.
Yeah, because Andrew clearly didn't, right? Or Emma Stone or Jamie Foxx.
Oh, did you forget one else?
Yeah.
No.
Fire her!
I love how he keeps taking these spot shots at Mark Webb and just being completely wrong every time he does so. It's really fun. Or
It is quite funny.
I usually
The music
never
is amazing.
criticize
Oh
music,
boy.
'cause
Yeah, because you're bad at it.
I'm not a music critic. I'm a movie critic. Movie critics
And
don't
not a
talk
good
about
one
music
either.
unless it
Yeah.
sucks
Very
really
bad one at
or it's
that.
Really great.
Yeah, and it's like, I don't know. I think, like, I'm not much know a lot about music, but I've had conversations about, like, music in films that I think, like, you can talk about the way it's composed and everything that actually, like, you don't need to actually look a lot into it. You can understand what the music was going for. Especially with Legion, I know exactly, like, what the music is, the choices that it is.
I would consider myself not very knowledgeable, but I have knowledge about music, so I have more insight.
I mean, yeah, it's like everyone's gonna have different levels of knowledge, but I don't know. And maybe
Yeah.
you could look more into it if he actually thinks it's worth talking about the music here. I mean, maybe he did. Who knows? We'll see.
Great. So since I'm talking about the music, I want you to guess what I thought of it. Did I think it was amazing as Spider-Man? Or do you think
No,
I
do you think
hated
it was shit because you're retarded? Oh, they're doing. You're really doing fucking. I had you fucking mute it because I know Madvika got
If
caught
you
with
guessed
copyright.
I thought
in
it
this
was amazing,
Flash video.
then you can take my amazing and shove it down your throat until you choke. This is
Wow. Okay.
Jesus.
What the fuck, dude? Dear Lord. Okay. Whatever.
the worst soundtrack I've heard in a long time.
50%. What? The worst. My goodness gracious. Okay.
50% of it sounds like stock music.
What?
20% of it sounds
Stock music. You need to
Elevator
please
music.
fucking tell me what you mean. It's
Hans
literally Hans
Zimmer
Zimmer and
sounds like stock music.
yeah, it's Hans Zimmer and fucking Pharrell and what's it, Jimmy fucking hell, man.
Johnny
like
Marr,
Johnny Marr, yeah. Sorry, my brain has died after all these videos.
elevator music. 10% of it is pop songs.
What? There's one pop song.
What?
There was one pop song.
It's in the credits.
Oh yeah, it's two, I guess, yeah, because it has them. Yeah, it's at the credits one. But yeah,
That don't fit with the scene at all.
it does fit. It does fit with the scene. Please tell me how it doesn't fit. Tell me how it doesn't fit. Ralph, please. I'm gonna need you mute because, you know.
Great song.
And the rest of it's just
Oh, okay.
Great song.
He doesn't explain how it doesn't fit. He just like, you know, it doesn't fit. Here's a clip from that scene. Okay.
Cross cycle.
weird. I can't believe Hans Zimmer's name is on it. He must have, I don't know what the hell he was thinking. Did he actually have something to do with the soundtrack? Hans Zimmer is an amazing composer.
What do you mean?
and he's made
Yes,
some of
it
the
says
best
composed by Hans Zimmer. What do you mean?
It's so bad that he doubts he was involved, TV, you know. It makes perfect sense.
iconic soundtracks in film history. Did he actually have something to do with the making of this soundtrack? He must have tripped and fell on a keyboard, and they went, "Oh, that's good enough. I guess."
I love how he's showing here how they actually made the fucking sounds, and I love how they did it. Thought and I were editing a Desmond Chu video, and we actually saw like behind the scenes of how like he composed and everything. And I find it really cool. Like they're tapping like the inside of the piano to make a part of the sounds that you hear in the main theme, which is really cool.
Hans Zimmer, was he actually involved with the soundtrack? As I show a clip of Hans Zimmer being involved with the soundtrack.
Obviously, he wasn't.
Soundtrack to our movie.
Did he just fall, like trip and just fall on a keyboard as I show a clip of Hans Zimmer literally playing the piano?
Oh yeah, but he was playing what he fell on, and it's like, oh, that's actually pretty good.
Right. Oh, okay.
All right, I'm exaggerating a little. Hans Zimmer had
Oh, you
something
reckon?
to do with the soundtrack, but he wasn't the composer. Yep.
What?
Okay, thank you for
real
wasting
evil
the last
genius
2 minutes of
behind
my
this
time.
Soundtrack is Pharrell Williams.
No,
it's not.
It's the Magnificent Six. It's not just Pharrell. What are you talking about? Fucking Hans Zimmer picked Pharrell even. So even if you say it's all Pharrell's fault, it's still Hans Zimmer's fault. Which is not fault, it's his achievement, but whatever.
Wanna get that? Isn't it clear we're here again?
Okay.
Go for it.
The pop star. You
Okay.
know him. He wrote
Yes.
this song.
Yeah, I do know.
Yep.
Fucking Christ, stop with the fucking clips. Copyright, dude. I get the point.
After hearing that song, I was like, yep, he would be a great composer for a movie soundtrack. He definitely knows how to take a scene of two people murdering each other and add music to it. He's a
Thank God he wasn't the only one who was working on the soundtrack, and Hans Zimmer actually has experience with, superhero films, especially with a more serious tone, kind of what he did, like 2 years earlier with
He literally
Dark Knight Rises.
composed every single Dark Knight. Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
And that's without considering that Pharrell was brought on due to his experience in the electro genre.
Mm-hmm.
Which, if you did any research of Pharrell Williams, you would find.
Yeah, but no.
a renowned artist,
But you see,
right?
EDM bad.
He's another talentless pop star hack.
Talentless? Okay, I don't
Wow.
like his music, but you call him talentless. You have got to be retarded, dude.
And pop artist hack. He doesn't really do pop.
No, I don't know what Ralph's point is anymore. He's lost the plot, honestly.
This has turned into a commentary about Pharrell Williams and his music.
And aside from
Sorry?
I was gonna say, he was also the composer for the Despicable Me films.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that's true. I actually quite like the music for Despicable Me.
his 2005 Best Dressed Man in the World award, his trophy case is empty.
Great.
Okay. I was wrong. Oh,
Yeah, great.
really?
That's
You
what
were very wrong, Ralph, during the entire video. I love how he's like, oh yeah, he never won any awards because he's bad. And then he's like, oh, actually he did. Just ignore that because it completely
Take that.
negates my entire fucking point.
Take that Atlanta research, Ralph. It's not difficult.
You could have literally just re-recorded the audio being like, oh, actually he has won a few awards, but that doesn't mean anything because awards aren't like recognition of actual talent. That's all you could have just done.
But they are, though.
Did they really think he would be a good choice to do a movie soundtrack?
Yes,
Just
because he
listen
was.
to it.
I love listening to it, but I'd rather not get a copyright. So.
Hey, look at this. Good music.
Shades on me.
Yeah, right.
Me.
We get it.
Okay, Ralph.
Yeah,
Please. Ralph. Come on. Almost there.
Takes action
There.
scenes and makes them into
auto
music
balancing.
videos.
What? Okay, first off, if he makes them into music videos, that isn't on Pharrell. That would be on the editor, you moron. But what? It's not music videos. There's not. I don't know. I love the Itsy Spider point. Oh yeah, I love it in my music videos when I have fucking, Spider-Man being beat down by this guy.
Danny Elfman with his music.
You telling me you
videos of
haven't seen the
Itsy
Itsy Bitsy Spider music video?
He made it Itsy. Yeah, it's actually released by the Itsy Bitsy Spider copyright owner, yeah. I do.
For Danny Elfman with his Itsy Bitsy Spider video.
Fun fact, I actually did not know that when I was little, that he was playing Itsy Bitsy Spider.
That's because you're a retard.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you're not the smartest. I mean, there's a reason why you have an as profile picture, just saying.
True.
The music completely
You probably
takes you
thought it
out-
was just saying
Of course.
Yes. Ma, ma,
I hate
ma,
this
ma,
song.
ma. Flat.
Fuck's sake.
That's what Electro
Is the
says
ATBT
to
spider bit
Spider-Man.
in the soundtrack? No, it's not, unfortunately. But yeah, it's only in the film.
Out of the movie.
Dude, if you could only imagine what Hans and I got to do musically, I'm telling you, riveting, that's an understatement.
I agree.
Does your giant ego even fit in that giant hat of yours, you f***ing asshole?
Okay, you just insulted him personally. Wow. What has Pharrell ever done to you? He makes bad music. That's fine.
I'm marketing my music. Fuck you, you asshole.
Jesus.
This movie
isn't
well written or funny on any level. Any
Okay.
human being capable of writing this line.
Sure.
Now it's time for me to light my candle.
I love that line so much. It's so great. It's perfect.
Or this line.
A god named Sparkles?
Oh my god.
That's
Peter,
exactly what
Peter
Spider-Man
making a
played.
quip? No, that is bad writing. That's why I like the Raimi films, because he never makes jokes.
Spider-Man quips.
Yeah. I could just be like, oh yeah, remember Spider-Man 1 where it was like, oh, cute outfit, did your husband make it to you? That's bad writing, because he quips.
And saying to themselves, oh, that's funny, should be thrown in a gas chamber. I showed this scene before.
Oh my god, what? What the fuck, dude? Ralph, do you have mental issues? Oh, he's like in the beginning of the film, oh, it's fine if you like it, but if you find this line funny, you should be thrown in a gas chamber. I know you're, being hyperbolic for the sake of comedy, but my god, dude, it's just a line that Peter is quipping. Like, if you actually like Spider-Man, how can you actually think that's a bad line?
If anyone thinks Ralph the Movie Maker videos are funny, gas chamber for you.
My god.
And this is a perfect example of how not to do comedy. First of all, the joke of this scene is stolen from the original Spider-Man movies.
What?
Except in that movie, it was a quick visual gag, and it was over with in 5 seconds. In this movie, it goes on for...
Because it's establishing character, you moron. It's developing character between MJ and Peter.
Scene. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I was
he's
like,
the laundry scene.
Please show what you're talking about. He's talking about the laundry.
Well, yeah, I wanted him to show the clip from the first Spider-Man, which is why I was waiting to pause. But yeah, the difference between these scenes is that their dialogue actually has relevance to the characters, whereas in Spider-Man 1, it's just a joke. Like, this scene has a joke and has character development.
I mean, it's showing May's character flaw in trying to take on everything for herself.
Yeah, and trying to take care of Peter because, she's afraid that she's not enough, and she's trying to be. Which is, showcased later, more explicitly.
10 minutes. Do you want me to show the entire scene again? No?
No.
Is it because it's not funny?
No, it's because I don't want to get hit with copyright.
Because we don't need to.
Yeah, we've already seen the scene.
You don't need to see the scene again.
It's not 10 minutes, it's like 2 minutes at worst.
You would want me to show you it again, right? Here's the...
No, that's not the point! I don't want you to waste my time. Are you actually retarded? And I do find the scene funny. I've watched this film last year alone. I watched this film 10 times. I always laugh at that scene. So, yeah, I do find it funny. I just don't need you to waste my fucking time again.
Time code, in case
Remember,
you want to
guys, comedy is judged by whether or not you can watch it again.
Yes, of course.
that scene and watch it all over again because it was so funny. What's
was.
that? It isn't funny?
It
and
is.
It serves no purpose?
It does. Oh my god, Ralph. We've already established how it does. Stop repeating your fucking points without any arguments to back it up, you fucking moron.
You mean when Peter Parker said,
"All right, laundry sheriff"?
You
I
didn't
love
find
it.
that hysterical?
I did. It's hilarious.
So I am not against this movie having funny scenes. However, if the
You
scene
clearly are.
Hold on.
You clearly hate comedy.
You said the comedic scenes were a tonal clash with the film.
So I'm not against the scene having levity, but why the fuck does it have levity? Oh my god, it's so bad.
No, TC, we're not 5 minutes into the video. We're 20 minutes into the video. He said he put that timestamp on screen to go back to when he put the entire scene on his video for you to go back and if you actually want to rewatch it to prove that you actually do find the scene funny.
be funny and fail horribly, then it just feels like padding.
You're gonna take my car?
Well, kind of like you've been doing with this video, with all the
Yeah.
clips.
I love this scene, dude. It's hilarious.
I'm okay. I'm just.
I'm very naked right now.
Again.
Face, it's filthy.
I was
It
cleaning
is?
the sheet.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I was cleaning the chimney.
That wasn't funny. Therefore, this scene.
No, that was funny, but you didn't have the funniest part. Where it's like, we don't have a
didn't.
chimney. It's like, what? It's hilarious.
Slide.
And it also helps to showcase how Peter's having issues with fucking with hiding his identity and living a double life, which is part of his character arc in this fucking film. So he does do more than just have comedy. It's not just wasting your time. It's show how hard it's been for him to keep being Spider-Man and actually trying to live a normal life. Again, it showcases more than just comedy.
Guys, why did the chicken cross the road? Dude, that wasn't funny. What the fuck? Dude, come on now. Make better jokes.
Yeah,
Why?
I know, right? Fuck's sake.
Your
Your setup was bad.
I didn't finish the punchline. I don't care. It was a bad joke. Just go away.
The punchline, the punchline is not funny. Then if the fucking setup is not funny, how's the punchline gonna be?
Exactly.
I didn't laugh at this joke, therefore it's objectively not funny.
Yeah, of course.
No purpose, and it annoyed me.
It does serve purpose, I already said, and
Okay.
annoying you is subjective, so that doesn't matter because you said that it's factual that this film is bad and you don't have proved it yet.
Same with this scene.
No, there's nothing to distract from your unibrow.
Yeah, I don't find that funny, but the point is that it's two friends trying to reconnect, and so they make fun, they poke fun at each other to show that they, still they still have that connection. I don't find it funny when it, especially. Oh, I do find it funny when it's like says that one of his men servants holds a fucking hairdryer. But other than that, it's like, yeah, the important thing is that these characters are finding, they're able to relax and actually talk to each other, as if to actually try to reconnect. Not that that's funny, but whatever.
I find the scene funny not because it's like comedic, but because it's like it just makes me smile.
Oh
Like,
yeah,
it's just
their
how
chemistry
it's
is
a
great,
scene.
dude. Their chemistry is really good.
Like what they're saying aren't like jokes necessarily, but it's still like funny in the sense that they're poking fun at each other.
Exactly.
You still blow and dry your hair
For fuck's sake. Okay, stop showing long clips.
every morning? One servant holds the hair dryer, but I comb. Okay, so at least I'm not.
Okay, cut it. I get it.
The only funny part.
Oh, that's funny.
Here it is.
You're not gonna show the.
This is also
You
really
are gonna
funny.
show the entire scene, aren't you? You're fucking
Oh, come
Ralph.
on, Stop it.
Like genuinely, of the 26 minutes of this video.
You want me to show that one scene with Peter and Aunt May again? Okay, here's like
Movie
two
that
other
4
ones.
hours long made me laugh once. Thank God. Please
Okay.
take all my money. Product placement.
Hey, we did
Okay.
it. We're finally here, CV.
Hey.
I'm so happy we're here. You're gonna love it.
Right off the bat, I want
Yay.
to say that I have no problem with product placement. If
No,
there's
no,
a struggling
sure.
filmmaker trying to get
That's
financing
nice. You really
for his
shouldn't.
film, and Coca-Cola steps in and says, "We'll give you money if you advertise our product," I have no problem with that. The fact of the matter is, every movie ever has product placement in it. Even some of my favorite movies of all time have
Okay.
product placement. David Fincher movies have
Right.
tons of product placement.
Yes, we know.
You just don't care because the movie is so good. When
I
you're
agree.
focused on the story and the characters, you
I
do
agree.
not care about product placement. It
Yes.
goes right over your head. There
Yes.
is tons of product placement in 22 Jump Street. I saw the movie twice, and the second time I saw it, I realized how much product placement there was in it. How did I not notice that the first time? Is it because I didn't care?
'Cause you're
I was too busy
fucking
laughing?
stupid.
Yep. Ads being added to a film in
We've
order
established
to get
that.
it made is much different than a movie being made so they can sell ads. That is what the Amazing Spider-Man 2 is doing.
What?
This is not a movie. It's one big advertisement. You
Sure.
don't believe me?
Fuck you.
I watched the entire movie and noted whenever there was product placement. Here we
Okay.
go.
Okay.
Oh my
Hold
god,
on,
they're-
no.
you're
This is
you're fucking zooming in on everything. It's not like these are the center of attention. Like the fact,
That's really tiny photos.
this fucking laptop, you can't even tell which fucking brand it is. It's just them holding a laptop, and it's all shaky. You can't tell it's fucking Sony. What are you talking
What?
about? Ah,
what annoys me is this is very disingenuous because it's like I'm going to focus on this specific film for the amount of product placement, but the rest I didn't really pay as much attention or specifically scrutinize under this criteria.
Yep.
oh, yeah.
You
Oh,
can't
that's the
have
scene at
that.
Times
Well,
Square. The scene at Times Square is gonna have fucking. No way. Oh my god.
Yeah. Oh yeah. He's gonna point at everything. He's
So-
gonna point at everything in Times Square. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, Jeb, Tin, and Zod, we already finished season 1 of Mr. Robot. So you guys remember there was a scene in Times Square, at the finale of season 1, and that scene actually showed a lot of different products being advertised. And Mr. Robot is actually a show that criticizes, this capitalist viewpoint and how, the advertisement and all the consumerism. But it actually also had embedded advertising. It's almost like if you should have seen at Times Square, you are gonna have advertisements there, right? But
product placement bad.
Yeah, just product bad.
Of course. I'm gonna. There's a point where he's gonna show the funniest one. What? It's a camera. I guess it's a Sony camera. I don't know. There might be a Sony logo on it.
Camera that is.
I could see the Sony went for like a brief second.
Oh yeah, it's here in front, right? Here. If you guys
Yeah, it's at the front.
It would be right here, I think.
It's barely.
You know, if you need a great big red arrow to point out the product placement, it's a bad product placement.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Again, he's just showing the camera. The Sony logo is nowhere to be found, but all right. Yes, the scene times are. Yeah,
YouTube. Yes, YouTube. Yes.
They're gonna have. He's gonna need to watch a video during the fucking film. What do you think they're gonna use? Fucking Vimeo? It's like the first film they used fucking Bing and everyone made fun of it, and then the second one uses Google. It's like, it's product placement as well. Oh my god, you can't even make out what the fuck this brand is. I have no clue.
I can't tell.
It's fucking can of Browns? I don't know what the fuck that is.
Why does he keep showing the phone? Like that one phone?
Because it shows up multiple points and every time.
If I left out any product placement, please let me know. Because there is so much product placement in this movie, I doubt I got it all. Leave it in the comments section if I forgot any. One more thing I'd like to mention before part 1 is over is that every computer in the movie is Sony.
Oh no, that is bad filmmaking. Because, a film being made by Sony would obviously fucking use other companies' products, because that makes sense from a business perspective.
So you see, I understand what he's saying. Basically, because we're trying to be as realistic as possible, there should be MacBooks and there should be, other brands of laptops.
Oh no, yeah, it's not like Peter
Lenovo
being fucking working class wouldn't have money to buy a MacBook. He should obviously walk around with a MacBook everywhere.
No, fuck you. So we should have like a bunch of variety in terms of the products that we're using, and the phone. He should have maybe an iPhone, maybe switch to an Android, get a Samsung in there, maybe get a little risque, with a Motorola, and just get a nice variety, because we're trying to be as realistic as possible. And so I actually really connect with what he's saying here.
Oh yeah, of course. Ralph is gonna show a picture of my room and he's gonna see that I have 3 monitors and 2 are of the same brand. It's like, oh my god, you so much embedded advertising. Why don't you have 3 different monitors, you stupid?
Marcus's life is poorly made.
Of course.
Except the bad guy's computer.
Yeah, you do know that's actually like regulation, right? That even Apple does that. I don't know if I told you this, CV, but it's something that Ryan Johnson said when breaking down a scene from Knives Out, is that the fact that Ransom couldn't have an iPhone in this film because Apple says that the bad guys can never have like Apple products, and so you could have figured that out for like the beginning of the film, that he was the only one who didn't have an iPhone. And it's like, almost like there are regulations about how you should do embedded advertising, and as long as it's not intrusive, it's fine.
Sony computers aren't used by bad guys. They're only used by good guys. We don't want our brand associated with bad guys who torture people. We want
Neither does any fucking brand on planet Earth.
Yeah, what is the issue here? It's fine. They use like unbranded computers. Okay.
They don't want to associate with bad guys?
No.
SMH?
I, for one, would love to endorse Electro and his murders.
It's like... it's like going at the example you used with obviously the Nazi and the Jew, and there's not a cola bottle here. It's not there for the bad guy.
Associated with Spider-Man.
Yes.
What did you say about Sony?
What do you want? I'm making my review.
All I've been hearing you talk about for 20 minutes is Spider-Man.
Because The Amazing Spider-Man is shit. Sorry.
You'll stop this review right
Man, this acting, Ralph.
now.
Make me.
If you stop
This is
talking
brilliant
about Spider-Man,
chemistry.
you might have the chance to see this.
Okay, so now that was part 2. So, yay. Okay, that music is very loud. Okay, so this part is thankfully.
I don't have any drums anyway.
Yeah. Okay, so this part is thankfully much shorter. Well, 8 minutes shorter. I'd say that's much considering our time spending on it. So hopefully we can get through it faster, because I imagine as well that a lot of the arguments we've covered have already been, he's gonna talk about them now, so we've already covered all of them. So let us close this and let us continue. Hello, Ralph.
I don't know what to do.
Okay.
If I give Spider-Man a bad review, then I can't watch Under the Skin.
Oh, he's still going with that. Okay,
Just
that's
so
funny.
confused.
Yeah.
Hello, Ralph.
Who are you?
What the fuck?
I'm the fairy of movie reviews. I'm going to take you on a journey. I'm not here to harm you, Ralph.
This is meant to be funny. What is going on?
What the actual fuck? Did I have a stroke in between videos? What the fuck is actually happening?
We'll start back from the beginning of the
No! Nostalgic critic moment.
He just went into a sugar-induced
If I
coma.
give Spider-Man a bad review, then I can't watch Under the Skin.
Imagine Spider-Man 2.
This was all in the span of 30 seconds, by the way.
Yeah, this is like fucking mass delusion we're having here. Like, what the fuck?
This is a fucking favorite dream.
What is this?
I can't breathe.
Let's talk about it.
Oh, okay.
There are some people who do like this movie.
Oh my god.
I guess we're just into the film now. Okay, let's just. That was segues are weird.
This is Parasite.
Let's talk about it.
Let's talk about it. And he says that the Amazing Spider-Man 2 has bad pacing, right? Fucking hell.
So I just said in chat, did the acid kick in just now?
Imagine if his parents walked in during that moment.
I'm pretty sure he lives with the roommate, not with his parents. So yeah.
Oh, that's even scarier.
Maid had weed in them.
Oh man! All right.
It's not even funny because
on ATC.
It's not even funny because it's a good sketch. So what the fuck went on in 40 seconds?
So for those of you who are unaware, we just had a seizure.
Yes. This was a mass delusion. Yeah, we didn't actually experience this.
None of this was real.
No. All right.
Let's
boy.
talk about the good things. There are
Okay.
some people who do like this movie, so I might as well make them feel better about themselves. The problem is, there's only
I don't need you to confirm that I am okay with liking this film. I don't need you to do that for me, Ralph. I'm completely comfortable with myself to be like, yes, I think The Amazing Spider-Man 2 is good, and I enjoy it.
I don't want to hear any more media takes on the guy that created that fucking opening. Oh dear God.
I just started losing it when Jeb was like, "This is supposed to be funny," and I just could not stop laughing for the entirety of the sketch. It's like, what was the central idea? The fairy is the fairy of movie reviewers, and Ralph is scared of it, so he fucking murders it.
But the thing is, so you know what's funny? He says that The Amazing Spider-Man 2 didn't resolve the fucking money issues, but he didn't resolve this conflict because the conflict was that he couldn't review this film unless otherwise he wouldn't be able to watch Under the Skin. And it's like, oh, I guess I'm gonna kill this fairy and then video. Okay. There are people who do this kind of narrative around movie reviews that's way better, which I would say is Red Letter Media does it really well. Like they have the beginning skit and the end skit, and the middle part is all just like movie reviews.
Yeah.
With the half in the bag at least.
Oh, we're less than a minute in and this is so much better.
Half the thing about this movie. Basically, this whole movie was made as an excuse to have this scene. This scene where Gwen's...
That seems like a very poor way of putting it. I would say that they thought well, they had this idea of killing her anyway a while back, so I would do agree that like they made the film around it, but that doesn't make it like a bad thing. I would say it's more like they had this idea for this scene, and they wrote how to get to it, and went well.
It's almost like that's how concepts work.
Well, yeah, usually it's like, oh, you have this concept, you write around the idea, to have it fit better.
Stacy dies.
It's almost
now,
like that's how
own,
movies
is this
are
scene
made.
Good. Yes.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, this scene doesn't stand on its own. This scene is buried by 2.5 hours of garbage. So
Of
does
great
this scene save the
filmmaking.
movie? Absolutely not.
It doesn't need saving.
It doesn't need to, yeah.
In fact, it makes the movie worse. Because you're like, oh, this is when the movie gets good. And then the movie ends. Oh, and by the way, that's the
No,
only
that's
good
not true. The movie does not end after this scene.
Can you say the exact
he's,
words?
He's watching an edited version of the film.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, the 15 minutes after this, it just don't happen.
They're not real. They don't exist.
Can you say the exact words Reg said? You should dismiss Thought Theater. Fine. I don't know them by heart, but yeah, they would fit here for Ralph. Just like listen to yourself. Do you really want to say this?
No, you Weasley sack of cowardly excrement.
thing about this movie. Do you feel better about yourselves now? Good. Now I'm going to get back into the reasons why this movie stinks. And
Okay.
this time I'll try to find real
Thank you for your
reasons this
40
movie
seconds
stinks.
of praising the film.
Wait. No, he didn't just... Okay, hold on.
Good. Now I'm going to get back into the reasons why this movie stinks. And this time I'll try to find real reasons this movie stinks.
Real reason. So the reasons before weren't real reason. So the 26 minutes we just watched were pointless. Did you... What?
Let me go back, because it was like skipping around for me.
This movie. Do you feel better about yourselves now? Good. Now I'm going to get back into the reasons why this movie stinks. And this time I'll try to find real reasons this movie stinks. 'Cause
Okay.
What the fuck do you mean?
what
Oh,
the
okay,
fuck?
okay. Okay, it seems like he's addressing an argument. Okay,
Try
hold
to
on.
find real reasons this movie stinks. Because apparently people weren't satisfied with part 1.
I agree. I was
Yeah,
not
for
satisfied with
reason,
part 1. Yeah. I want to read this big one. After a while in your review, just start nitpicking and find anything to hate on. Like, really, the music's fantastic. I've seen better music, but it's still good. And CGI, the CGI is better than ever on any comic book movie ever. That's a good point. And the acting is really good. And you should talk about Peter and Gwen. They're awesome. They have the best chemistry in the movie. I agree. And Peter and Aunt May scene is in the movie to show how Aunt May and Peter love each other. What the last movie did not do. I disagree that the last movie didn't do, but whatever. The jokes aren't supposed to be funny. They're there because it shows Spider-Man with witty one-liners. So yes, the movie has a couple of flaws, but isn't the horrible, Jesus Christ, most thing in the world. Okay. If you say that, you must be jumping on the bandwagon. Look at every Marvel movie. They all have flaws. Brian out. Oh my God. Okay.
Brian movies, Space Maker. Thank you.
Yes.
His name is Brian Movies. That is the name that was given to him at birth, and he makes stuff. Either that, or this is an account that makes Brian Movies. Brian Movies maker.
Oh my God.
Like waffle maker.
Yes.
Surely there's better comments than this.
Well, usually people find like the worst comments to put on screen.
Basically nitpicked everything. Nitpicked things.
I wouldn't call what he said nitpicks. I just called them wrong.
I just called them fucking retarded.
Yeah. Yeah, because a lot of what he said was actually like fundamental to the film. It was just wrong. So
It's like the plot and like the music and the
there are things you defend by saying that nitpicking the plot isn't wise, like Spider-Man 2, but whatever.
directing. Because those things aren't important at all.
Stop using this fucking clip for no reason.
Technically, yes, that is also true. I agree with the sentiment that when people point out, obviously this is not true for this for the video we just watched, but when people point out plot issues that they are not nitpicks, I agree with that sentiment. But that's not what he did. He
was wrong. Yeah, he was wrong about a lot of what he said.
The characters. Peter Parker is
Didn't
just
you
as
already
bad
go
as he
into it?
was in the last movie.
Why
He's
was
a
he bad in the
selfish
first one?
asshole. Andrew.
Why is that? He was selfish in the first film, and
he
he's
just like literally go through every character dynamic when he was going through the plots.
Well, yeah, but he didn't mention that he was. Yeah, he was selfish in the first one, but he grew from it. And the second one, he's obviously not like 100% out of his selfishness, but he's learned a lot from his arrogance. And how is it bad anyway that he's selfish? It's a character flaw. Characters have flaws.
He's a lot less selfish here. In fact, his selflessness is what stretched him to become this way.
Yeah, I would say he's still a bit selfish in terms of how he wants to deal with Gwen, which kind of ends up hurting her. But yeah.
Garfield is not a good Spider-Man. I'm not
What?
saying that he isn't a good actor. He is a fine actor. And
Fine? No.
Fine.
He's one of the best.
No,
He's the best actor working today, paired with fucking Dan Stevens and Robert Pattinson.
I've seen him in plenty of movies where he's given a good performance.
And I'll bet what you hated the most.
You don't need to show the clips. I understand that you're referencing the fucking Social Network. Okay? I like that. Good film. Great scene. Okay? Thank you very much.
Is that they identify as a co.
He's gonna show the entire clip, isn't he?
You're up, asshole.
Asshole. I'm not coming back for 30%. I'm coming back for everything.
Okay, thank
He's
you.
not a good Peter Parker.
You have to give ASMR on
Fuck you.
Why?
That's all I got.
This has aged like fine milk.
I mean, yeah. Actually, I'm curious how much Ralph rated No Way Home. I can check that right now. I just need to log into Letterbox. So give me 1 second, because I'm curious.
I'm scared.
5 out of 5. It's a
It should
masterpiece.
be. Let's see, people I'm following. Where is Ralph the movie maker? Where the fuck is Ralph? Did I unfollow Ralph? Oh no, he's the first one. Okay. So he gave he gave Spider-Man No Way Home a 9 out of 10.
Yeah, of course. That's exactly what I was thinking.
Right. So yeah, that's fun. So, you know, that kind of just shows a lot. If he actually thinks that, I imagine he's like, oh yeah, no, Peter's great in this film, but not Taz Chill, even though it's a like direct continuation, and he's acting the same way. But whatever.
Briefcase full of junk.
Also, Peter's acting there is good. I don't know what Andrew's acting there is good. I don't know what he mentioned as being bad.
I know people talk about the accents. I think it's a good accent. I think it sounds.
Oh yeah, like I think
real.
it's just. I mean, yeah, it sounds fine. Like the only moment in the film where the accent really slips is when he's setting Gwen down in the clock tower, and he says like, hold on there, and you can tell that he's British. But that's like the only time in the film.
Just lets people die.
Oh hey, this argument. I love this argument.
Hey, my name is Spider-Man. You can call me Webhead. You can call me Amazing. Just don't call me late for dinner. Get it?
Don't call me late for dinner.
You could have arrested him right there.
How?
Instead, you let him keep
Arrested?
going.
No, Spider-Man's not a police officer. What?
Yeah, no. How would you have arrested him? Please tell me, because every time like people provide arguments, and every time it always ends the same way. He's putting the plutonium in the back in danger of exploding, which is the last thing he wants to do. Like I said, I don't think he actually had a plan going in. He was like assessing the situation as he was going forward and tried to minimize casualties as much as he could, which is what he did by redirecting the truck and causing it saving fucking Max, which is the only person like he could save by that point, and then going back to the truck. Please, I need you to give me references as opposed to just saying he lets people die.
You let him run over dozens of people.
Let me help you out with that.
What?
Oh, coming through.
Yeah, he's redirecting you to a less busy street.
Why didn't you just stop him there?
Because of the plutonium in the back, you moron! He doesn't want it to explode. It's highly radioactive. They say that in the film. Highly volatile. Okay, thanks for showing people who die, and Peter couldn't have done anything about it. Those cops aren't dead, but alright. What? Peter was away, and when he arrives here, he gets those two guys with their guns. What? These people aren't being dying. He's just saying +1 to like shots being fired, not actually like them hitting anyone. What did you Ralph? Do you have brain damage?
You see, bullets flying equals death.
Oh yeah, that guy who died there. The truck ran over. He really could have done a lot to prevent that, you know, because he wasn't definitely inside the fucking back truck with plutonium. Yeah, Peter could have definitely saved that guy. Okay, Ralph. Sure.
I don't think that guy's dead. He's surrounded by garbage bags.
Yeah, like, he was just pushed aside. I don't think he's dead either. I think he's hurt, but not dead.
Then we get into Gwen Stacy. She's a generic love interest.
How is generic? She's not generic. Please explain to me what you mean! Fuck off!
Then there's Electro. and his character is confusing. I've already
Why?
discussed this.
No,
He's a nerd
you
who
haven't.
loves Spider-Man, works at
Nah.
Oscorp, and no one gives a shit about him. And he
Yes.
falls into a vat of electric eels and becomes
Yes.
Electro.
Yes.
And then he hates Spider-Man because
Yep.
Spider-Man did something to him.
You were. So, we already addressed this with the YMS video. Let's just move on. I don't care.
No, I didn't set you up.
He's literally showing the scene.
That explains why he's mad. Yeah.
Tries to kill Spider-Man by taking out the power. He wants to be a god. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know. Then we get into the worst.
What do you mean I don't know? You literally showed the scene. You literally showed the moment where Electro says, "I now be a god to them." It's like, don't you mean you don't know? You do know.
You showed his motivation for the entire third act in your last video. You played the entire scene.
Mm-hmm.
Worst character in the whole film, Harry.
Worst? Why?
Wow.
Okay.
This kid isn't a bad
sure.
actor either. I've
No,
seen
Dan
him in
DeHaan is
quite
awesome.
a few things, and he's always been pretty good. But
Yeah, he's
Dane
great.
DeHaan is
He's pretty good.
terrible in this movie.
Why?
I was bitten
That's
by one of
nice.
those things and it worked.
Yeah, that's good delivery.
I don't know how.
And I
And
don't know why, but
he
he
can
can
do
do
anything.
anything.
Dear God. I
Why
can
is
make
it
a
bad?
monster-
Please tell me why it's bad. You can just show things. How?
of how he butchers lines.
You gotta admit though, things have gotten crazy around here, man. Giant lizards and
Fuck's sake, hold on. Just put the copyright cover on again because it's
spider
wrong.
guys. Just one guy.
Just one Spider-Man.
One Spider-Man.
One woman. We
A
don't
woman.
know.
We don't know.
Sure.
For sure.
Okay.
For sure.
Whatever. We wear specs to rescue kittens from trees.
So since he gives such a bad
Tell me what is bad.
Sorry,
Ralph.
what?
What is the bad part in that?
performance, I cannot take this character seriously.
That is the Osborne way.
Ah, I
Whatever's
love that line.
inconvenient around here, just get rid of it, right?
But adding on to his terrible performance, the character's
great line.
motivation is awful, and he is basically a generic villain. He
Generic. This. What is generic about? There's nothing generic about him. He has a fucking degenerative disease that he's trying to fix, and then he goes to his best friend for help. His friend can help him, and then he realizes that his friend betrayed him in his eyes, and that causes him to go down a path of self-destruction, which causes him to want revenge on his best friend. How is that generic?
Yeah, it's like
I mean, this is like exactly the same as Hans Gruber. Like, I don't know what you're talking about.
a generic villain would be just wants to destroy the world.
No, it would
Harry's
be like
actually
Ronan
got-
from Guardians 1 is what I would like cite as an example of generic. Ronan or fucking Zod, I guess.
Yeah, whereas Harry's actually got some moral complexity to him,
Mhm.
like when he shows concern about Max.
Yeah, Harry has a lot of depth to him. Way more than Max, because, you know, he's the main villain.
He wants Spider-Man's blood because he has a disease, and he thinks Spider-Man's blood is going to make him feel better, and
Yeah.
so he tries to kill Spider-Man. But then he's
What? He does
Not
what?
true.
He doesn't try to kill Spider-Man. He tries to get the blood from Spider-Man, and then he tries to kill Spider-Man because he realizes Spider-Man is
His
Peter.
motivation is never to kill Spider-Man.
He doesn't want to kill anyone
Not
until he
until-
just wants to take revenge on Peter because he realizes who Spider-Man
Not
is.
until he goes like fucking insane.
Yeah.
That's when he's like, "Yeah, I'm gonna kill you."
I can
That's when he does
guarantee
that.
if he was killed normally, I doubt he would want to try and kill Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
he's
I
also
mean, he wouldn't
it's
care
like-
that Electro
it's
would have
described
killed,
as-
but he wouldn't go after him. That's the point.
It's described as a fate worse than death. Like they mention it multiple times. Like Peter's like, "Oh, you could die or something worse," and then when he mentions it again to Gwen, Gwen is like, and he's like, "I don't want him to die," and Gwen is like, or something worse. Like they're really emphasizing the fact that this is something that's worse than death, and so it's set up pretty well that this is how he becomes, and now he wants to kill Spider-Man.
the head of Oscorp, but he's kicked out. But then he comes back.
That's not. Why are you just so meeting things? It's like, yeah, he's the head of Oscorp, but they never trusted him, and the investors never had confidence in him. So to regain investor confidence, they had to kick him out as the CEO, which they do by planting fake evidence. But he comes back with Max because he wants to get the spider venom that he found out they were keeping here, because he wants to cure his disease, because he cares about that more than he cares about his title as CEO. That is, you know, way deeper than just, oh, he's here, then he's not, then he's here again.
Future.
And he takes the Green Goblin.
What the fuck do you mean? How's that a cliche? Oh, every time someone says the word future, it is a cliche. Fucking Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Season 5 is a huge cliche. They say future a bunch of times. Wow.
We're in the future. Cliche.
Cliche. What's
The
happening?
musical
Now I'm just thinking
future
of that.
is cliche.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking that scene in SpongeBob where SpongeBob enters in the future and he just crawls down and just goes, future!
And Ralph is just
Future!
screaming like, cliche. Man.
Back to the Future is a huge cliche. It has the future in its title.
Yeah, fuck off.
The door to the future. Cliche.
Terminator, man. Fuck that film. Huge full of cliches.
Things that'll make him feel better, cures disease or something. Then it just makes him look like a meth head.
Yeah.
The lack of action and Spider-Man.
Oh, I thought this was a YMS point. It is a Ralph point. You'll see what he means.
Another reason I could understand someone liking a movie like this is because they like the action. The people who flock to the Transformers movies, at least I know what they're there for. They are there to see action, and they get plenty of it.
These are terrible visual effects, by the way.
Yeah, the first Transformers has some really good effects. The newer ones have some issues, to say the least.
Yeah, this is really bad.
Yeah, this is CGI, fucking hell. I don't remember it being that bad.
God.
Yeah.
I thought it was better than that.
Yeah, I do remember though. Age of Extinction, I think, has a really cool effect when they're like in a truck chase and they have like this transformation during like when they're in the middle of the road. So it does have like some good effects, but not great.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
Any of those movies are good, but they get what they want. They're happy. I'm happy. I didn't have to see it, and the people who made
You didn't have to. You watched every one of them and you reviewed all of them. What are you talking about?
the movie are happy. They got it done. Everyone's happy. If I go to see a Spider-Man movie and the story is shit, then at least I want some good action. The first.
You literally think Spider-Man 2 was a 9 out of 10, Ralph? How can you say that the action in The Amazing Spider-Man 2 is bad, but you think Spider-Man 2 is fantastic? And because it doesn't fit either of your criteria, because the story is really shit and the action is really shit. Also, I'm pretty sure he likes the MCU Spider-Man films. Well, at least he likes No Way Home. That has terrible action and a terrible story, but whatever, who cares? 9 out of 10.
First action scene is kind of cool, but it's the only entertaining action scene in the whole movie, and it follows this scene.
Okay. I get it, just cut. Yeah. Please, Ralph. Okay,
Seeing
thanks.
a plane crash, I'm not really in the mood to see this.
What? Why?
Well,
and it's a slow build up to it. It's not like they just cut straight to Alexei. Like they have the somber moment and then like regaining hope with the fucking, the swinging, and then we get to the actual truck chase.
The plane crashes.
Almost like that's what Fade to Blacks are used for.
Yeah.
Yeah, the plane crash is meant to give you that first ticket to the film and understand what the backdrop of the entire film will be, and then the first shot is meant to show what is happening now. What is Peter doing?
I love him so
There's
much,
one
dude.
action scene in the middle, which stinks, and there's
Why does
one
it
action
stink?
scene at the end, which also stinks.
It's the best Spider-Man action scene in live action, easily. Then the Harry fight is a close second.
Because instead of it being an action scene, the brilliant score by Pharrell Williams made it into a music video.
You said this before, and it still makes no sense.
Keep saying this.
Yeah.
Riveting? That's an understatement.
I hate this song.
Oh yeah, I love this music video, dude. It really looks like a music video.
So 10 seconds of a joke that would make sense by Electro discounts an entire final battle. Okay.
Of course. How is this a music video?
This movie is 2.5 hours
Also,
long.
notice how Electro only plays the part of the song where it's the Bitsy Spider falls down because he's trying to take down Spider-Man, and he doesn't play the part with the sun coming up and stuff.
Yeah.
Spider-Man is
like
barely
he's,
in it. I'm
there's
going to
motivation
count.
behind it.
Spider-Man is barely in it. Okay. Your favorite Spider-Man film, Spider-Man 2, that literally has an arc where he stops being Spider-Man for 90% of the film.
There's 2 minutes. There's 2 minutes of Spider-Man in the opening. About 20 minutes in, there's about 4 minutes of Spider-Man. At 53 minutes and 30 seconds in, there's 7 minutes of Spider-Man. And then at an hour and 51 minutes, there's about 10 minutes of Spider-Man. That's
It's almost like
23
it's a
minutes.
character-driven story.
Yeah. I Whatever.
Spider-Man in a movie that's 2.5 hours long. The Sony Vaio computers have more screen time than Spider-Man.
That is not true.
Firstly, that's not true. Secondly, Peter Parker is the character. He's still Spider-Man. If you say that, like, oh yeah, this movie only has like 5 minutes of Spider-Man. No, Peter Parker is Spider-Man. The struggles he goes through as Spider-Man are still Peter Parker going through them. It's like, just because there's not action, that doesn't mean that like Spider-Man is not in the film. It's incredibly disingenuous. Just the fucking point of fucking Spider-Man 2. Whatever. I don't care.
Should have been straightforward. Instead, it is a convoluted mess, and therefore we don't get any Spider-Man screen time. I'm not a fanboy who's...
You know what I'd be interested in? A full breakdown of each Spider-Man live action film and how long they're actually suited as Spider-Man.
Yeah, I was actually thinking that that you could actually look at all the Spider-Man films, and I imagine the MCU ones would be the one where he uses the most Spider-Man suit.
I think Raimi would be the least.
I think TASM 2 would be the least, and then Spider-Man 2, but I don't know.
I don't think TASM 2 would be the least one.
I do think so, but yeah,
I would say, I don't know. I feel like it might be Spider-Man 2, actually.
But then, I mean, they have the arc where he gives up being Spider-Man, so, you know, it's a good guess to have that be the one that uses it the most. At least.
Complaining that
and then maybe Spider-Man 1, I guess, because he doesn't suit up until like 40, 50 minutes into the film.
That's a good point, yeah. Spider-Man 3 is probably the one that has the most out of the Raimi films. I still think like Far From Home and Homecoming are going to be the ones that have the most. I guess No Way Home, I don't remember him actually being out of his suit at like any point in the film.
Yeah, I think No Way Home probably has him in the suit the longest.
Yeah. And then if you count, you know, Andrew and Tobey,
Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of Spider-Man in this movie. What I'm trying to say is that this movie sucks, and if Spider-Man was in it more, then I would have been more forgiving. Iron Man is barely in Iron Man 3. Batman...
What? I mean, sure, I guess.
Well, I don't know what you think about Iron Man 3. I don't know what you think about Iron Man 3.
Yeah.
How's that supposed to, like, make
I mean, Iron Man 3 is shit, but that's not the reason why. Like, there's plenty of reasons to criticize that film. The fact that he's barely in the suit is not one of them. It's like, when you watch Iron Man 2, for example, are you there specifically for the action, or are you there to see Tony's continuation of his arc from Iron Man 1 and how he's kind of dying, but he wants to let himself die? It's like, I think that's way more interesting.
I am there for the product placement during the race scene.
is barely in The Dark Knight Rises. But
that's not why the film is bad, though.
Both of those movies
Wait, is he implying that this scene...
Both of these movies are entertaining.
Where Tony's like... With this scene where Tony's like remotely controlling the suit, that counts as Iron Man not being in the movie? Is that what he's like?
I don't know. I don't understand. I think he's just showing the Iron Man suit from Iron Man 3 to be like, this is the film I'm referencing.
But both of those movies are
I hope that's what he's doing.
No, Iron Man 3 is not entertaining.
Really stupid.
Well, at least not to me, but you know, as you take everything as fact, so. Yeah, I don't know.
And those characters have arcs throughout the film. And
bruh, do not start talking about Tony's arc in Iron Man 3 where he assassinates him. Like, Peter has a really good arc in TASM 2. Do not praise Iron Man 3 for its arcs. Or fucking Dark Knight Rises. That film also assassinates Bruce because he's fucking stupid. Fuck off.
And when the
well, to be fair,
do show up
he was assassinated before that too.
Awesome.
The action is awful in Dark Knight Rises. It's one of the worst choreographed films ever. What are you talking about?
It's one of the things that literal defenders of the trilogy will also criticize.
Yeah.
It is literally common knowledge that those movies had terrible action.
Fuck's sake.
I leave the theater satisfied. Do you get it? Can I move on?
I mean, I get it. You're just not made any point.
This movie has a bad story. The characters are bad. The action is bad. The acting is bad. Spider-Man is barely in it. But are the effects at least good?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh yeah, the one moment where it looks kinda not great, but it still looks better than the MCU does with Hulk. But whatever. Not Hulk. Well, yeah, Hulk with the fucking Hulkbuster suit in Infinity War. Yeah. That looked awful. This was 4 years earlier. And he shows up for like 5 seconds inside the suit. They actually shot this. It was actually really interesting the way they did it. They built this fucking thing around his face, and they had him stand there, and then they built the suit as CGI. So what he says is bad CGI is not actually bad CGI. It is just. It's literally the the fucking shadows on his face are being cast by something that is actually around him. So it's not bad CGI.
Oh my god. Between the design of Electro, which just makes me want to shove forks in my eyes,
Why?
to the design of the Green Goblin,
Why?
which makes me
I mean,
want to shoot up a
I would be
school
fine
bus
with that
full of
happening.
children, the
Why?
This is costume design, not effects.
Yeah, he still hasn't gotten into it. I think he's gonna get into it now, though.
effects in this movie are rape to my eyes.
Why?
Alright, they're not that bad, but they're
They're
so
fantastic.
uninspired.
What do you mean?
Fake looking. At
What?
this day and age, I
What do you mean?
expect good special effects.
And you think No Way Home is good? What? You think No Way Home is good and it looks 100 times worse than this? TASM 2 has the best CGI I've ever seen in any film, bar, I guess, fucking Dune and Blade Runner 2049. It is insane how good this film looks.
I'll be forgiving with movies in 1980. I just recently rewatched Star Wars, and those special effects look more realistic than this.
What? What are you talking about?
you again? Do you... Are you mentally impaired?
I don't even think the people that dislike TASM 2 the most would ever say that.
Yeah, this is insane.
Yeah, exactly.
This is
It's like
actually insane.
People everybody knows the effects don't hold up by today's standards in Star Wars. Everybody knows that.
Mhm.
It is common knowledge.
Space age dogfight, detailed models.
What are you? Why are we
With
here?
the computer controls
What are you talking?
specially for Star Wars, it was possible to film the elements for
So anyway, Ralph is retarded. Thought made a video exactly on this topic of how good TASM 2 looks. So go watch that. Right? Okay, thanks, chat. You're the best.
this sequence with a freedom never before exercised in motion.
Guys, why does Ralph sound different?
the rebel planes. Explosions are
What is happening, dude?
by primitive
Is this another fever dream?
Like I'm not paying attention to what he's saying because it's irrelevant. It's like, yeah, they used practical puppets to make Star Wars in 1977. No shit. They didn't have CGI back then. Or good CGI at least.
It took 2 years and $3.5 million to do the Star Wars miniature and optical effects.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh.
This looks like a video game.
No. What? Okay.
That's nothing alike.
That is okay.
That's not even close.
Yeah, that looks bad. The fucking Xbox 360 TASM 2 game. It looks bad. No shit. Hey, the Wilhelm screen.
You look
Okay.
at the design of Electro, and all I can think about is Dr. Manhattan. He
Good
looks
for
pretty
you.
much exactly like Dr.
Well done.
Manhattan.
The blue and
Yeah,
bald.
because he has
so-
blue skin.
Yeah.
And they even do similar things. So now instead of being invested in the scene, I'm thinking back to Watchmen.
Because you're retarded. What? You can't pay attention to a character in the film. Oh yeah, I'm watching The Social Network, but I'm just distracted because Andrew Garfield looks way too much like Peter Parker from The Amazing Spider-Man 2. And I cannot concentrate. I'm just thinking back to TASM 2.
How much more I enjoyed that movie. That movie
Good
isn't
for you.
great, but it's better than this.
Well done.
When you're making a shit movie and effects remind me of other movies, I get taken out of your movie.
What are you talking about? You're just watching Interstellar and you're like, man, 2001, and you just can't concentrate on the film.
What's that? Is that the moon? I mean, that reminds me of like literally.
That reminds me
most
of
the movies
Kill
I've
the
watched.
Moon in the Doctor Who episode. I'm just thinking back to how much I love that episode.
Special effects are a big deal, and you should
they
try
are.
to make them look real.
They
Saying
do.
that a movie
They
has
do.
bad special effects isn't a nitpick. It's a glaring problem, as a matter of fact.
I would disagree. As long as the effects tell the story as you need them to, I wouldn't say that you need great special effects. Not that TASM 2 has bad special effects, it has great. But like, for example, Legion doesn't have the budget to like pull like a lot of great special effects, so sometimes the CGI doesn't look great. But I wouldn't say it's like a big issue. It's like at most like, yeah, this looks a bit bad. You just move on.
I'm willing to bet $100 that there is a shot in this film that Ralph thinks is completely practical and it was done using CGI. And
Oh
he has
yeah,
no
it's
idea.
that it's that Spider-Man shot when he's holding the fucking webs as he yells, "Now, when now, do it now." Everyone thinks that shot is practical, but it's fully CGI.
Exactly.
Look at the Hobbit movies compared to the Lord of the Ring movies. In Lord of the Rings, everything looks real. And what
Thank you for comparing these two trilogies that have nothing to do with TASM 2. No, I'm just gonna show up, make my video about Shang-Chi, and I'm like, so let's compare Black Widow to Spider-Man No Way Home, okay? It's like, thank you very much.
Well, I mean, that still has like that still wouldn't be the same because it's still like some sort
At
of
least
a
the same
connection
franchise, I
with
guess.
all of them being This is like completely different studios, completely different franchises, completely different time periods,
Completely different directors as well. It's not a single
completely
thing
different
shared in
source
common.
material.
Yeah.
In the film look real enough and is probably the best they could do at the time.
I agree. Lord of the Rings looks good.
Special effects are a big deal, and if you can't make them look real, then try to do it in real life.
That's what they did in Tazam. They did. You have no idea how much shit was practical, Ralph. You're just stupid.
Try to develop.
That's also kind of. Is that really that good logic? If you can't do it, make it look good, do it in real life.
Well, I think the idea would more be you try to do it practically, but if you can, you pull it off with CGI. But I think he has kind of the opposite mindset.
He's got it backwards.
Yeah, it's like if you can't do it in CGI, how are you going to be able to do it with fucking practical effects? It doesn't really make sense.
Oh, that dude exploding on screen, it doesn't look good. Okay, yeah, just do it in real life.
Yeah, just explode an actor. Yeah, it's fine.
Method acting.
Yeah.
Didn't want it to be kung fu. Didn't want it to be gymnastics.
Okay. You say that as if Spider-Man 2 doesn't have extremely dated CGI either.
Spider-Man's signature.
Yeah.
The Goblin himself was also built as a digital character for the broader flying sequences, where he's fully.
Yeah, it looks fantastic. This looks fucking insane. And this choreography is really good, by the way.
A method of weight shifting.
That scene wasn't even in the film. Why are you showing it? That part was cut. That's in the extended version. Okay. I guess he made a point there. Cool. He tried to. I'm not sure if he did. I think he wanted to make a point. But whatever.
The plane scene.
again.
Why are we... That was the first thing you...
Turns off the power.
Oh, this plane scene. It's the other plane scene.
Therefore, the air traffic control people can't guide the planes. Then
Yes.
there are two planes that are about to hit each other.
Yes.
And we go, oh no, two planes are going to hit each other.
Indeed.
But then Spider-Man turns the power back on,
Yeah.
and the planes miss each other. This one scene
Yeah.
alone is enough to ruin the entire movie.
Take the scene out of the film and nothing changes in the story.
Yeah, it's the point to show like regular people going through struggles of with like creating a ticking clock for Peter. It's not just like, you know, Peter has to stop to get the power back on. It's Peter needs to get the power back on, otherwise a lot of people are gonna die. Which is the point of showing hospitals and fucking planes. Ah, my god.
I'm going to explain why. For those of you who like this movie, hear out my logic, and maybe you'll think about it. Number one, this scene has nothing to do with anything else going on.
I already explained what the point of it is, so that's already not a good argument.
In the middle of a dramatic battle between Electro and Spider-Man and Green Goblin, and
No, it was already over by when it's fighting Green Goblin, so you're wrong.
Green Goblin and Gwen Stacy.
No, everything with Green Goblin was after you moron. Stop.
And Gwen Stacy and Electro.
Gwen Stacy doesn't fight Electro.
Get thrusted into this situation, and we don't know
That shows up from the beginning, even before they start fighting, so you're wrong again.
any of these people.
We don't need to know them to know that regular people are in danger. That is the point. I don't need to know people to know. So when you're watching the Suicide Squad and Starro starts taking over everyone, I'm like, I don't even care. I don't even know these people. You know, Starro just killed a bunch of people. I don't even know them. Why should I care? It's not the point.
Yeah.
The point is it's putting innocent people in danger in Tazam 2 and in the Suicide Squad. The point is that these innocent people have died for, you know, no reason. For Starro just, you know, wanting to get back at the people who tortured him.
We cut to a random air traffic control unit.
Yeah, because of all the things that are going to be affected when the fucking power goes out, it's going to be air traffic control and hospitals, the two things we cut to, so we can actually see the struggles of normal people trying to deal with it, including Aunt May, which I think is a nice touch, that she's there and she's trying to, you know, help everyone out. And that's why it's one of the things I really love about Aunt May in this film.
Which was set up in the scene in the kitchen before the laundry scene, which he said they should have taken out, which means the hospital stuff would have made no sense.
Planes in the air, and we're expected to care about them.
Yes, I care about innocent people dying for no reason, Ralph. You may be a sociopath that doesn't. I am not personally. But if you are, maybe you should seek counseling. That if you just don't care about innocent people dying for absolutely no reason. I'm so confused.
I don't really want a plane crash to happen.
He's just that's why he thought that nobody was fucking recording 9/11s, because they wouldn't think it was a big deal. It's like, random people died. I don't even know them. Why should I care?
I especially don't want this plane to crash after knowing that this is how Peter's parents died.
Mm-hmm. That is also a good point.
Anything else going on, and it has no impact on Spider-Man as a character.
It doesn't need to impact Spider-Man as a character to show what the point
Are you
is. It's to show the
telling me-
stakes.
Okay, hang on. Okay, so if let me just get this straight. So you're telling me if the planes crashed and innocent people died, this would not affect Peter? Is that the point? Because that is just not true.
Or the story at all. This is another 5 minutes of the movie that could be
That is generally less than a minute that they spend on. Like, in total, I doubt it's over a minute.
cut out and nothing would be missing.
Yeah, but the stakes wouldn't be as high. It's the point.
Is this supposed to be like an artistic thing? Like Peter Parker's parents died in a plane crash? So in this scene, the stakes are higher because we...
No, the stakes are higher because innocent people are gonna die, not because Peter's parents died in a plane crash. Though it is also like a connection that he could have caused the plane crash, and this time he actually prevented it. And it's like, oh, you know, these people who lost their loved ones aren't losing them like I did. Which, even though he doesn't know is what happened, is neat as to think as a, like, you know, a thematic thing.
And it's not even like a singular instance thing. Like, this is basically an encapsulation of something that's happening across the probably entirety of the continent of America or the country or whatever.
What do you mean? The power going out?
Yeah, because
no, the power going out is in. Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but yeah, so you won't receive communications.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I find it concerning how little impact he thinks innocent people dying in a plane crash would have.
Yeah.
Gonna be a plane crash again or something. It's artsy. I just don't get it.
We try to deal with some universal things. I mean, this movie, when I think about it, it's about time. It's about the nature of time and valuing the time you have.
Man, I love Mark Webb.
Yeah.
And the first shot of the movie is a clock. And
yeah, it's the Richard's watch. I love how it goes, because it goes from the gears and then it shows the watch.
The last action sequence takes place in the clock tower.
It makes me think of the Lionsgate logo.
A bit, yeah.
And that's something that is hopefully people will, if they're not aware of it intellectually, hopefully they'll be aware of it on some.
Well, we're definitely aware of it, especially when Richard
Ralph wasn't.
Yeah, Ralph really wasn't. But when Richard says, like, I thought I would have more time, and he puts an emphasis on the word time, it's like, yeah, it's pretty clear what the message they're trying to put forth is.
Some deeper subconscious level.
Screw your artsy bullshit. This is a summer movie. This isn't the Holy Mountain.
Unless you...
Okay, you can...
Oh.
Hold on, you want it to have more depth. But now you want it to be a generic summer movie.
Well, it's like Logan. Are you gonna say, "Oh yeah, fuck off"? This film is super artistic. I just want to see Logan fucking killing a bunch of goons, and then that's it. It's like, no.
So just so we're clear, Ralph is against the idea of superhero movies having deeper artistic meaning.
Yeah, but he also enjoyed Legion. By the way, I remember him tweeting about Legion, so he likes Legion. So yeah, isn't that funny?
But it's entirely dependent on the season of the year. If you're summer, no. Winter, yes.
Of course. That's why, yeah, that makes perfect sense.
You have some deeper meaning under the surface.
Yeah.
It will get washed away. And we tried.
Number 2, 9/11.
Okay.
Now, I make a lot of 9/11 jokes,
What?
I know that. But that's because I
don't
joke
know.
about everything. But the
Okay.
cheapest thing a movie or a story in general can do is emotionally manipulate you with real-world tragedies. There's
What?
this movie called Remember Me,
What?
and most of it isn't that bad.
Well,
But at the end of the movie, for absolutely
don't compare it to
reason,
that.
we find out that Robert Pattinson is actually in the World Trade Center on September 11th. That's the
Okay.
twist. It's meant to be a powerful moment, and it's meant to make the audience cry. Because
Okay.
9/11 was sad. This
why
is...
compare it to
that's-
this?
Okay, I have not seen this film, but there could be very good reason to be like, oh yeah, this character, after everything he's gone through, is actually going to die. The tragedy is his death amongst you know, a lot of other people that died for no reason, like they didn't deserve to die. So that could work. Like, it's not emotionally manipulating you, it's just showing that he's going to die in a subtle way.
Is bullshit. And if any movie does this ever, I automatically drop the score to a 1. It is pathetic.
That is... You were pathetic for doing that. Wow, okay.
So, because you perceive it as that as a 1, even though this is nothing like 2 planes crashing into a building. This is a plane-on-plane collision, which would actually happen if you lose power.
Yeah.
If you're gonna make a movie about 9/11, then make a movie about 9/11. And let me know it's a movie about 9/11.
I don't...
This
That's
isn't
not
about
necessary,
9/11,
but even
well.
then, Tasm Shu has nothing to do with this. You're just going on a completely irrelevant tangent.
You're the shittest critic I've had the misfortune of covering in these videos.
Don't pull some stupid bullshit out of your ass and go, you're supposed to feel sad now because 9/11 was sad. That is exactly what this scene is doing.
What?
I am not stretching.
No!
I mean, no, wait,
This
no.
has nothing to do with that.
Let's hear him explain, because he said he's not stretching it, so let's hear him out.
That is exactly what this scene is doing. I am not stretching here. Look at it.
Yes. Are you okay, Ralph? When there's okay, so there's a thing called air control units, and you know these things. They talk to they try to talk to the pilots and everything like that. To let them know that there's air traffic and shit like that. And so, to make it accurate, most films are gonna have pretty much the same kind of environments and scenes and dialogue with them trying to talk to the planes and the pilots, because that's just how normal procedure goes, because it's standardized procedure to actually minimize the confusion to anyone trying to deal with the problems. So if you say this is copying a 9/11 film, you actually have brain damage. So yeah.
There were 2 inbound flights on intersecting paths.
Their characters talking, and they're talking about airplanes. Oh my god, it's the same.
I can't believe this.
Oh, and they show the fucking airplane. Oh my god. And they're inside the airplane, and people fell, because that's what happens when an airplane is... Yeah. So, that thing has only ever happened in the United 93 until Tasm Chu copied it. Literally never have people fucking had to redirect a plane in the last second and have people fall. People were inside it, just like fall around.
What other point does this scene serve?
Dude,
I already explained to you, moron.
I can't believe
I'm not processing what's happening. Like,
I kid you not. I have never made a 9/11 connection every time I've watched this movie. Out of the, I don't even know, like 30.
Yeah, well, yeah,
times
you
that I've
haven't
seen
watched United 93 though. That film obviously is what this film, what Tasm Chu is
That's
copying.
true.
It's like,
yes, this very specific 9/11 movie. If you've seen it, well, then yeah, you can understand that,
Yeah.
you know, this is bad.
yeah, because like people trying to talk to the pilots in airplanes, that's obviously a copy of United 93. It's just, obviously.
Well, actually, yeah, this is actually very consistent for Ralph, because remember, he gets mad whenever movies use English and calls it a cliche. So
Oh
this
yeah,
is
it's a
actually very
cliche.
consistent for
Yeah,
him.
of course.
like, this is a bigger stretch than Borgie's arguments to defend WandaVision finale.
I would agree. Yeah.
They thought the movie wasn't powerful enough. Now, was I affected by 9/11? Not really. And if
Neither was the film.
I have 2 family members that died in 9/11.
Yeah,
That's not even a joke.
I mean,
You should,
I don't
So,
get the point
as a-
of him bringing 9/11, but it just seems so out of nowhere. It's so weird.
so as an authority on the matter, because I am blessed with the disease.
Blessed with this.
You do not speak for the views. Please go away.
If someone makes a clever 9/11 joke, then I really don't have a problem with it. I'll
Okay.
tell you one
Good
right
for you.
now. What's Osama bin Laden's favorite football team? The New York Jets.
That's a shit joke. Please
That is
go
a bad
away.
joke.
That's not what the scene is doing. The scene is here because the movie is so shitty and so not powerful
Right.
that they had to write in some nonsense to make
How is it nonsense?
me feel something. And that is the worst thing you could do. This scene is corny pointless and offensive. This whole
Offensive. Offensive. You just told a 9/11 joke and you say the joke, the fucking scene is offensive and that has nothing to do with 9/11. Ralph, were you dropped on your head as a kid? Fucking hell.
It's like if you see two planes about to crash in real life, oh my god, this is so bad. This is literally just like 9/11.
They're literally copying 9/11 in real life. That's such a cliche. He calls up the fucking New York airport and he's like, dude, why are you copying 9/11? Chill.
just
trying to emotionally manipulate me.
terrible waste of time,
Offensive shit,
money,
no clue.
and effort. I am so
What kind of
happy
makes
for
it
you
profit?
if you enjoyed it. I'm so happy that you could watch this film and see something to like in it, because
Thank
what
you.
I had to sit through was
That's what you get.
agony. As someone
Yeah,
who
because you're
loves
dumb.
film, this is the pinnacle of laziness.
I'm glad these
Lazy.
videos are free.
And you give No Way Home a 9 out of 10. Are you saying that isn't lazy? Are you actually... I hate this man.
And
I'm glad his videos are free. I'm glad I don't have to pay to watch stuff like this.
Yeah.
everything about this movie is bad. And considering how much money was thrown at it,
Sure.
that just makes it
Everything.
even worse for me. Spider-Man as a character should not be in the hands of these morons. These worthless producers who have no idea what they're doing.
Yeah, but should be in Sam Raimi's hands, right? Those films that you love so much that a character assassinate Peter in both Spider-Man 2 and 3.
And have no
Not 3.
I wonder if it has. Wonder if it's the same shared producer all the way through.
Oh yeah,
Including
Avi Arad
No
did
Way
produce
Home.
literally every Spider-Man film. And he gave the idea for No Way Home. The credits literally say, thanks to Avi Arad for, coming up with the idea. He came up with the idea of all three Spider-Man meeting. But whatever, it's these producers keep ruining things.
of the character. I'm not saying that I have an understanding of the character.
You
I don't
clearly don't. Don't worry. We know you don't. Yeah.
comics, but from what I've heard and from what I've seen from the previous 3 movies, which are pretty accurate to Spider-Man as a character.
How can you say that if you just said you don't know the comics?
Jeb,
How can you make
Jeb,
that
you
statement?
as someone who has read Spider-Man comics, would you say that the Raimi trilogy is accurate to the Spider-Man comics?
Depending on what line you go through, the characterization of Peter is accurate to the original line of comics, I'd say. However, this iteration of Peter is more faithful to, let's say, the Ultimate Universe.
Ultimate, yeah.
And overall, I would say this iteration of Peter is more faithful to the comics than Toby's.
There are
But Ralph
multiple
said the
images of
opposite, so,
Andrew on set reading Ultimate Comics Spider-Man. So they would.
I mean,
they would probably
Andrew
leaning
is
into it very hard.
Yeah, and Andrew's like a big Spider-Man fan, so yeah.
Oh yeah. But they were probably leaning into the Ultimate line.
Yeah, I mean they even have the Electro Ultimate design, so yeah.
Yeah.
This movie does not do its job. It is what a lot
you
of
say
other
so.
movies are. Loud, stupid bullshit. And if you can sit through loud, stupid
Whatever.
bullshit, I am so happy for you. But I can't.
This is so condescending, dude. This is so fucking condescending. It's like, wow, if you can sit through this horrible piece of crap where there's nothing of value, good for you. I, being someone who loves filmmaking, am of a higher standard of what things I watch. So obviously I hate this. But if you can't sit through this fucking garbage, then, good for you.
Ralph, I sat
Guys, look at this
through.
Dark Knight poster in the back. Obviously, a
Oh yeah,
much
he
better
thinks that film
movie.
is a 10 out of 10, so,
I've sat nearly for an hour of this heap shit review that has made nothing but random claims with no substance. The biggest the biggest substantiated argument was the 9/11 one, and that was ridiculous.
Yeah.
The best bit of this video was a skit in the opening that made you
Yes,
look like a deranged psycho, and it wasn't even funny for the reasons you intended.
So yeah, this man who thinks No Way Home is a 9 and Dark Knight is a 10 thinks that Tasm Chill is, worthless in every way. Congrats, Ralph.
You have no standards, Ralph.
Spider-Man review going. I want to show you the.
I'm sorry, that was just some loudness there.
Yeah, that's just you're just loud and obnoxious.
That was just some
That was
loud
really
bullshit.
corny.
Yeah.
That was really corny.
Yeah.
movie I made for Thanksgiving.
Is he drunk? Is the kid drunk?
That's my computer.
Okay.
What the fuck is happening?
Guys, we're having another stroke. Hell yeah.
The faulting or stuffing.
What is happening?
What is going on?
I have AIDS.
What is happening?
This is my brother. We both have Ebola.
Okay.
The only Thanksgiving I know.
Oh, I get what the point of this. I get what the point of this is, though. He's trying to be like, oh yeah, isn't this sad because they're referencing real life things, and it's the same thing that Tasm Chu did with 9/11. No, come on, Jab. You made us watch the first skit twice. Let us continue.
Bleeds out of every pore in their body, all day long.
Do you want to come over for Thanksgiving dinner?
No, sorry, I can't come. My parents just died. They got hit by a bus.
I understand. Thanks anyway.
Hello? Oh, okay. The funeral home just burned down.
So do you want to come over now? Sure.
Okay.
So, what happened to your mother?
She had pink hair and no eyebrows. So
His delivery is really shit. I couldn't understand what he's saying. Music's too loud.
Peter Uncle filtered the Grapes of Wrath novel.
That sucks, man.
Okay. What's...
Did you just die?
Fuck. Discord is lagging. I'm not hearing anyone talk. That's... fuck. You guys say anything? Because Discord is seemingly just making your icons green and I'm not hearing anyone. Yeah, I can't hear anyone. Ah, fuck. Hold on a sec. RTC connecting. Come on. Yeah, Chad, how you doing? Can I ask if Tin and Zod... Well, Zod has actually said a lot here. What the fuck you mean no route? What the fuck's happening? Why the fuck is my internet working? I mean, this is working because the stream's still going, so... Hey, chat. How you doing? Stop disconnecting! What is happening? No, don't flacy me! I'm disconnecting, stop! Fuck. I'm just... Okay, I'm gonna close... Oh, hey, you can hear me now! Hey, hello! I can hear you guys. Hey, I died there for like a couple minutes. I was just... Yeah, so... Hi.
I mean, yeah, the skit would kill you. It's so sad.
Yeah. I have no idea what's happening, by the way. I just... Okay.
No eyebrows. So horses thought she was...
Tony, I have no idea what you guys think about this because I haven't heard anything you said, so...
I'm mystified. I don't know what's going on in life.
Oh, yeah, this is the last thing, yeah, him falling.
You just died.
What? How did he die?
I don't know. It's the Ebola, I guess. He had Ebola and then an explosion happened. It makes sense.
Oh no, death by banana.
He was banana bombed.
That reminds me of you.
Mom used to put on banana puppet shows.
Okay. Did Ralph actually edit this being like, man, this is hilarious?
I hope not. I'd feel very sad if so.
I wore this to make you feel.
I have questions.
I found this
I don't.
I have several questions.
I have none. I just want this to be over.
Thanksgiving is all about appreciating what you have.
Okay.
We have nothing.
We have something. We have this banana.
This is not like.
God bless us.
I feel nothing to this.
Okay. So this is just random funny.
It was good. It was good.
Sure.
Can I watch Under the Skin now?
As soon as I see the review.
What?
Oh.
That
was.
Are we free?
He went autistic and then it ended. Okay, cool.
Okay. Subscribe. I do not like your channel. No.
No, I'm not gonna subscribe because your channel sucks, mate.
Yeah. Someone you should watch and not great content, to say the least.
That was painful at the end.
That was really bad. That was really fucking bad.
I'm still in shock. I don't know what I just saw.
You were bawling your eyes out, right? It's so sad. The fucking...
Yeah,
I've just been staring at my screen for the past 10 minutes.
Yeah, just overwhelmed with emotion.
I feel sorry for the amount of work that got put to that video for it to be so pathetic.
I don't. Ralph made these shitty arguments. He should fucking spend a lot of time wasted on making a video that he thinks isn't even worth making anyway because he thinks the film is so bad. So, yeah. That was embarrassing. That was embarrassing. There might be a post-credit scene. Thankfully, there wasn't. So that's it. It is like, wow, 5 hours long, the stream. It's, what is it, 2 a.m.? Remember when Jeff said, like, oh yeah, we can't start an hour later because, you know, we're going to end the stream like 2 a.m. It's now it's 2 a.m. for them. So, you know, yay. But, we have covered almost all the TASM 2 videos I have wanted to cover on ECUM. There's only one more that I am curious to cover, so that will obviously be left for another stream. But yes, thanks everyone for watching, for enduring this ride through pain with watching Ralph, the movie maker, fucking lose his mind while fucking battering a movie review fairy with a
Fairy.
Axe. Yeah, that was great. But yeah, thanks everyone for watching. We'll see you soon. Hopefully I can get the Eve of the Daleks reaction edited and posted this week, so keep an eye out for that. And yeah, goodbye.
Goodbye.